midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Chat, what's up? Good morning. Welcome to the show. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you guys got a good night's sleep after Brad tucked y'all in. Now it's time for me to wake you up. We're starting off a nice little nosedive last night. Make sure my dynamics are on the chart. 840. We talked about that NASDAQ sort of has that bear zone on the monthly maps, and S&P looks nice and tidy. Could be a bounce play here out the door. Hold on, let me load everything up. Good morning, friends. Hello, hello, hello. Don't forget to hit the like button first thing you do. If you haven't already, sub to the channel. Little Scooter. Did I hear Rocket to Your Dreams? No, we'll play some of the songs today. Haven't heard it yet. Category 5 hurricane. Oh, dude. Where at? Good luck. I hope you're doing okay, man. I live in Houston. This is Hurricane Central. I know what it's like. I've been through it. Probably every 3 or 4 years we go through that. Living on the generator. Yep. So hopefully you're doing all right. Happy Pro, Lee Media. What's up? What's up, Badger, RTK, Thunder Donkey Shoemaker, Swamp Demon, Matt Evans, Murder Mirror, Fast Mike, Umbra Aeronaut. What's up? Hope everybody's having a good night. Everett Stewart. Good morning. Mohammed Amin. Good morning. Charlie. Rich. Purple Roblox. Spyro. Bruton. Lee Guard. Good morning. What's up? Rhonda. Good morning. Crazy overnight moves retiring. Yeah, that kind of was. I took a long off of MHP last night, right at the bounce, and then I popped off of that like 60 points and closed out just on a little quick scalp. It looks like it bled all night. What a disappointing day. Well, I didn't lose anything though, lucky me, but I was watching the US getting their ass kicked. That was sad day. It was crazy. Like nobody turns up to watch the US play like they turn up to watch like Mexico or Netherlands or something. Not a lot of soccer fans, I would say, the US team. Buenos dias. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, guys, do me a favor. Number 1, the like button. Number 2, Blue Sky. New orbit account has launched yesterday, which has removed 2 days from the total payout. Now it's a 1-day pass, 3-day payout. I'm trading those right now on my screen just to show you guys what we're doing. I grabbed 3 micros right here at the lower DD band. 3 micros because it's going to open and probably overshoot and I won't lose much. So new Blue Sky orbits, 30% off all of the accounts there, period. But launch is the account I just went funded with, which is their same day payout. Once you get through the little gauntlet, you know, just like, you know, eval and get your buffer, then it's same day payout, same day payout. Yesterday was the first day I'm trading it, and I immediately took a $3,000 payout, which is crazy. So I'm trading it again today. This account right here is one of the orbits that has $10,000 of profit in it. So we're trading a DD band. I figured, I'm like, what the hell? Let me put a micro on it. Now remember, Nasdaq DD band is not the DD band that we usually say controls the market. The S&P is that lower sort of, you know, that lower sort of limit that I look for. So this could completely die out today and find whatever liquidity pockets we have underneath it to trade from. That's totally cool. This is, you know, breaking MHP. We are currently irrational, so it's small trades only, which is why I see me engaged in micros all the time. Take a gamble at this. The odds are the same. You know, they are what they are. And, you know, 621 yellow. Okay. Market right here. They're out. The odds are what they are, no matter what the irrational, not irrational. That whole 88% measures all cases. So only 8% of days will close below here. If that's it, I just put some micros on it. Just put a micro on it. And one account, as you see, all my accounts are 0 with the exception of this one, just 3 little micros. The 3 little micros I could. But I also fired up the other challenge account, just to be why the hell not. And, you know, because honestly, not why the hell not, but because Iran stuff is pretty much over, market's stable again, and it's back to some good trading. So I popped that guy back to 100K, and then I already started and made 12K right out the door. So I'm doing this again. I'm gonna do it mostly off screen because you guys like watching props more, believe it or not, but I'm still gonna do it. So 100K up, I'm already up 12K. That's the only trade I made. I made that when I said I closed my longs. That's what I meant. I trade that right there. So pop that with 10 Nasdaq contracts right out the door. Well, at the yellow line, no, yellow line's not an entry point. No, sir. No, sir. No adding it. No adding it yellow. It's looking a little brutal here today. Iran shot 2 ships. Yeah, and so it's kind of like when I say it's not, it's still going to be a thing for a year. It's not going away. I promise you that. It's going to be a thing for like a year. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do, okay, whatever. I'll just double in on this one. But it's not going to be a thing every day for a year. Right now, it's just going to be a thing that comes in passing. Wall Street seems to be desensitized to it from this place in the market. So that's it. So I added 3 more micros on this overshoot here, which is, I got 3 here at 689, 3 here at 645. Remember, VIX is right at triple B and slightly below it. So this is a good sign. We don't want to end up back above it, or else we're going to get kind of a weird bear sort of territory thing. So right now, I just doubled down on this just to get my cost basis close to 68, which is about here, slightly under. I'm going to allow, in this particular case, a lot more overshoot. Since I'm only doing micro, it's not that big of a deal. I'm allowing myself all the way down to maybe, I know it's going to sound weird, but 580. I'm going to allow myself the yellow line break and this overshoot. So I'm giving myself a whole 100 points on here on micros, which is fine. 3, and then 3, and then I'm just going to hold through it and not add anymore. We're irrational. I want to keep it small. Okay. Now this is risky, and because it's risky, I'm limiting it to 1 account only. You went to Houston 3 weeks for Harvey? Bro, Harvey was nuts. Harvey was the worst flood that we've had when it comes to hurricanes in the history of Houston, as far as I remember. We flood a lot. Harvey buried the city. There were times when like the traffic lights were also 10 feet underwater in some places in Houston on main freeways, or main roads next to freeways. Like right there on right there by the bayou. We're all flooded. Harvey was nuts. Nuts. I'm speaking right now. Yeah. How does rocket work? Well, rocket works on a physics principle called thrust. It propels itself through Newtonian forces as it expels gas that is created from combustion. The gas expands in volume and needs somewhere to go. It goes out the back of a rocket, and therefore the thrust generated pushes the rocket forward. This is how rocket work. Give me a rocket scooter. Well, that was a SpaceX question. Fucking nerd, I know. I know. All right, so I mean, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, motherfuckers. All right, let's go. All right. Bobby's like, Matt, not yet. I haven't drank my coffee yet. No, how does Rocket Scooter work? Rocket Scooter is gamma exposure pivots and CME exploits. So what it is we predict volume based on where options landscape is and also where certain CME sort of protocols are. You know, each one of these lines you see is a high volume pivot that does something. There's some reason there to be volume. So I just trade from pivots. I only trade where these pivots are, nowhere else. So right now I'm trading around this green line pivot and trading a light trade, keeping it small because it's not really the strongest pivot. An apple fell on your head. Ooh, gravity. My favorite part was when Isaac Newton was sitting in a church. He was watching the light, or he was watching one of the candelabras like sway back and forth. Just bored as a fucking kid. You know, Isaac Newton invented all this, everything from theory of gravity and all this stuff before he was like 24 years old, right? So he's sitting there like as a kid, and this thing oscillating. He goes, oh, calculus. That's how it happened. Literally, he's just like, I got an idea. Want to create the math that describes that thing. Calculus. That'll help out. That'll help out some of my other equations. Guy had more ADHD than I did. That'd be me sitting in church being like, can't wait to go home and play Halo. That was kind of like my thought though. This guy's like, calculus. Let's do it. Integral calculus. Seriously, the guy's inspired. He inventing freaking calculus in his young 20s. Superhuman there. All right. But anyways, with Rockseer, I'll tell you what we do is we will trade off of pivots and confluence. Right now, market's closed, nothing's happening. Right now, we have overshot one of my pivots, and I'm allowing a big, wide swinging entry because the volatility is really large. So I'm just playing around the pivot. That's it. In one of my accounts with some micros, just for funsies. We open. Very certainly, can we just nosedive down, which is fine. That's why I just put some micros on one trade because I long at this green line every single time, and I put a long here. It looks like we've overshot about 60 points. I'm giving myself 100 points of overshoot. Just letting you guys know because we are volatile and we're on the edge of triple B. So this is just an allowed trade. It's small enough that I don't care. We also broke MHP overnight, so I'm kind of keeping it light. I'm not trading in anything other but one account. It's probably gonna be a loss, which is fine. But I do take this trade every single time statistically because I do. But instead of reclaim, stop, reclaim, stop, reclaim, stop, I identify the volatility here and I just hold inside of this volatile range for the bigger bet. Technically speaking, I should add to my position here because I'm trying to double down and lower my cost basis. But in a volatile environment, when irrational, I usually don't do that. I usually just plant my small trade and I hold it because you don't need anything big. If this takes off, trust me when I say 6 micros is going to be plenty to make thousands of bucks if we just pop up to MHP today. We good? How y'all doing today, chat? What is Scooter? Well, a scooter is a mechanism that is designed to propel a human forward using the power of your feet. What happens is there are axles with wheels on, the wheels greased up, and you apply your foot to the ground and then you press it. You press away with a force which causes an equal and opposite force for you to go forward against the pressure that you apply to the concrete below your feet. Surface area clearly helps. Pressure is a force over area, so the larger your feet are, the more pressure you can exert for the same amount of force, and therefore you can get yourself going faster. So when you put the two together, what is rocket? What is scooter? You know it, baby. It's a force to be reckoned with. You ain't gonna fuck with us. Let's go. Scooter, go brrr. Level's not coming to Rockseer till 9:30. Yeah, that's correct. So the market isn't open, or the liquidity maps don't calculate until the options market opens, which is going to be right at 9:30. With a minute or so after, and you get them all pop up. Where is Brad? We don't let Brett out of his cage until at least noon, and that's for feeding. We let him roam around the yard for a little bit. We feed him, we lock him back up. We keep him out of the sunshine though, to preserve his skin integrity. Like, he's very sensitive to sunlight, so you know, like a vampire. And when we let him out at night, he's ready to roll. And so right now he's still in there sleeping. No, he's not getting out. You like how I call out Firuz on X? Which ones and when? I tend to talk generically. I don't like call anybody out specifically. I don't like have time to do that. I don't care. Me being the best trader on FinTwit, I don't stop to care what other people are doing. Yeah, that's just me being funny. No, seriously though, I don't really, I kind of ignore most of the noise. When I was a kid, there was a lot of drama when it came to, like, you know, laser tag and others. When I was a kid, I engaged in a lot more online drama where people would argue and fight all the time and have opinions. Now I just don't care. I just like doing my thing and making money and watching people argue from the sidelines. And anytime anybody's ever argued with me, it's always ended up with their viewers becoming my viewers. When people come over here to see what kind of shit show I am and then look how much money I make, and they say, oh, this other guy I was watching was an idiot. I remember the last guy decided to come at me a couple months ago, and then we grew 80% in a month. That person shrunk by 10%, and they shut their fucking mouth after that. So I like watching people fight each other. It's comical, but I make like generic comments to nobody in particular. Let Brett out of his cage. Coming out of my cage, and then I'm doing just fine. Gotta get out. I don't think I've said anything recently though. Online. Harvey was your last straw moved after that. Harvey was tough. Harvey taught me two things about Houston. Number one is it reminded me how unprepared we ever are for a hurricane, no matter how many times we have them. We never learn our lesson. Every time Harvey comes around, everyone sits there in the dark like, I just gotta buy a generator next time. I'm gonna stock up on toilet paper next time. And then the next time comes around, the last minute, you're like, shit, I forgot to buy a generator. That's kind of what it is. And number two, the hurricane taught me is that basil is indestructible, because Hurricane Harvey flooded my backyard and killed my entire garden. You guys know I garden and grow vegetables and plants and stuff. I had peppers, had tomatoes, had okra, had everything. Cucumber, zucchini, and rosemary, thyme, all the herbs, all the good stuff. I had like 40 things, and everything died except for the basil. And the basil was like twice as strong after Harvey. It was like, yes, give me all your nutrients, everyone else. And basil just sprung up like an enemy. It was crazy. Like twice as strong, and the leaves are like, bam. And I'm like, that's nuts. That's nuts. So, but Harvey was crazy. Like our neighborhood time flooded. The house had water come all the way up almost to the door. Luckily, you didn't get anything inside. But man, there were people out there, their entire houses. There were people that crawled up to their second floor of their house to survive the flood and still got flood water in their second floor. How scary that is, right? You like okra? Yes. Well, I mean, I do. I do, and I used to grow it. I used to make gumbo, and I put okra in it. Or Cajun, you know. Okra is like, you know, very prominent in most Cajun cooking. It's a little slimy for most people, but it goes good in gumbo. Houston might not survive global warming. Well, we've been practicing global warming for a while. You've been outside lately at Houston? Oh my God, it's crazy down here. We invented global warming. Are levels correct right now? Yes, sir, they are. They are correct. We did put in a hot fix to adjust DD bands on holidays. That should be correct now. Everything should be good though. This is MHP. We're good. Okra is the only vegetable most people dislike. I mean, if you put it goes good texturally in a gumbo. Basil feeds off of sewer water. Basil feeds off of sewer water and other plants. The basil was like absorbing the spirit and soul of every other plant there. Everything else died from the floodwater. You lived in Woodlands during Ike. That was fun. Oh yeah, that was crazy. Hurricane parties a week before you evacuated. Those were kind of fun because you would basically just cook everything in your freezer. My friends and I did that during Hurricane Rita. Before we evacuated, we sat around and basically went to the freezer, cooked all the frozen burgers, frozen whatever, frozen this, frozen salmon, just grilled everything, drank a couple beers, and then evacuated Houston. Took 18 hours to get to San Antonio, which is 2 hours away. And Rita never even did anything. And funny that some of the pictures from that area, because it was right after Katrina, everybody was all, you know, scared because Katrina was so bad to New Orleans. Folks, you know, it flooded so bad out there. And so Rita was like, not long after, and everybody's like, hey, we got to get out of here. It's like the next year. And everyone evacuated, but nothing happened. The photos were like people on I-45 and the interstate playing football. Like, I remember seeing one of those. And literally, the freeway. There's no cars, nothing. The city's completely dead. There's kids playing football in the freeway. During Hurricane Rita. Everybody evacuated for nothing. The hurricane fizzled out for a touch ground. It didn't even rain. Were they cool cucumbers? Oh, they were the coolest cucumbers ever. Arnell from Lafayette. My family is from all over in New Orleans. I would say that mostly, I mean, all over from Louisiana. Mostly they're from New Orleans if you want to think of it close to a city. But the other mostly, my family is from kind of the boonies between New Orleans and Texas. Like the small towns on the border. That's where my family's mostly from. My family is total redneck, hillbilly hick people. They're the greatest. Hillside trailer parks, you know? I would go visit all my second and third cousins. They all live in trailers on hills where you go there and there's like a cow or two in the backyard. There's a trampoline that's all rusted. Its grass is like 3 feet tall around it. You know, a tractor missing a wheel. They're world's kindest people, though. Yep. See my uncle always go, hey there, Matthew. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. What's up? The couch in the front yard. Yeah, well, my cousins used to compete in rodeos. And I'm not talking like professional rodeo. I'm talking backyard rodeo. You know, jackass style. I mean, they invented jackass. Like, this is what it is. They would ride bulls in each other's backyards. You know, shit like that. Cousins always had broken ribs and broken arms. They'd come into Christmas in a wheelchair all the time. Just backyard rodeos. You know, you got like 20 people from the town hanging out, watching you ride some angry bull with no safety, anything. Just jump on the back and hopefully it doesn't crush your organs, you know? This is some... That's my dad's side of the family. And everybody on my dad's side of the family is highly intelligent. By the way, all of my dad's brother and my dad's sister and all their kids grew up to be highly accomplished, intellectual type careers. Engineers, doctors, whatever, you name it. House on wheels, that's right. Hey, a trailer on a hillside ain't gonna flood, that's for sure. My mom's side is kind of like the New Orleans side. So both sides of my family are from Louisiana. All right, so this is probably not going to play out. I just put in 6 micros down here at the bottom just to hold through till open. It's not a serious commitment. This account has $10,000 of buffer, and I just put micros to bet on DD band. Just so the open can blast up. And we got about 30 more minutes, which kind of sucks because it looks like it's not even going to have anywhere close to it. But I'm not going to trade any more accounts on this one until I get confirmation. Probably lower DD band on S&P is probably the one I'm going to hit. You guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. What does a divorce and a hurricane in Louisiana have in common? I don't know. What's the punchline? Lived in Cyprus for Katrina. It was the craziest thing you ever saw. Did it flood bad up there in Cyprus where you were? Someone's gonna lose a trailer. That's going. How often does Brad wash your Aston Martin? Not often enough. That thing is dirty right now. It needs another wash. Been in Florida all your life, got your plenty experience with hurricanes. Never fled the state yet. It's the thing about Florida is that it gets, you don't have a land sink. You got water all around Florida. So it's like the minute a hurricane hits land in Texas, it sort of loses power as it migrates in. But in Florida, hurricanes can just stand right there and draw in more power from the surrounding ocean. Like, you know what I mean? Florida, there's not enough land in Florida to start to weaken a hurricane. So the bad ones in Florida are really bad. The hurricane just, it's like the hurricane walks right up to Florida and is like, all right, fuck you guys. And it plugs itself in on both sides of the ocean. It's like, draw power, let's go. And then it just sits there and completely like bombards Miami with like infinite juice. And once you hit that sink of land, it just sort of, you get that, you buffer that cold air from above. The pressure starts to increase a little bit and things are good. We dumped last night. Yeah, we kind of like, we did, the trade I did make yesterday was right off of this, lower MHP. That's it. And then, I only made it in one account, none of these prop accounts, just my real account there. And then once it just fell through, I didn't do anything else. And then I was asleep here. And then this morning, I just put a couple micros at lower DD band just to do it. And that's it. I put 6 micros to keep it light. So nothing really big going on here. Like He-Man, I have the power. West coast of Florida is bad. Any side of the Gulf is bad when it comes to hurricanes. First of all, that is the direction the hurricane is rotating towards. So the northwest corner of the hurricane is the part that gets the worst. So when it passes over Florida, that's the part that's the strongest. And it just beats over it. Once a hurricane passes through, it gets the weekend on the backside. But it gets it the whole way through. And you right where it's near the ocean. So the northwest side is always the stronger side. I am an expert hurricane, believe it or not. No, I'm just kidding. I've been through enough of them. My brother was born during a tropical storm. That my family's walking through floodwaters to go to the hospital. Tropical storm, or not tropical, hurricane Alicia in '83. I think I've been through a total of like 15 hurricanes my whole life. It's been fun. The most memorable one, I would say, is probably Hurricane Ike for me. Hurricane Ike, this is when I still worked at the plant. This is like 2008, before I got laid off. Before I became a trader. I was a chemical engineer of Dow Chemical. At the time it was Roman Haas. And everyone evacuated, but they needed somebody to stay behind because we're in the middle of a turnaround. So all the reactors and stuff and all the unit equipment had like the tops taken off. They're cleaning it out. Hurricane was coming. So we stayed behind and we went through and we went and got a bunch of bricks and stuff and we put tarps over everything, protect all the equipment. And I stayed behind just to inspect after the hurricane to make sure nothing was damaged and go through and check off everything. They were like, Matt, we need someone to stay behind. You're the new guy. I was like, all right, I'll stay behind. So I was supposed to stay at home and then come up and check on everything after the hurricane was there. But immediately when the hurricane happened, we lost power everywhere. My grandparents lost power. I lost power. And I also stayed behind also to check up on my grandparents because everyone else evacuated. My grandparents, however, stayed behind. Like I said, tough Louisiana folk. They're like, we ain't leaving here. We didn't leave during Carla in the 70s. We ain't leaving during this Ike crap here. We're going to stay here. And my dad's like, no, come on, let's get out of town. My grandpa's like, I ain't going anywhere. I'll be fine. My dad's like, Matt, can you stay behind? I'm like, yeah. My work wants me to stay behind anyways. So I stayed with my grandparents, kinda. But they lost power. And, grandpa was like Depression era grandpa. And he didn't want, to waste any electricity, even though he had a generator, with backup fuel and everything. He only used it to run the ice box. So what we call a freezer. He's like, I'm only going to run the ice box. And my grandma was like, can we at least turn on a fan or something? He's like, no, we got to save the energy. So sat there, literally just kept the food alive. And send me out to get gas every day. You can get up to $10 worth of gas in 2 gas cans. 10 gallons worth of gas in 2 5-gallon gas cans per day. And there's always a line that waited an hour because they were rationing it. So my grandpa would send me out to get the gas and bring it back. He hid it under his picnic table with a tarp over it, weighing down the tarp. And, my grandpa had a shotgun he kept by the back door in case anyone was going to steal his gasoline. And he had literally stockpiled, I'm going to tell you, those gas cans I filled up, he must have had 40 of them by the end of the hurricane. He sent me out every day. He didn't burn through maybe like 3 or 4 of them because he didn't refuse to use it. And he's ready to just shoot anybody that walked up to take it. Our grandma was so pissed at him because he wouldn't let her plug in a fan. It was going to waste apparently gas. So she sat there sweating it out. Anyways, I didn't want to sit there in the heat. So I went up to my work and I snuck into the plant office, which was shut down and locked, but I had a way to get in. And so I snuck into our offices, which had backup power, nice cushion, air conditioner. There was a shower because it's at the plant, a hot shower. There was a kitchen. I had all this frozen food. I had like Stouffer's lasagna and stuff. And I just basically camped out in my office for 2 weeks, sleeping on the floor underneath my desk, and no one knew I was there. Every once in a while, somebody would come in, like into the offices to do something, and I'd like, I turned the music down and everything so that they didn't know I was sneaking there. That was living in there like for but man, they had, in a hurricane, whenever you lose power, anything as power is like a 5-star resort at that point. And I was totally fine sleeping on the floor in my dirty office at the plant. Here's somebody walking. Oh, shit, somebody's here. Let me turn it down. I'd just lay in there. I'd read books. I do work. So, I mean, I was supposed to make my rounds at the plant, but I wasn't supposed to sleep there at the end of the day. But no one was there to tell me to go home. Everybody was evacuated. So just a couple operators were there, keeping the plant on slow roll, keeping the utilities going, and then me. That was kind of fun. And then I'd go home in the mornings to go get gas for my grandpa, check up on them, and come back to the office and work. That was Hurricane Ike. Here's another trick. If you guys live in the South, those of you sports bettors, let me tell you something. Kalshi bettors, you're going to make some money. There's a trend, and you can get out an almanac and you can figure out this trend. Every single time there's a strong enough low pressure system or a hurricane makes its way into the Gulf and touches land on Texas or Louisiana, every single time that year, it also snows in Texas or Louisiana. And everyone else has a colder than normal winter. It has to do with like the slingshotting of, the low pressure goes this way and then the high pressure cold air from above comes in and it becomes colder than normal. So every time there's a hurricane that touches ground, it's a snow year. And we know that because it snows like every 5 years here. It's so rare that you remember when it happens. But I picked up the trend early on in my life. So Hurricane Ike 2008, it snowed on Christmas Day. Every single time. Hurricane Katrina, it snowed that year. So every year we have a hurricane, it'll snow. So make your bets on a colder than normal winter. Anytime hurricane touches ground inside of the Gulf, it means it's a powerful enough hurricane to get up in there. It's a play on natural gas. So gas futures that year, baby. Please remind you if rocket scooter gators are available on Trade of Vate. No, they're available on NinjaTrader VDR, but only on the NinjaTrader desktop. That's not so rare. Once every 5 years? Well, I mean, like rare for the United States. I'm sure it doesn't snow in Hawaii ever, but I mean, for United States, like we're basically as south as you can get, the United States. So it doesn't snow a lot here. It's the rarest of the rare. I'm sure wherever you live, it's probably even different, unless you live in like Death Valley or something. Any more progress on go charting? That's a good question. You didn't touch base with my team. Am I long or short? I grabbed 2 contracts to the long side right here. And I told you guys, remember yesterday you heard that weird mysterious ping and you were guys like, what's going on with your platform? Did you blow up or something? Remember I said, no, I padded my account. I put in a little bit of extra cash just to bring my account to 100K. Remember the 100K account I was doing to $1 million. I took out the 800,000 and I was sitting at close to 2. And then I ended up losing down to close to like 70, 80K, something like that. I padded it to the rest. And now the same account is back up to 100K. And I funded it yesterday to pad it at equally at 100K. And I already made $12,000 on this account on the first day of trading it. So I'll do another $1 million challenge just for the fun of it on the side. The Iran stuff is sort of kind of stable, so I'm feeling it like, kind of mild again. Now it's time to try again. So I did technically make 12K today. I'm gonna focus on just the props on my stream though, as far as like what I do on stream, and I'll do that, but just on my side window there. I love when it snows. Do you guys love when it snows? For me, snowing just makes the world peaceful. It's quiet. Nice. It feels nice. SpaceX is in the Nasdaq today. That's correct. My long or short, I'm long. But I don't think it's a good long. Texas is not a snow state. Well, in the Panhandle, it snows a lot, but down here in South Texas isn't. We're too close to the water. It's too humid, and even if it is, it's too wet, and the snow doesn't even stay on the ground. It melts when it touches it. Even little snow flurries, they don't accumulate. It's too wet everywhere. Too humid. You live in Michigan, you get lots of snow. You probably get more days that snow than days that don't snow. Should I have taken the Dow Chemical move to Midland, Michigan? Hell no. Hell no. I'm a beach guy. I'm a half gap boy with my surfboard and my headband, my flip-flops. I gotta have some ocean. I gotta have some heat. I gotta have some sand between my toes. I can't live in the icy snow. I just want to experience it once a year for the magical feeling. This is probably an out. So I only traded micros. I bought on the reclaim and then I added again here, and I'm going to maybe stop out if we break to, I'm gonna say give it to maybe 60 now. I'll play with a few more micros. Again, this is just trading the range around DD band. Again, it's not that good. Nasdaq has pulled down a whole lot. S&P has pulled down a small amount. So it's interesting to see the difference between the two. There's still a lot of heavy tech selling, and I just hit this with literally this one account, some micros, no bigs, just in case we held DD band and moved up at the open. Everything else I did was sort of chill. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. Blue Sky launch accounts 50% off your first one using code SCORED. That's what I'm trading right now. Since I did start with Blue Sky last Sunday, this will be my 6th firm to go live with. Pretty sure I'll go live with them within a month. This one's been quick. I've had very, 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 very few blow-ups and resets. I'm talking very few. This is all it took. I'll do my full dashboard here. I don't know what all this means here, but I've got my... Now this is weird because this is funded accounts total. I don't have 5, I have 4. Long story about that, but I'll tell you that in a second. But I have a bunch of past accounts sitting there and the total accounts. I think the resets count in here as well. So it only took me half the resets or whatever, and I've already made 9,000 in payouts. I'm already positive ROI on this with these guys, which is really nice. My first 3 payouts. So 3,000 times 3 minus the split, $800. So in the first week, I'm already profitable with Blue Sky. Fantastic. And I've got a total of $30,000 of buffer built up to. It's really nice. It only took me, like I said, 24 total accounts, a couple eval fails and resets are in that 24 total, and I've got 4 live accounts now. Why 4? They made a special consideration for me because of a miscommunication, and they decided to honor it anyways. So I had 3 orbits that were live. I mean, funded. I actually had passed 2 orbits, 1 launch, and then another orbit. But it was the 3 orbits that went funded rather than the launch. I wrote him an email and I said, hey, can you guys throw the orbit away and just give me the launch? Because I want to show that off and trade that one on the stream. I want to demonstrate that one better. Because the orbit somehow went funded automatically. And I thought it was like the first one you pass. And like it usually should be that way, but it looks like your orbit went to funded instead. They're like, how about we'll give you the launch account, even though you can only have 3 lot funded total. We'll give you this one. And I thought they were going to take away the orbit, but they left it on there. And I got confirmation yesterday that they just gifted it to me for the mistake. Or it's probably my misunderstanding. I don't want to say it's a mistake they made. It's probably me. I probably thought I passed when I didn't, but now I've got 3 orbits and one launch, which is cool because I wanted to trade the launch on the stream. Show you guys that one. So really nice of them to accommodate me for that. So I get an extra funded account. And they're like, we're not going to throw away the other one. They're like, that's nice of you to offer, but you can keep it. We'll just, you know, we'll push this one to funded too. So I was like, oh, that's really nice of them. Get my payout from Blue Sky? Yeah, I did. So it's pretty quick. I requested it on Thursday, and then the holiday happened. So I requested it Thursday night, and usually it takes a day or so, you know, whatever, to get the payout. And they're actually working on trying to speed that process up. It's just like a normal payout. And but after the holiday, it cleared on Monday. But that was because of I hadn't signed up for Rise yet or anything, so they were waiting on me to accept their invite at Rise. That way, when I requested it on last week, I actually requested it on Thursday, it wasn't going in through because of me. I didn't. Rise updated their dashboard, which is really weird, and there's a new way you have to deal with Rise, which is the note. If you guys, by the way, Rise's new dashboard sucks. We found out yesterday when a new firm invites you to, you know, sign up to get your payouts or whatever, at the top right, there's a notification. So in Rise, the old way, on the left side, your document section would have a little 1 next to it that you knew you had an action item. Now it's going to be at the top right of your Rise dashboard. There's a little tiny box that has a number in it. There's your notification there that will say somebody invited you, whatever. So if you guys are struggling with the new Rise, that's where you have to make sure you check. You don't have anything pending there. So that was my bad on that. And then once I finished yesterday and signed up on Rise, the payouts landed probably within the hour. It's very confusing, right? At least they let you connect to the legacy dash, which is really nice. But yeah, Blue Sky was like, we need to invite you to Rise for your payout. And they told me, they were like, yeah, we've sent it like 3 or 4 times. You never clicked anything. It's like, shit. So that new dashboard a little weird. Your wife is from Cherry Creek. Is that Michigan? Y'all talking about Michigan? Every time I hear cherry this, cherry that, I feel like Michigan. Michigan's like the cherry capital of the world. I ordered cherry pies from a pie company in Michigan. Buffalo? Oh, yeah, okay. Buffalo, New York. All right. There's this little Traverse City, Michigan or whatever, the cherry capital of the world. Order these cherry pie company. I get them shipped in. They're so good. Every year. Rise is confusing to you? Yeah, it's confusing to like people. It's all crypto stuff. Wallet, this and that, you know. For people that don't use it, it's a little confusing. I think this micro trade's probably a loss. We are irrational on MHP break right here. Irrational markets. So it's not the best trade, but what I did was I put 3 micros here, and then I added 3 more here, and I'm just going to bag hold this to probably lose maybe about 1,500 bucks if I'm completely wrong. But I will trade this if it reclaims DD band. I'm just playing inside of the volatile range. I added here, and I have not added here yet again. It's small enough to not really care about the volatility. That's the whole point. When irrational trades small only, DD band every single time. But also S&P DD band is the one that really controls the market. So it's not like NASDAQ. The stats we give you are based on S&P. NASDAQ overshoots a lot more because it travels a lot further. S&P's freaking 14 points off the open. You know, NASDAQ is literally 300 points off the open. 14 points roughly translates to about 60 points here. So this has moved about 4 times the distance of this percentage-wise, which is crazy. That's my yellow line at the top. So margin buffer limits are really strong resistance pivots. It's a whole different class on this. I'm not even going to cover it. Just letting you know that whenever you hit a yellow line on a long trade, I usually exit a long trade at yellow. It's an interrupt to movement. I'll either exit or trim. I never long into it. I always wait to get on the other side. It's a strong resistance pressure. And when you lose them, you can lose it pretty bad. Every time you touch a yellow, it's high volume pivot. The way it's calculated is a whole different method we teach in the bootcamp, but there's no, you can't argue with what you see here. See how crazy it is? SME has some. There's a whole way. It's not automated because there's a whole complicated process as to how it's hard to automate this. I'm going to save you the story, but it's more of a subjective way of seeing the market. However, it's done with a specific calculation. You just have to identify something that it's hard to tell a computer what to look for. It's a very complicated sort of thing for computations to create a standard for all of them, but your eyes can see it immediately. You know what you're looking for. So we think with AI, we'll kind of be able to assist the process. So I'm down about 1,000 on this. The only account I'm trading of all my accounts here, I didn't touch anything else overnight. I only traded the 100K account, which I started up again yesterday, and I'm up 12,000 bucks on that. So I'll do another make $1 million for you guys live on stream, or blow it up in the process, whatever the case may be. I'm cool with it. Markets, when I remember I told you guys what I was waiting for to do that was I was waiting for the bull market to come back. I was waiting for the Iran stuff to be over, and now we're below triple B. Remember, I did this yesterday strategically. Remember yesterday you heard the ding on my computer. Y'all were like, what's that? It was like, what the hell? Did somebody get liquidated? Was it my computer? Was it me? And I was like, oh no, guys, my deposit cleared. So I took whatever balance was left and I padded to 100K right here. Why did I do that here? Because VIX is at triple B, right on the edge of going over, which is good. Check one. DD ratio is good. Monthly maps look good. And yesterday we were below MHP on S&P, but hopefully today we're above it. If all those things add up, we are in greater bull market, which is perfect. In greater bull market, the Iran stuff has kind of gone quiet. Now I'm like, aha, now's the time to jump back in. This is a professional lesson for all of you. Remember in April, right? When April, the market got crazy and I pulled the plug and I was like, yeah, no more of this, right? It is now July. This is a testament to the grand mastery that I have with trading. I have waited exactly almost 3 months to apply a single real dollar to the market. Isn't that crazy? Well, on stream. Like I traded a little bit of the April run up with my bigger account, but mostly have been chilling for the last couple months. Have you have the ability to think about probably the last couple months, you've probably been trying to trade every single day. When it comes to real money, I've done nothing in that account for 3 months, waiting for the perfect moment to jump back in. And some of you are like, man, I can't get a payout. I can't get payouts. And I say, wait for the perfect opportunity. There will be a time when everything lines up again. Remember I teach all that? You just watch me wait 3 months until everything lined up again. Yesterday, I'm like, aha, cool. VIX is right at triple B. That's the perfect time I want to jump in. If I want to start a challenge and I'm going to start it strong, where I have the highest probability of winning most of my trades, I want greater bull market. I want VIX below triple B, and I don't want any news or catalyst coming up. This is a light news week. VIX at triple B and greater markets all there. And monthly maps finally started showing bull market again a couple weeks ago. So now I'm like, okay, now's the time to jump back in, right? I will wait 3 months if I have to make a single trade. And in trading, when you get good, time to get good at this, you realize I don't have to trade every time. I only trade when the odds are in my favor. And now the odds are finally lining up to be in my favor. The trade I made for the 12K, yeah, I actually shared it last night on Brad's stream. The market fell, and we hit MHP, and I longed with 10 NASDAQ contracts, and I basically, on that pop, I got 80 points and closed out. That's all I did. Okay, markets opening. Let's see. We are irrational already with MHP break. Trades small only. Small trades only today. Watch this S&P. Resilience and NASDAQ resilience. Positive resilience is going to move up. Negative resilience is going to move down. So any move up from here, yellow line can be an immediate slam down. If it breaks through, then green line is it. When I hit green line, I'm likely to close out with profit. Let me close that out. I got lucky on that. I took everything, I closed back to neutral. Let me wait till liquidity maps come out. Now it was quick. I closed out that position because we don't trade through DD band unless we have the DD ratio greater than half, which we don't have that yet. I don't know what it is. I'll be rather safe than sorry. So I'm closing out, chilling, waiting for this to turn out. Resiliences are negative, so it can immediately fire out. So that was perfect execution to get out of that upside down trade. Yeah, done for the day. You could be done for the day. Got a little 100-point rip there. Let's wait to see what we get. So we are kind of, unfortunately, not the hottest in the NASDAQ, but S&P does have a liquidity pocket here, which is perfect. Let's hit the second liquidity pocket for a scalp. Let me get prepped and ready to go on that one. I'll long it on the first tap of MHP. MHP resilience is negative, though, so be careful. It might actually blast through it. Resilience is positive. This is a pretty decent long entry. And let's lock this in on the S&P today. Let me let it test. I want to trade a mini. Not the strongest read, guys. Not terrible, but it could be better. Come on, dip one more time. It's very rare that you break in the bull zone and keep going, so be very careful today. Lower pockets are really strong. This is a liquidity pocket. That's my bread and butter trade. If I make 66 bucks today, then I make 66 bucks today and I'm good. But let's wait. Everything looks pretty solid here for support, 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 and support. So this is actually pretty solid on NASDAQ. Maybe I could fire it a little harder on that DD band reclaim. Come on, give me like one just red candle just to pop it. I'll actually do a NASDAQ long here. And I'll do it a little harder. Come on, MHP is good. Yeah. So this is good. 608. 640. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. All right, let's go. YOLO. MHP long. That's all I'm trying to do. All right. MHP long. If we lose it, then I just take a loss. I did with micros earlier to get out, but let me try MHP. This particular case, I'll stop out at 560. Actually, 550, 550. Liquidity pocket here hopefully should hold. S&P should be good there. Let me try this with micros. Market don't die today. NASDAQ resilience is negative though. That kind of sucks. Oh, hell. That opening volatility is kind of gross. Might be a sell-off day today. This is probably a bad idea. Man, I should have stuck with micros. Okay, this could turn out to be a big nasty sell-off day today. Don't get caught in this too heavily. Boo. All right. 608, 532. Yeah, that's pretty bad. This has no support underneath it either. Other than this bull zone here. This opening being looks to be very nasty. All right, so I'm probably going to just pull the plug on this. I have a feeling that it's probably going to get weird. But we'll see. I'm going to allow 10 points of overshoot on S&P, then finally just close everything out. That selling's pretty nasty. Market don't die today. Lots of tech stocks are down today. Yeah, they are. Okay, let's examine monthly maps really quick. Let me double check. I'd probably just close this one out. I'm giving myself 100 points of swing again, but I should have done it with some micros. Yeah, monthly map is still pretty good. NASDAQ still has that bear zone shit up here though. That's the crappy part. That bear zone and NASDAQ sort of monthly map has been just garbage. Yeah, resilience is positive on S&P, which is still pretty decent. Might have overshot on NASDAQ, but I think it'll fly from here. It'll at least try to. S&P res is positive, so it's got the potential. Now again, if we hit MHP and just die, just be careful. This is a resistance target, so if we clear back above here, we're gonna go up and fill the gap. So this is a tough play. I'm trading a little bit of a wider range. Fix is still below triple B, should be fine. Hopefully. I might take a little bit more heat on this, but we'll probably be all right. Only 26% of days break their MHP. We have lost the confluence, which increases that probably closer to 40%. with the downside confluence on this. 40% chance of break. No, I'm sorry. No. 26% chance of break, 74% chance of hold. Can we hold today? Come on, get up there. Don't hit this and reject it. They all see resistance now. I'm holding my breath. My fingers are crossed. Don't reject and sell. Don't reject and sell. Come on, make it up there. Get up there. The initial overshoot was a little violent there. Come on, reclaim that MHP. I fire this bad boy long. I'll hit it harder. Well, not on this one, but more accounts. We reclaim. I'm along in the big account too. Come on, you know you want to. Get above MHP. It's a little kind of gross looking today in some of the bigger stocks. I bet. How's Nvidia doing? Nvidia has MHP resistance. That's not that good. Be careful for a big sweeping red candle that could come out of nowhere if Nvidia rejects that. Apple's at support, which is okay. Meta's good on the bull side. Man, that one contract was beating me up there. Not the best play. I hate days are down below this band there. And again, this is illiquidity pocket. There's nothing underneath to catch this, by the way. There is no support. If we lose this, it's just a dead market today. So I'll just pull the plug quick on that. All right, I'm gonna let S&P tell me the answer. If it doesn't bounce here, then I'm gonna get out of the way. That sucks. I should have done micros like I wanted to. This account has 11,000 or had 11,000 a buffer in it, so there's plenty of room to play on this one. Could be a loss. Like I said, I'm allowing 10 points of overshoot of this to call the shot for me, and we'll see what happens there. Come on, get back over there. Indicators are not so good on this. Influences are down. One resilience indicator being positive is good. Like anytime I have anything that's positive, I still kind of look forward to it. So half gap at least as an approach would be nice. Initial opening rotation. You feel the flow just came in. A little bit of bullish flow there. Strong rotation. People are buying some stocks here at this dip. Especially in NASDAQ. That's a pretty strong push there. Come on, hit that MHP and reclaim. Reclaim it. Piece of cake today. I hope so. I hope so. I long it. Liquidity pocket, MHP hedge pressure. It all lines up every single time. It's a really strong pivot, although we don't have the confluences though. So it's like a weaker pivot. Plus we're below DD band on NASDAQ, which means I should just be trading small. I did go a little, you know, over eager with the mini there. See how that flows down to a little bit. A lot of flip-flopping here. It's going to break pretty violently, you guys. And watch VIX, because VIX is right on the edge here. We want to see VIX below 17.4 VIX futures. Look at that flow. A lot of... So it's going to be a pretty violent day, you guys. It's not going to be a calm day today. It's going to move, and it's going to move quick. Arbitrage is slightly negative on NASDAQ, which is not good for my position. I probably should try to... Maybe I should close this one flat. It is a little scary. Maybe we should close flat and just engage in some micros and leave it at that. Okay, let's close the mini out at the pivot. Switch to micros. I want to keep the position light. I'm going to do about half the position that I had. So I closed out at a controlled loss in that mini because I think it's just too heavy for the market we're in. Once it gave me that, I put it in something small. I'll try to make this back with some micros instead. You know what I'm saying? Let me hold it with micros now. I feel so once the market, I don't like what I see. Once I got that little bit of a bump, I trimmed out that micro and then that mini, put it down to some micros here. Actually, let me put it at 5. Okay. I won half the position that I had. So essentially I rolled out of the position I'm in to half, and then as soon as we get about back above, it should be fine. But that's good. Ain't looking good today, guys. Not looking good. Don't forget to like button, sub to the channel. We're getting ready to roll here. FOMC minutes tomorrow. But the thing is that remember, K-Fed is like against forward guidance. I feel as if we're going to get less and less information in these minutes and projections than previous. So I don't think the minutes, if like he's initiating that sort of mindset already, I don't think the minutes are going to provide any sort of forward guidance. You know what I'm saying? Smart adjustment, go. Thank you. Yeah, like this looks like shit, right? Adjusting the position smaller. I know I had to take a loss in that mini, but it is. Now I got my risk down where I want to be. I want to make sure if S&P resilience goes negative, and this market's going to tank today. So if we have a big sell-off day, it's going to be pretty nasty. So just watch out. There's nothing super bullish about this. It did have all this strong support, but all the confluences were negative on it, which flipped them all to resistance. As you see, it's not easily falling through it. But I am still a bull. I don't ever turn into a bear off of tiny little things like that. I just trade it smaller to the bull side. And we'll see how that works out. What's the risk interval today? Cat active. I would say that I would not consider this being a... Well, maybe on NASDAQ. I don't know. Let's check on NASDAQ really quick. I didn't really think too much about it being a catalyst since it just inched its way lower instead of crash its way lower. What's that, baby? 266 from here. So about 650, give or take, would be the cat line. What's up, girl? So it's turkey toast?
Yeah. Is it avocado?
Wait, how does an avocado hurt your teeth? It's like that hard?
Got yourself a breakfast sandwich.
So I have avocado toast, but there's no avocado.
Yeah.
It's just turkey toast. Sounds delicious. Excellent. Everyone says good morning to the doc. Hello, hello. Here's the... Come here. We have been running through either upper or lower DD band for more than 30 days. We are, right? We are running through this. So anyways, I'm still hanging on to the long side liquidity pocket every single time. Looking pretty good. Let's see if I can turn this into a win. If we hook MHP and indicators get slightly better, that'd be really nice. SpaceX is now part of the NQ, by the way, as of today. So now we popped into the pocket. It's actually looking pretty solid, but still negative resilience is resistance here. I still trade into the pocket every single time. Even without the confluence, I just trade smaller. Remember, I long every single time in a bull market, I just trade it smaller. Come on, long market. Give me that burst up. Let's see if our greater market's going to win today. Oil prices are going up a little bit, which I don't like to see. You know, it probably shows there's more, you know, more that sort of Iran fears. I hate watching oil prices creep up in this environment. Usually it's not correlating. Oil doesn't normally correlate with the index. It only becomes a correlation to the war, and the index, people trade it down, and the war, people trade it up, oil up. So if we lose this again, it's a pretty far fall. We'll probably go down to about 75, 50, even probably further. The goal is, can we sustain this liquidity pocket and go? Remember, liquid markets don't crash easily. As you see, it's having a hard time just collapsing out. It's liquid enough. And also whenever you see like bull, bear, it means transitional phase. Be very careful that this isn't a transitional phase, that today's the day we do go bearish and volatile. As we had transitional phases in NASDAQ yesterday, clearly now NASDAQ is committed back to the bear side. NASDAQ is weird and an illiquidity pocket. It can die today with no support underneath us. So We're not going to bag hold a dead market today. I'm just betting on this one place and that's it. If we lose this, there are no more trades I'm going to take. I'm not even going to trade the lower pocket. When you lose one liquid zone, it's random where it bounces. I'm not going to fight it the whole way down and take a million guesses. I will sustain a long trade only again if we reclaim the same area with better conditions. Other than that, catching the dip on S&P, we're going to wait for the lower DD band, and I'll wait all day for that if I need to. I'm still underneath 10 points here, which is good, but if I lose 75, 67, I'm just going to get out of the way, let it fall. And again, if it bounces there, then fine, whatever. I mean, you can scalp this every time. Maybe I'll try with some micros to demonstrate it, or a micro. But usually when I lose the first pocket, it can bounce there, it could bounce there, it can bounce anywhere. It's pretty random once you lose liquidity. So I bet on the first one, and then after that, you know, it's anyone's game. But if we do reclaim with all this hedge pressure monthly and pocket all stacked on top of each other with positive resilience, back through here, I'm gonna jump back in on the long. But yeah, this IP is not the strongest play. Glad I cut this down a little bit. Terrible setup today. I hate when markets are terrible like this. But you know what? Daddy's a bull. Wait, hold on. We fight the bull side. We fight the good bull fight. We don't like to fade a greater bull market. Market's still pretty fine on the bigger side of things. Good strong rotation today. Once this clears up, maybe the market just gets back to leaking higher. Do I not like going short for a specific reason? Yeah, so if you look at the monthly candles, 70% of months in the history of the stock market are green. When you look at a normal bull market, 50 to 60% of days are green, with rocket scooters, greater market signals being bullish, DD ratio bullish, S&P above MHP, and monthly maps bullish. Upwards of 70% of days are green. Market's just more up than down. In a bear market, all things being considered, did you know that in a bear market, 50% of candles, daily candles, are also green? There is no time in any history of any market other than the week or two that a market finally crashes at the bottom of a sell-off that you actually have a cascade of more red than green candles. It's so rare for there to be more downside than upside. So it really takes a lot of convincing for me to be a bear. What I normally do is on a failed bull trade is I sit out and wait. You guys have been paying attention. By the way, I'm on like a 7-week win streak, by the way. I'm at a losing day in like 7 weeks. This might be the first one. And I keep my losses small, and if the market becomes irrational and stupid, I just sit out. I don't try to make every trade, especially when a market flushes out of a bull market. I just get out of the way and let it die. Let other people deal with it, take my lick, come back tomorrow. If I try to chase every direction that goes, it's just more random than anything. It's very rare for me to want to be a bear. Even when markets are selling off, most of the time, unless I had the bear signal, I usually just sit out. That's what I do. So if this is a small loss, this is, like I said, this is my first loss in about 2 months. You guys have been watching every day. It's been pretty solid. You know, I went live with Lucid. I was winning every day. I went live with TPT. I was winning every day. I'm on a win streak with Blue Sky now. This will be my first day of red. And it's relatively small. Which is nice. Bears trying hard. Yeah, at least today. Again, losing MHP is a big deal. And NASDAQ has no floor underneath it. So like I can die pretty hard right here. As I'm waiting to see if S&P holds this area. And it's trying, it's selling pretty hard, but it's also trying to hold. And I never, once the selling stops, which is this is rotation, you can feel it. You can feel like NASDAQ is selling and S&P's not. And every time the S&P pops, NASDAQ pops. It's strong rotation. It's not general bearishness of all things. It's just rotation. And so rotation can create a bear wave. That's why we're careful about this. That's why I trim my position. But I still bet to the bull side. Hopefully that this gets up here. Because some of these indicators are still bullish on the S&P. They're not bearish enough. The confluence. These two are both positive, which means this might has the chance of getting up there. But I'm not ultra strong You know, so that's why I'm trading him really light. Maybe I'll take a small loss here and then be all right with it. But again, any moment, you get just a red-green candle come out of nowhere and flip up, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see, baby. So you can feel it. It's trying to get up there. And then the resilience, Nasdaq resilience is, and S&P MHP resiliences are both positive. The orange one, which means that this is gamma positive again, which means once that hedging kicks over, we should be probably okay. Apple is having MHP dance around. So is Amazon. So is Google. So a lot of the big tech stocks are sitting on the edge of bull or bear break. So Google could resist here, which is kind of sucks. Amazon, same place. They all open with that kind of negative gamma. Meta too. That flow just picked up a little bit. No, not Meta. What was it? Apple, Google. Oh, Amazon. Yeah. So 3 of your big tech companies open below MHP. So unfortunately, there's that downward pressure from that. So this might actually be a small L. I'm not liking it. Let me trim it further down to 3. I'll probably pull the plug the whole thing. So down like $2,000 on one account here. There's no floor underneath this. All right, let me pull the plug. All right, so that's an L. $1,600, no big. So I'm gonna stay on the sidelines on this one. And again, I closed out, so now it's gonna rally for you guys. So y'all are welcome. It's actually the second day in the past month you've seen you lose. Did I have another losing day this month? I thought I had all green, but maybe on stream I had a L in one of the trades there. But it's cool. Keep it small. That's it. No big deal. Keep all of it kind of small. Live to trade another day. Not gonna bag hold any of this. Gonna let it do its thing. Let's work it back if we get a better shot later. Like I said, conditions are already weird enough. Like I said, I took it. Let me get all the update there. Bought that one. Don't like it, but now that I close out, it's gonna rally. So good luck to all of you guys. Definitely gonna rally now. All right. So, yeah, it's probably my first. I think it's been like 7 weeks. I've had straight up L day. So I didn't do all my accounts either. Just these 3 at different places. So they had different size losses. This one was a medium one. This one was a bigger one. This was a smaller one. So again, know that I'm wrong, out of the way. But sometimes you're gonna have the place where, you know, you take that bet and everything gets weird. But there's a cat active in NASDAQ. We are flushing out. We've lost pretty much all our support pivots. There's nothing else to take a guess at. It's pretty random from here. If it does fall, and that lower DD band is always a play. Also, this liquidity pocket could bounce, but because we're irrational, it's like, to demonstrate the trade, I'll do like 1 micro only, and that's it. So let's wait on that. All right, let's get prepped and ready to go. I should have probably done this originally with micros from the start, but I was just being a little overconfident here than this bull side market. Why wouldn't I short if you know it's going to keep dropping? Brandon, why wouldn't you buy Beanie Baby? I don't know if this is dating myself. If you know it's going to keep going up in the year 2000. Don't ever be the last sucker to a trade. Because it's going down is not the reason to try to take a short. That's an over trading question. It went this way. No, wait, it went this way. No, wait, it went this way. If you want to be first in every trade, and if you're wrong on the trade, just be wrong. Don't try to be right. Ego makes you want to be right. I don't need to be right. I'm cool with being wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be wrong. And if I know it's going to go down, I don't know it's going to go down. It's still a bull market. It's going to bounce somewhere. I just millennialed myself tonight, right? So that's, you know, does that make sense? If you know it's going to go down, it's like if you know it's going to go up, you only know it's going down because it's already mostly gone down. This could be the end of the downside. If you wanted to short something, you should always short from a pop and take the short play. If your long play is invalidated, never flip to the other side. I mean, this is the trick to how I be markets. Be okay with being wrong, right? You know, like I'm wrong, I'm cool with it. I don't need to be right. Let me wait for a better entry and let me replan. I still don't feel like it's gonna crash out. It's gonna bounce somewhere. It's pretty liquid enough, and it could be any minute here. It just pops straight up. The last thing I'm gonna do is be wrong a second time because I'm nervous or I'm like I see something. Okay, let me jump in on the other side. I'll almost never, and you'll see me almost never flip flop my trades. He said this is the first losing day I think I've had in like 7 weeks, and I'm only losing for now. If I execute right, I'm sure I can find some good plays that line up somewhere else. Right now, if we pop back up in the liquidity pocket, I'm going to take a long from here on the reclaim easily. If it falls, I might take a small couple micros trade off of this pocket just to demonstrate. It might fall there, bounce there, close out. It might fall some more. I might play this a couple times. If it falls to there, I'm certainly going to long at this lower band here. Within the next hour, it could turn around and rally. You know what I'm saying? Did I lose last Thursday? I don't think I lost last Thursday. No, that was, what was I trading last Thursday? I don't think that's true. What was I trading last week? I went live with Lucid. I think I still made money that day though. Because I started these guys on Sunday. No, I didn't lose. I haven't had a losing day because I started this 2 Sundays ago. And I've won every day with these guys. Yeah. I don't think I took an L though. Did I? Because last Thursday I got a payout. So I definitely took a dub. I got 2 payouts last Thursday. I requested 2 payouts, so I was up those days. I think by the end of the day I was green though, because I definitely took 2 payouts. Let me double check. Don't let me lie to y'all. Hold on, let me go look. What day was Thursday? The 2nd. I probably lost in soccer though. Yeah, no, Thursday I requested 2 payouts. Maybe on screen I was down, but by the end of the day I was definitely up. The 2nd, this is Thursday. It's Sunday night, it's now Thursday night, and requesting my first payout already in 2 Orbit accounts. So I requested a payout in 2 Orbit accounts, which means I made money in those accounts that day to get the last day consistency down. So overall, I ended up green for the day. I was requesting payouts, so I must have made something. On live, I was probably down at the end of the stream, though. You're probably right. By the end of the day, I was getting payout on those 2 accounts. Do we hit a Verispan or something? That's a good question. Was it on the live? Okay, yeah, you're probably right. Oh, you're right. I probably was down on the live accounts. Yeah. That was like my first day back after I lost the internet, right? Yeah, I think by the end of the day, I was still up that day. I think I had some red and some green mixed in, now that I think about it. NQ is more volatile. Yeah, I would say NQ is volatile. Yes. Is it more volatile than the S&P? It can be most of the time. And it's also less liquid than the S&P because it only represents 3 major sectors, right? So it's not as diversified. So it tends to jump around, be very sensitive to just a few little things. S&P is a little more resilient to movement. Like if a couple of oil companies are down, S&P is not going to die. If a couple of big tech stocks are down, Nasdaq's going to respond very quickly. The majority of the Nasdaq there's like, if you think of like the top 5 Nasdaq stocks take up a larger portion of the Nasdaq pie than the top 5 stocks in the S&P. So Nasdaq just is more sensitive and can move faster and further than the S&P can on a percent basis when the rotation is out of some of the major things like tech, healthcare, and communications companies. So we're flipping to the new hour right now. New hourly candle starting. We'll see what happens. I got flattened out. I'm gonna let this market kind of just chill for a minute. V recovery now. Yeah, now that I closed out, you guys can get the V recovery. In Blue Sky, do you have an activation fee? On the launch account, you do. So launch accounts are purposefully cheap on the eval side. And then you have an activation fee. The overall total cost of the Blue Sky is about the same as the other Apexes and stuff in the same category. And it's a better account. So the cool thing of Blue Sky and any activation fee model is it's cheap to fail. And so if you're still trying to struggle to pass, right? You're not really that good at trading. Activation fee model is perfect for you because you're only paying like 30 bucks to give it a go. And if you fail, then it's cheap to reset. Usually if you go something a little more for talented traders like a Lucid or a Tradeify or something, it's a little more pricier to play, but you get a bigger payout. But the downside is a little harder and more expensive. So with that being said, you're going to have like this hard time. You know, if you're budgeting, you have a hard time trading props if you're losing a lot. You want to step down to an activation fee cost, and you're not step down, but step side to that side of the fence. An activation fee model is much more friendly. It's much friendlier for traders that are losing a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes Blue Sky fantastic, because it's like a TPT Pro or MyFinance Futures Rapid, the launches, but it's activation fee model, which means it's cheap to fail those things. So your blowups are going to cost you a lot less money. The give or take is it's cheaper, so it's going to be less stress on you on the front end. At the end, the payout is slightly smaller, right? So it's not a $10,000 a day payout. It's I think it's $3,000. I don't know what the launch. What is the launch maximum payout? Do you guys know? I took 3,000 yesterday, but I don't know if that is the max. I know with the funded account in Orbit, you can take out $3,000 every 7 days. Is launch the same? I probably need to look that up. Am I looking for sales today? No, guys, let me tell you. Look, let me tell you. Trust me and learn from me. I promise. Anybody that, if you see the market trending down and then you decide to short, amateur. If you see the market trading down when it should have been trading up and you decide to sit out, pro. We'll get a bull market. Is launch 2K max for 50K? Okay. So for the 100K, I took out 3K. Pro side is to wait. Let it die. Wait. Don't try to overtrade and try. Okay, let me be right on this one. If it falls, it falls. Remember, I make millions of dollars off of this tiny little scalp right here. This one right here. Don't have to chase everything that moves. What I'm going to do is wait for conditions to change. If the market should have been solid and all of a sudden turns lower at a really strong transitional phase here, it could turn into a really nasty bear market sell-off. But the one thing I don't want to do is be late to that trade, because it is on the transition of exploding in either direction. So I'm okay with being wrong small by guessing that bull side would hold and then sitting out. The pro move is to wait. Don't be silly. Anybody out there that sees it moving down and jumps in and then makes a lot of money, you got lucky, because most of the time that will not work. If it works today, then I didn't lose anything either. But it's still a bull market. I just need to find where it's going to bounce. And right now I've got no evidence of anything to do anything yet, so I'm going to sit out. If you wanted to be a bear, you should have shorted on that pop and made your bear money. This is not the time to say, you know what, I think it's coming down, let me get in. If you get in here, either direction, you're going to fail. You're just going to fail. It's bad form to be the last person into a sell-off, especially. But because I'm afraid of what it can do, I'm out of the long. And as I'm talking right here, it's just violently bouncing in random spots. This liquidity pocket might hold, right? So I teach you guys, when the market turns irrational, when it should hold and then it falls through, don't be like, okay, let me get on the other side. You can, but it's better to just learn to take a loss and be cool with it. I will never flip-flop to the other side. Right? The smart thing is to wait. Now I can tell you guys flip flop the other side and y'all can blow up a bunch of eval accounts and make a lot of money selling some props on the reset fees, but I tell you guys the smart thing to do. Y'all should definitely just, you know, if you take a little bit of a hit and you're wrong, just be wrong. It shouldn't have broken. It shouldn't be weird. Things are looking better, but not good enough yet. So it's trying to hold. Maybe it can hold. Maybe it V's up. Who knows? The last thing I ever do is chase a short. And we also don't short below DD bands either. That's also another rule. Instead, let it fall. Just get out of the way. That's what I do. Almost Ferris bottom. Good trades off of P&L. It's all about if you followed your plan. That's right. That's right. You look at NVIDIA today, yeah? But control, right? I got in, got out. Losses are manageable. These all had 10 something thousand dollars in them a piece, so it's extremely manageable from here. Not that big of a deal. NVIDIA has supported MHP. Not the most common thing to break through MHP, but it did, so there is some pressure in NVIDIA to the bull side, at least NVIDIA went gamma positive, but nothing else is breaking to that degree of strength. Yeah, this looks pretty bad, guys. Catalyst active, it's falling, it's consolidating low, it can flush. It does look like it can flush. My strategy doesn't allow me to jump into it, but if it flushes, hey, I'm not losing. At least I'm on the wrong side of things. Knife catches anonymous meeting after this drop. Oh my god, it is. Maps went bullish. Yeah, liquidity maps are fine and bullish. It's just still bearish in NASDAQ, which is kind of the crummy thing. So we'll let NASDAQ die today. What's my confirmation? Confirmation would be that any one of these liquidity pockets can V up and bounce. The bigger, stronger bet to reverse this, if you are that kind of trader, is going to be this pocket or this band right here. So either one of these can be the play. What I like to do is I like to, like this first sell-off, I'm not going to play this one. I've decided to sit out of it. But if it does fall to here, to bet that the market stabilizes here would be a good bet. That's the play. So there's a lot of juice in this one. So let the opening flush. Let people spend. Let Europe, you know, handle this. Let people rotate whatever they're doing. Give the first couple hours just a break, right? That's what I do. Usually when it gets like this and that opening play fails out and we open below DD bands. Usually in boot camp I train you guys, when you open below DD bands, you sit out. Don't try to fight this. This is one of those rare days you just want to kind of like let it simmer, and then let it do its thing. Try not to lose your hat, and then just wait. Something good will come. Let Europe handle this. Let them have this. Let them figure this one out, and we're gonna chill. In the meantime, let's pop up some giveaways. Let's do something fun. Start out the day. Remember, the trick is to know when not to trade, and things are a little weird right now. Speaking of blue sky, just type that in as today's magic keyword. We got some launch accounts to give away, some ordered accounts to give away. I took my blue sky payout last night. I finally got signed up to Rise. That's why it took so long. I wasn't in their Rise system, so that took a minute to do for my payout. I did that yesterday, and then after I did it within an hour or so, the payout hit my account. So I got 8,100 bucks after the split. I've only been with those guys a little bit over a week, which is nice. Dead, market's dead. Now, one could technically long at this pocket. I'm going to wait for lower DD band on S&P. You know, I thought I was kind of excited that this bull market was coming back and looking a little better. Nope, not today. But not bag holding, not doing anything. Just take a small loss, walk away. And in my rules, irrational rules, we don't chase, we don't overtrade. I don't feel emotional. I don't feel a need to do anything. We're just gonna chill. Let it figure itself out. This could be one of those really big nasty sell-off days. Nasdaq has no support right here. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. VIX is above triple B, so the volatility's back. Let's look for bull zone support on the monthlies though. Let me see if there is any kind of bigger. Nothing here. Yeah, this is just normal. Big tech rotation. Nothing big, nothing crazy. Nasdaq here has nothing underneath but 29,000 support. So here a little bit ago, some of you guys are like, why not flip short? See, look, it is playing out a little bit. I don't have a pivot to trade from, so I don't. But the idea is I don't have to, every single movement is not capturable, right? I have a really solid strategy and I only trade when my strategy lines up to show. And because something's moving is not strong enough for me to want to do a move up. Like momentum traders try to find movement and join it. And I feel like if you join movement late, you're just flipping coins. So if I were just short at the start of the day and I fall through this, I'd feel more comfortable being in, but I don't like to be like the last person to a sell-off trade. Any moment, and I'm talking any moment, this thing just flips up and somebody decides to start buying, it just quickly resets back to the top. And so normally I only short or start shorting when the market is bearish with bear signals. This was a bull market that just had fallen apart. So those markets, I usually just, I take my small loss, get out of the way, and then I wait. Till tomorrow, till later today, till this afternoon, whatever. We wait. We wait, gentlemen and ladies. We wait for something better. But the trick is to know when you're wrong and get out of the way quick here. I got out of the way quick here. We are now 130 points lower, and I'm still out of the way, which is good. Now we're continuing to fall. I'm still out of the way. I'm not catching the knife. I'm not bag holding. And you'll learn, this is how I win tournaments. This is how I go live. This is how I completely crush it as a trader. I don't touch everything. I'm not like, ooh, what's this? What's that? What's this? When things are out, when things fall out of place, just, it's always cool to stay away. Just figure it out. Like, just stay away. Figure it out later. If we lose this yellow line, it's a flush. So again, right on the edge of continual death to this market. So bear signal would be if the DD ratio is less than half. Monthly maps are bearish or S&P is below MHP, which today S&P did break MHP, so now we're irrational to the downside. So now it's entered that kind of flush territory. It could flush out inside of here. This is a bull setup play from here. If one was like, I want to know where that bounce could be, that's the only place you look for it to bounce from. This place right here. All right. You guys ready for first giveaway? This trade, the one I did yesterday, the one that I did, I think like 11 out of 12 times yesterday it worked. Today, it didn't work. So it's a probabilities thing. Works most of the time, but when you lose it, then something that shouldn't happen happens. That's when you know the odds are against you and things are a little weird. Then you sit out and wait. Wait for things to be different. All right, guys. Our first giveaway, Blue Sky. Most of the time, when you have a bad trading day, all you ever do is tell yourself at the end of it, man, I wish it wouldn't have been as bad. I wish I would have taken that first loss and just stopped. Right? You look at it and everything looks just, you blow up everything by the end of the day and you're like, man, I wish I would have just stopped. I learned how to avoid quickly. Nobody can predict this all the time. I'm better than most, but I can't predict the stock market. I just know when things are doing what they shouldn't be doing, and then why try to guess from there? What's up? Another breach detect the subject line cut like a blade through my chest. Every dream I projected, now it's just numbers, it's never reset. Failing all these levels like I'm speed running lessons I don't get yet. Another breach detected, but I still hit by when they say disconnect. Screen glow on my cheekbones, coffee cold, but I'm locked in deep. 3 strikes, same week, same. So watch out today. Losing 75.46 is again another flush to green. Those of you that are like, man, I can't wait to grab the dip somewhere. You're waiting for like the lower dip. It'll be violent, but this is the one right here. This is the one I'd be looking for. Nasdaq has nothing underneath it. I don't know where this red line is still applicable now. Let me real quick go over here and check it out. Where's that come from? We're gonna chill. And it's still there, huh? Another breach check the subject line call like a blade through my chest. Every dream I projected, now it's just numbers that never reset. Failing all these levels like I'm speed running lessons I don't get yet. Another breach detected, but I still hit by when they say disconnect. All right, guys. First winner. Any chance there's a purple line nearby? On the S&P, it's going to be... Hold on. Maybe 20. I think it's like 60 something points, like 66 points, right? $68 from the top. So you're talking 16. Yeah, so Cat Active will be down here below the green line. Magara. Yeah, I'm gonna bag hold this. Cool. So right now, let me walk you guys through what we're doing here. Showing you guys some Blue Sky really quick. Blue Sky launch is very similar to MyFunded Rapid and TBT Pro, the 2 goated accounts out there in the space. The scores are very similar to each other. The difference is activation fee model. This is cheap to play. These are expensive to play. And this, you only pay activation fee when you pass. Okay. So say that if you play 5 accounts and then you pass. Okay, that's 250 plus 100 is 350. 5 accounts here is 550, right? So the difference is if you fail a lot, activation fee model, there's an activation fee model of the same goated accounts that we love. Activation fee type. So those of you that are having a hard time getting payouts, this is the firm we found that lines up with that kind of trader. 2 days to pass, build your buffer, and then same day payout. Same day payout, same day payout. No daily loss limit, no consistency on funded, same as the big guys. All the scores are green and yellow. Perfect. It's essentially the cheaper TPT. On the 50K, payouts are 2.5 every single day, which is really good for a $60 account. We're giving away 3 of those today. I think 3. Sorry, orbits today. All orbits? Yo, team, we talked about pivoting yesterday to launch. We'll do orbits. Okay. Orbit is Lucid Pro. Same thing. Orbit is 1 day pass, 3 day payouts. We got 5 orbits to give away. Sorry about that. Not one. My bad, y'all. I love that song. 1 day pass, then every 3 days at 40% consistency, you get a payout. No DLL. No consistency on the eval side, and it's 1 day pass and eval. Okay, all the scores are pretty much almost identical to Lucid Pro. So Blue Sky has some great products. That's why we like them. Are there 2 evals for Blue Sky? Yeah, that's the buffer part of funded. It's kind of like a second stage, but it basically just breaks the buffer out to be its own stage. Every other firm makes you build a buffer for you to get your payout. It's technically a hidden second stage. They just straight up tell you, here it is, here's that second stage, buffer phase. And so once you build your buffer and then you start making your payouts, your buffer balance is still sitting there. So what you work in that second phase is buffer you get to keep. Which is nice. So TBT, my funded, they all have buffer phase as well. They just don't call it. And the reason they separate it out is they let you reset at the beginning of that phase. With my funded and TPT, if you pass or you fail your funded, you have to reset the funded. And it's very expensive. And Blue Sky, you can also reset the funded. It's very expensive. But also in the buffer phase, you can reset while building the buffer. In the buffer phase of the other two, if you reset, you have to reset into the funded. It's very expensive. So these guys let you reset in the buffer for like 250 bucks. So in the middle, you can reset for much cheaper. That's a huge, huge dub for those guys. Cal. What I'm really good at, guys, is when markets are crashing out and being weird, I don't lose big. The trick to making a whole lot of money as a trader is to not lose big. So I'm not losing big. Anybody can make money, but it's an art form to lose small. When you're wrong and markets are being like crazy flush irrational, look at this. What's this? This is what, 4,000 bucks? Yeah, big deal. Win a lot, keep your losses small. Remember the flower incident? Don't remind me of the flower incident. I tried to forget that already. That's still traumatizing to me. Use your stop losses, kids, when you leave your computer. Is OBS dropping packets? Am I a little jittery? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not getting any kind of stream health warnings. No, sir. Not over here. Adrian Mellon. In real time. The key seems to be taking a small loss and waiting for the right trade. That's it. Like when you lose, the first thought you always have when you lose a trade. That's 3 of you guys. We'll pause and do 2 more in a little bit. I thought we'd have some launches to give away, but apparently just Orbits today. So let's pause for a minute. Hold on, my thing is like not updating. The first thought that you have when you take a loss is, man, I didn't want to lose. I want to win. So the first thing you thought is, okay, let me get in the winning trade. The first thought that you have when you take a loss to make another trade, learn to tell yourself not to have that thought. What do I do next? Right? After you take a loss, you're like, hey, what do I do next? Right? If you think like that, you're a loser. 100%. Loser trading. Never okay, what do I do next? There is no next. If you don't have a setup, don't ever force anything. Just be like, take an L and you're cool with it. The thing that kept me from being profitable the first couple of years was I lost and I didn't want to be wrong. I was like, I can't be wrong. I gotta turn this day green. Like, who cares if the day's green? Right? The only people that care if you make money is the IRS at the end of the year. The day doesn't mean anything. Nobody's gonna be like, what'd you do that one Tuesday? You weren't green that Tuesday? Why does a day matter? Why do you have to walk away today green? You have to feel good when you go to bed? Right? So the trick is you take a loss. Don't think, okay, what do I do next? There is no next. Like, once you take a win, you're not like, okay, what do I do next? So you're just gambling at that point. Where do I put my money now? Right? Take your loss, step away, look at the environment. You don't have to do anything next. You don't have to do anything next, right? Just wait for something different. Look for other opportunities. No hurry, right? I took my loss right here and look what I did. I've avoided another 40 points drop in the S&P. I've avoided another 200 points drop in the NASDAQ. I could have made it worse, right? But so I'm so quick to escape. I'm like a ninja. You gotta be ninja when you're trading. NASDAQ has no support. No support. Nothing to hold it. And I don't think it's going to bounce anywhere. Because trading is your entire identity. That's right. The problem is there's nothing really to play. Like NASDAQ has no pivots for us. S&P might have DD band support, but that's basically it. That's basically all we've got. Delta or DD, I might take a stab at that too. Yeah. One of the most powerful ways, keys to being a successful trader is not needing to be a successful trader. You don't need, yeah. Money will come. The trick is to not lose a lot. And the market shouldn't have plowed through liquidity pocket and liquidity pocket without holding. The fact that it isn't just alerts me, okay, something's off today. When something's off today, then why try to fight it? The ego of having to be right is the thing that kills most people. You know? And that's why I love this conversation. People say, well, if you know it's going to go down, why not just go short? Right. Right? I don't know it's going to go down. That's the thing. If I knew it was going to go down, I would have shorted at the top. You don't know it's going to go down until you see it already moving. You would jump in at the end. While it might have paid off today, more often than not, chasing the low is a recipe for a loss. The one day it does work, it's like confirmation bias. You'll try it again the next time. For the most part, days like this, find a bottom somewhere and then bounce pretty hard. You just have no clue where it's going to be. This is like the last resort pivot we have for there to be a possible bounce, but that's it. Today there's going to be a pretty solid, I'm going to guess there's going to be probably a bounce from here to here, but if it's selling off, it's going to die there. If we get lucky and break through this yellow line and bounce through there, there could be a play, but that's, you know, it's all resistance today. Everything's flipped the script on us, which kind of sucks. Bottom hunter, Iran more news? Yeah, maybe. What's the red line again? So this is a pivot. Let me get it real quick. The red line is an illiquidity pivot. It's based on a rebalancing of an upward move. Oops. Let me show you. I keep history of them on my chart. It's created on a certain day. Let's go back to whatever day that was. It's the imbalance of this day. Oops. So this big bull day, it's a pivot that's created off of that. I teach it in the boot camp. But these two pivots are going to be high volume when we get to them, like larger, sort of like the bull move we had about a month ago. Supports here. So this is like month-long support. That the big bull wave that pushed us up has support here and has support here. So it could be a possible area to bounce the bigger play up. It's always gonna be a high volume pivot when you get there. So those of you are like, I'm bottom fishing, I need a dip to buy. There's your dip in NASDAQ. There's your dip in S&P. Good luck to that. I'll hit it with a micro or two. But that's it. Looks like the mirror image yesterday down. Oh yeah, 100%. The Varus zone settings, I don't have it on my chart. They're still trying to build it so we can get it. I'd love to have Varus, man. That'd be fun. Check it out. Time to chillax. Somebody says take the money and chillax. We even got somebody's name in here. Take the money and chillax. Just wait. An opportunity always comes out. There have been many a times when I start off the day red and I end up the day fully green. Got nothing to play on here just yet. Next gen code reset valid. I think if you bought the accounts yesterday, I think you could still use the code reset. Indefinitely. I don't know. Mods, you guys know? If you buy the next gen free reset account during the sale, can you free reset that one indefinitely, or does the reset code also expire on the same day? That's the real question. I don't know the answer to that. What I like to do here is I like to scroll through some of the bigger companies to see if anybody has a support nearby. I can close into a pivot, like Apple has a pocket or something. So far, the bigs looking bad. Meta's looking okay, but no support. Microsoft is resistance here. AVGO, just like the Nasdaq, has no support. Oh, yeah, this can turn into probably one of the worst days we've seen in a while. But that's cool though. Because the best part is if, and like the market's moving up and I'm like winning, and then, you know, the market dies and then I take the small loss and the market dies. This is the thing that you always want to pride yourself in, right? Let me just load up an hourly chart here and walk you through something, right? If the times the market dies, like if this is a day that dies too, you never see me blow my shit up on days like this. It's usually like something like this. Oh man, I took a small loss. The market's just dead. You always want to, like, you know, because like when markets are trading like this, it's really hard to lose big because the market doesn't move big. And so the days the market moves big, you could win big, but when you lose and you lose small, always take pride in that. If you look back at your P&L and like this day and this day and this day and this day, you manage to just only have small losses on days like that. Take pride in that because that's good. It's rare that markets to chop around and like that, but you don't want to be the kind of person that when the market flushes, you flush with it, right? You can see the shit swirling in the toilet. Just be like, all right, I'm a. You walk in, you open the stall. There's a junkie in there shooting heroin up. You're like, you know what? This looks a little dangerous. I'm gonna get over here really quick. You know, do your thing, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you don't want to be. Oh wait, we need to get SpaceX in the. We didn't get it in the pool today. Let me hold on. I need to put SpaceX on the list of calls. We didn't call it for liquidity map today. It's supposed to be added to the Nasdaq, but it might only be there tomorrow. So, all right, here's our final dip. Should we play it here? What do y'all think? Oh yeah, what was the answer to that reset question? But you can only reset during the time the promotion is active? Okay. Okay. So you can't reset indefinitely then. But the reset code is ended. Okay. 129, 175. Yeah, let me see really quick because my stuff had disappeared. Yeah, it is. It is there. Right there. 175. Watching this market die. Waiting from the sidelines. Okay, here. Possible support. Choppy possible support. Dangerous with cat active to play that though, so be careful. We always tell you guys, right, when Nasdaq or S&P opens below the steady band, the market just can die very rapidly. Don't try to be a hero here. It's pretty random. It might just keep trading lower all day, but at some point in the day, it can just be some rocket ship to the upside. Does Japan hiking rates have a big impact on today? Yeah, not in our market. Japanese traders will likely be trading our market. There'll be a little bit of selling pressure, maybe, on a rate hike. You know, selling all their things. And Japanese investors might be selling our stock, but it's not a lot, and they're in bed right now. It would have been last night. The downside pressure from last night could have been from that, but not today. So currently with NextGen, we're running a 50% activation fee with score 50 and 65% off their straight to fundeds with score 65. That's the code, okay. That is with NextGen. So the eval, the free reset deal is over with those guys. But when they have it, you got to jump on it when they do it. They take a sell on NOS. No. I flattened out. I bought at the open with the positive resilience, so when everything went to shit, I just closed down and got out of the way. Actually, I bought one mini, and then when it bounced there, I switched it to 5 micros and it fell to there. I closed out the 3 and then closed out the 1 and then got out of the way. So let's see what happens this lower DD band. Let's play it. Let's have some fun with this one. When it flushes, it'll flush quick, so be careful. We'll see what the allowed overshoot on this one's gonna be. Let me see if I've got 54, 47. It's not even that volatile. That's the crazy part. We're not collapsing really hard. So I think 15 points total of overshoot is good. It's good enough to last. ARB is actually pretty stable as well. So down to like 15, I would say. Probably about right. That's about right. So I'll play a couple micros. 15 is an exit. I'll put like 1 micro there. I'll put like maybe 3 micros there for 4 to play a. Actually, no. I'll stage do it. I'll buy 1, 1, 1, and 1. I'll just play a wide sweeping range in case it flushes. And this will lose like $500 if I'm wrong, and I'll do it in just 1 account. Just 1 account. That's it. And then the bet is that we go from here to there. And I'll exit out there. And of course, anything that breaks through this is a clear path to that. So this is 1, this is 2. 2 different setups. I don't hold through the yellow. And we wait. How's you guys' day? See, we wait, we talk, we have fun. Let's go SpaceX with the NASDAQ. Not because of SpaceX with the NASDAQ. Everything's selling today. That's not just SpaceX. All your big tech is actually open up bearish today. It's weird because the monthly map in NASDAQ has been bearish and the S&P has been bullish. SpaceX may be selling, but it's not the reason. I don't know how hard it's selling. Let's look at it real quick. Everything's pulling back today, not just SpaceX. Nvidia's down. Microsoft is up. Oops. That is up. Amazon is down. I remember that. But it did gap up. Apple gapped up and is trading down. Just a lot of rotation in tech stuff today. For your eval, no, if you win the giveaway, you have to go to prop score. Look, there's instructions in the pinned comment. If you guys don't sign up at prop score, you can't join our giveaways. That's the rule. So there's a free account. It only takes a minute to sign up. It's pinned. You must sign up for prop score, and then you have to go to the claim your win channel on the Discord, and they're gonna make you sign up to have your account to get your prize. Yeah. So just go to the Discord, but not Slacks. No, he doesn't work for prop score. Slacks is the rocket scooter stuff. Prop score has its own Discord and everything. The giveaways are all prop score stuff. Good morning, just getting here. What's up, Trading Mindset? We flushed out opening below lower DD band, Catalyst active NASDAQ. Took a tiny loss in 3 accounts out of all of them, and then I'm just chilling. Just chilling and waiting. Buy some leaps in your cash account. Things turn around. Be kind of nice. Can I explain the drawings in the S&P? What I've drawn are setups that I want to take. Trade setup 1, trade setup 2. That's all I'm doing here. Hold on, I'm gonna organize this and I'm gonna get a different. Okay, I'm gonna load up my account in order of where I want to trade. I can't find the one I wanted to trade. There's that one, there's this one. There it is. Nope. Nope. Yep. And then perfect. All right. I'm gonna get a fresh account that I haven't traded yet. Oh shit, there it is, there it is. Ah! Which one is it? Which one are you? You. I haven't done you yet. Okay, that's where I wanted to try this one. Let me wait a minute. So this is a fresh one. So remember, I rotate my accounts. This is one I haven't traded yet. I'm gonna get the ones that have the most fat and play those first. That one I haven't traded yet. This one's next. This one's next. This one's next. Okay. So I'm ready to go to make one more attempt. Market dying today, man. We need a whoosh fan. I know. Can I get myself MES? Micros only today, y'all. Don't even need to do something crazy. Just micros only. This lower band is a really solid play with this being strong as it is as support. I'm not going to chase from here though, although I did kind of miss that out. It dipped too quick. I do want to make sure I play around the pivot. So let me detail what I'm going to do. I'm going to trade this with 4 micros. And I'm going to spread out the bet. I'm not even going to go in heavy. I'm just going to spread out the bet in the volatile range. I'm going to do 1 right here. And I'm going to trade a total of 20 points lower. I'm going to give it a little bit more fat. So every 5 points, I'm going to add a micro. And just build a position inside of here. And I'm going to actually stop at 7,500 instead of there. I'm going to give it a little, I'm going to give it double my normal stop and half my normal position. Or something like this. 7,500 stop. So 4 micros across the 20-point range is barely a couple $100 a loss. So that'll be nice as a stab. And if it does bounce, it bounces pretty big. So the move could be solid. It's a 1-to-1 trade through here. But if the market does bounce, it does bounce pretty substantially. And again, I'm kind of missed the entry here on the first entry. But I don't chase the green when it's volatile to try to say, oops, I'm gonna miss out. Let me get the red I want to get. Is cat active on the yes? No, the catalyst active is right here on the other side of my stop. I think 16 is the cat active on that S&P. So about right there. So that's really the edge. That's why I'm gonna trade on the edge here. Just give me that one red flush candle, that good one. Just give me a good flush to here. I can build a little position. I got micros loaded up. Remember, just micros. That's all you really need. Big trade like this, big day. Which prop firm would I say the best? The top 3 right now are TPT, My Fund and Futures, and Blue Sky. The same day payout launch account for Blue Sky, TPT Pro, My Fund and Futures Rapid are the goat of goats. Those accounts have no equal, and they are the best payout for the price, the quickest path to payout, 1-day payout, no DLL, God-given accounts. Right now, you should be trading one of those 3 accounts if you trade props. And if you're not, you're missing out on what is a golden age of that type of account. Who knows if that type of account will still be around always. It's been around for like a year. Same day payout. Essentially, you pass your eval in 2 days, and then day 3 you get a payout, and day 4 you get a payout, and day 5 you get a payout. It's the closest experience you have to a real trading account in props, which is kind of nice. So, I was fiddling around with arranging my accounts. I didn't get an entry on this one. Looking bullish now. Somebody said, there is a little bit of recovery here, but it's not, the indicators haven't flipped bullish yet. On our side, the exception is arbitrage is positive on S&P, which is the one good sign we do have. Yes, sir. I don't disagree. Boom, 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 boom. You know, maybe be nice. Maybe a 2 range break. One here, one there. Maybe like that. A lot of times these markets will trap you a second time before it works. This was not volatile selling, by the way. This was actual, just slow-paced selling of the stock market. So huge rotation, and now you can feel that bull pressure coming back in. I am missing the entry point, but that's all right. Matt, have people you know for a while treat you differently as you become wealthy? Oh, dude. Yeah, like like I've had people that like in my younger years would talk shit, you know, like just over stupid reasons about whatever, about everything that I wasn't cool with. And all of a sudden I go to Facebook and they're like, hey bro, man, I see you're a trader, man. How's life going? I'm like, you were a fucking cokehead in high school, dude. Like, and you were an asshole to everybody. I had some dude in high school reach out, want to hang out and stuff. But in general, no, other than that, I think people that I knew before I was wealthy, I don't really hang out. I've like cycled through friends so many times in life as I've evolved. I've met new people. I've evolved and met new people. All of my friends have been like phases, right? Close friends from my childhood, I don't have any, not a single one. Everyone's moved on to bigger, greater things. My high school friends, my nerdy friends, the ones I made the chess club with, and valedictorian math club friends, they're all doing great things. We don't ever see each other because they all moved away. And when I was an engineer and I had like this group of social club we all joined, or they all joined. I just knew one of the guys in it, so he'd sneak me in all the events. So I met like this huge super group of people in my 30s. They were all pretty nice and chill. They wouldn't care about anything like this. They're all well-off folks. And then they all sort of, that group disintegrated as everybody grew up and got married and moved on. And then, but I think like these days, all my friends are wealthy and wealthier than I am. So it's not a conversation topic, you know? So but when I went to my high school reunion, it was not a weird experience because I think everybody in high school was like, so what are you doing these days, Matt? And then I tell them, they're like, yeah, we figured you'd be doing something big and crazy and making a lot of money. You were the most likely to succeed from our school. So I think everybody, for the most part, from my old years when I was younger, or my younger years, like had that same impression of me when I was younger. And in high school, I was a man, dude. In high school, I was like, I like to consider myself a mixture. You know, like if you watch Saved by the Bell, right? I was a mix of Screech with the charisma of Zach Morris. I could get away with a lot of stuff. I did a lot of shenanigans. One time I protested against the theater department by starting a theater department of my own and convincing all the actors to be in a play that we were going to run and have them boycott the other one. Stupid shit like this would be on an episode of Saved by the Bell. All the millennials out there are like, remember watching this show. I started a fake chess club so that we can leave school and go to Taco Bell. You know, like G-rated shenanigans, you know, it'd be like a Disney Channel movie. Yeah, our fake theater club was called Tagoo, Theater Gods of the Universe. Why we came up with that name, I don't know, but that we were protesting against the theater arts department. The teacher was casting her favorite person who was really bad for some role into a role that someone else should be casted. So we're like, fuck it, we'll start our own department. And like, that's the kind of stuff we did. But also my little brother was the star athlete of our high school. He was a pro baseball player. So my little brother was friends with all the jocks and preps and preppy kids and called them preps, you know, all the cheerleaders, all the whatever. And then I was like the captain of all the clubs most likely to succeed. So the combination between my brother and I, we got invited to every party. He was like my in with the cool kids. I was like his in with the smart kids. So we had all our bases covered. So I was like the one freaky weird kid with long hair and you know, death metal t-shirts that would go to like the jock prep parties, but also because I sold them weed and cigarettes and they liked me for that too. But that's another story. And I was also captain of the math club in high school at the same time. So people thought I was, you know, I was cool, but I was also a nerd. I did. I was my high school's small time weed dealer. I also was a, you know, winning computer science tournaments and, you know, captain active in the decathlon team, all that stuff. High school pick now. I have to go to my yearbook and find it. I showed you guys that one picture of me in junior high when I had like long hair and an 9-inch Jails t-shirt. Remember that? You hate those losers. The guy who fought with you and went to the principal for a nosebleed, send you a LinkedIn message asking if you can help him get a job. Dude, I know, right? It seems like, you know, people are assholes when they're kids. They're assholes when they grow up. And so they don't get ahead in life because they realize too late that you have to get people to like you to get ahead in life. You can't just, you know, cool your way into a job. People want people that they like. And so, yeah. Like that one guy was, I think the one that reached out to me was wanting me to, you know what I mean? Help him hustle and make some money or whatever. I was like, nah, bro, you're fucking cokehead. High school, you were a dick to everybody. Long hair, don't care. I'll have to get some pictures for you guys. Missed CD banned by a tick. Yeah, not unfortunate as what it was. I would have grabbed a micro anyways, would only been about 50 or 100 bucks worth of P&L anyways. But maybe it'll stabilize here. This is where we want it to hold. Arbitrage is positive S&P, still negative NASDAQ. All your resiliences are negative in NASDAQ, which isn't good. But these days, like most of the people I hang out with are people I've met in my older years. And like my main group of friends I hang out with, they're all like engineers and stuff still. Most of them work at like Chevron. They work at like the big oil companies. So they're all like really smart, really funny. They're all very, you know, very well off. Oil companies pay everybody very well. They all do well for themselves. So wealth isn't like a conversation topic for most successful adults, especially like, then we have like our social friends, the people that we hang out with, like that are like we go out to like events and car shows and parties and dinners and, you know, somebody's birthday, this person's birthday, and all those people are like stupid wealthy. Like one of my friends is a doctor and owns like a dozen ER clinics. Another friend's my doctor owns like 10 more ER clinics. They all, so like wealth's not a topic of conversation. Mostly people talk about what it is they're building. My friend, the guy with the tank, just bought an airplane hangar, and then he's decking out the back part of it to turn it into a bros hangout, like a little cigar lounge for us to go out there. And he also said I can park my new Ferrari there if I want to, because I don't have a place to put it. So I might get to put my car next to 2 of his airplanes for a little bit till I get another house with a bigger garage. It's IDOC's fault. I had FOMO because she has my well, we're both in the Ferrari club, but she's the only one with the Ferrari right now. I bought it, but I FOMO. Always drive up, he's like, where's your car? I was like, oh, I have the Aston Martin over there. You should get a Ferrari, dude. I'm like, all right, yeah. I've been wanting to get one for a while. All your friends these days are parents of your kids? Oh, yeah. What did I enter for your 100K challenge earlier today? I entered right here. From there to there. That's it. I just made that trade right there. Who would have expected this day to be a big flush day? Will it smell like cigars? Well, the hangar, it has like, so the airplane hangar has a like a little house in the back. Or like a lounge. So he's decking it out to be like a clubhouse for the boys. That'll be fun. A Ferrari with 2 planes and a tank. Yeah, except the tank isn't there though. But yeah. So yeah, what I found is that when I do meet people, a lot of I don't know, I don't think people do treat me differently though. Probably because like I networked up, right? So all of my friends are insanely much more successful than I am. So I'm kind of like admiring their success, right? Which is kind of where you always want to be. Like in life, you always want to network up. You never want to be the person that's the leader of the pack. You always want to be someone that has people to look up to. You know, I think that's kind of how I've been. As I've grown older and become more established, you start meeting other people, right? So some of our, like for instance, right now we're building the Pilates studio. And so who do we call? Well, one of our friends owns a commercial construction company. He's also a Ferrari owner, right? And so this guy, we know him from the club. We also hung out with us on 4th of July. So they're like, we have friends of ours that own companies. So if we need something, all of our friends, this guy owns this company, this guy owns that company, this guy owns that company. So like the circle you hang out with are people that can, you know, they're bidding on our project right now and trying to get us a good deal and trying to, you know. So I've always found it very important, especially as an entrepreneur, especially somebody that invests in a lot of things and builds a lot of things, to always be trying to meet people who are above your own pay grade. Because it always helps you out in the end to know people. And if you are the strongest, like, you know, animal of the pack, all the doors around you are closed because the people you hang out with aren't people that can get you ahead. So it's good to have friends that like you have that are friends that are close. Now, my social friends aren't the people that are gonna like babysit my kids or anything. But they certainly are the people when I'm like, hey, you know, one of my friends is a club owner and the guy that built his club is another person that bid on our project, you know, another person that just, you know, and we know of. These aren't the people that are, you know, coming over for steak night, but these are the guys that, you know, they ask us if they need something, we can help them, vice versa. It's good to have like close friends and then connection friends, right? Good to have both. Networking is key in life. So like an example is like, okay, we need to build this facility. And it's like, well, I got 3 or 4 people I can call before I just start Craigslisting people, you know? And then everybody that knows somebody. So we got to answer. That's a long story answer to your question that people start treating me much differently. I think I've abandoned the people that would have treated me differently. As I grew, I found a desire to be around like-minded people and people that were more advanced than I was. And so I did keep in touch. In high school, I wasn't really social. I wasn't really close to a lot of people. I was just social. So I was friends with everybody, but not really friends with anybody. You know what I mean? Everyone knew who I was, knew who my brother was. We were kind of like the famous kids at our school. But like, I didn't really have like a best friend. I had a girlfriend and I had some buddies that we did theater together and we hung out a lot. But like, I wouldn't say that immediately went to college. I abandoned all those people and had college friends. And then after college, I abandoned all those people and then I had work friends. Because I think in Houston especially, it's a commuter city. So people like come and go. Nobody's still here. Everybody, everybody from engineering school moved to all kind of different places. I talked to one of my friends from engineering school the other day on Facebook. She had like a medical thing, and I was like sending my love and thoughts, and she's in Florida. So everybody I went to school with just moved different places. And yeah, the green lines are where we're going to put a micro on the trade. Yeah. I still need some welding at some point. We might need some welding. How did I feel just before becoming successful in trading? Did I know I was right around the corner? So I didn't know I was successful at trading until I was already successful in trading for like a year or so. It's not like you wake up one day and go, I'm totally successful. I'm doing it. I woke up one morning and I looked back in time and said, I've been doing very well this last year. I think I can do this. It's not like there's a day where it's like, yesterday was it. This is it. I can do this. It's like, it's such a small transition. You don't notice you're there until you're there for a while. With you guys, it's much easier to like quantify that because you can say, oh, I've taken like 5 or 6 payouts and I only put like this much in, so I'm successful this month. You have like a milestone. I didn't have any kind of milestone. My milestone was I don't have any money to pay my bills. I got a little bit of money coming in to trade, and I'm barely living it. You know, I'm barely making it. I'm working part-time or working as a contract job and have some money. Now I'm trading, I'm paying bills, and I'm living on the fringe for a whole year. After a year went by, I realized I was no longer living on the fringe. Sometimes I would go out and I'd look at my bank account. Oh, there's more money in it. Cool. Sometimes I'd go out and I'm like, let me get 2 of these because I got extra money. Like I just started feeling like, okay, the pressure's off. I started feeling like, so at some point I look back and I go, I do have enough money to pay bills for a while, and I have a few windfalls. I got enough saved up, and I guess I have been succeeding at this year. And of course, whenever you file your taxes is also kind of that milestone that really tells you. So in my day, it was like after a year of doing okay, I was like, I think I've been doing good this year, right? There wasn't a clean break. That's what you're asking. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it worked. I just kind of looked at things and I'm like, I'm not losing money as fast as I was. I seem to be accumulating money. It feels different. Like, see, like right now, like if I went to a store and there's a pair of shoes I liked, I'll actually buy 2 of those pairs of shoes so I can have backup just in case the first ones get scuffed up or dirty. And also I'll buy them in every other color. And also I buy a backup in every other color too. I'll come up with 8 pairs of shoes without even thinking about it because I like one of them. Back in the day, I might go in there and say, ooh, I don't know if I can afford these, right? So the difference between A and B is that you feel different when you're shopping. You know, remember I bought a pair of glasses and I tells the story that I bought a second pair just because if I find something I like, I always buy 2 of them so I can have a backup in case I lose the first one or it breaks. Right? It's just a different feeling when you go shopping. The example is I had a different feeling when I was buying groceries. You know what? Let me get the prime today. I can afford the prime steak today. A little more expensive, but I got some money. So as you're spending money or living your life, you start to feel like there's less pressure to prevent you from spending more. And that's when I started realizing, I feel like I'm ahead now. This is kind of cool. And it was such a slow transition. It didn't have that effect, right? Of just like, oh, this is the day I'm going to do it. So I like to say, like, I think I became profitable, if you were to pick a hard date, maybe 3 years in, but I didn't consider myself profitable enough to go full-time until 5 years in. So probably in those 2 years of those transitional years was me saying, I am doing okay with this, but I don't know if I'm there yet. But then at some point I was like, man, I know I'm here. I think now I'm going to take the shot and go for it full time. And so, I lived in those 5 years, I lived with no abundance, by the way. I lived with a $600 a month apartment. There's a little 2-bedroom apartment in the boonies near the plants because I had that apartment when I was an engineer. It had a sliding glass door for a tiny little balcony with the trailer park shutters, you know, the ones that like hung from the ceiling and did this and they flapped around. No big screen TV. I still had a box TV, no plasma screen, nothing. Had a nice computer, a little office. I drove at that time, it was a Honda Civic. It was my brother's Honda Civic from college because I wrecked mine. It was like a 1990 Honda Civic, and this was 2008. It was almost a 20-year car. So I had nothing bills, and I had no money. And every dollar I had extra after my bills was to put into trading, try to learn it. And I had a little gaming station in my living room next to my dining room next to my living room, where normally a dining table would go in this tiny little apartment. I put up a table and an Xbox 360, and I'd be playing Halo. Just because that's what I did for entertainment, because I didn't have money to do anything. And I lived in the plants area, so I didn't have any friends in that city. That's not like a social city. It was like way out in the boony burbs. Prime steak feels somewhere good. No more scarcity mindset. Yeah, like it was kind of the thing. Like I remember like there being a couple of times when I would go somewhere and do something and I wasn't being as conscious about money. Like my brain had become accustomed to having a little excess, and therefore I was starting to feel more comfortable making that transition, that decision. Like, okay, I think I'm here now. But it wasn't a night or day thing. And the transition actually didn't come from me making a whole lot of money. It came from me not losing it as fast as I was. Like the money that I had that was there, a month later, there was a little bit more there. And a month later, there was a little bit more there as the months would go by. And I realized I just wasn't losing the money I had. And then that's where the abundance feeling came from. It wasn't from making windfalls that made me feel abundant. I had already made a windfall. And I made my big windfall in the oil crash. That's really what tipped me over the edge to go full time. But before that, I was already feeling successful. The oil crash a decade ago, when oil fell from 130, 140 bucks to $26. That was the tipping point that said, yep, I'm going for it. Before that, I was still ready to go for it, but it was a very slow transition. The green lines are where I wanted to buy. Yeah, that's where I wanted to be long. I wanted to build a position around this overshoot, around this catalyst. So I didn't miss the entry. I was going to put literally 1 micro there. I missed it. I was busy fumbling with my accounts. Trade number 2 is if we break through yellow, and that can trade all the way through this illiquidity pocket back to here. And every single time, like when I started my first business and my second business and my third business, it was always that scarcity mindset again. It's like, okay, now I've got a windfall. Now I've got everything set up, but let me take everything I've made and risk most of it to start over to grow faster, and then risk that again to start over to grow faster. And now it's like, you know, repeating that scarcity sort of mindset and repeating that repeating that sort of, let me start over with nothing. Let me take what I've done and risk losing it all again to start over again. I've made that decision multiple times, building everything I've built. So it wasn't like, you know, like when I built Rocket Scooter, you know, I tied up a lot of my liquid wealth into that. When I built, you know, whatever. Now I'm at the phase where I don't tie up my liquid wealth in building a new project. I have enough left over to no longer feel scarcity. You know, IDOC and I are about to drop about 400K on construction costs in this new studio. I'm just gonna write a check for it and not have to change my status. And that's why I took the risks 20 years ago to be like this. You know? And was it worth it? I think it's worth it. I think struggling in my younger years was worth the character development even that came with it. I think it changed me to be a really good person, a very fearless person that takes risk, a person that doesn't take bullshit from people, makes me a good human, makes me a good partner, makes me a good dad. I think that kind of trek made me to the better person that I would have otherwise never been if I just rotted away in a cubicle doing a good job and taking a paycheck. I would have just been good at what I did and had no aspirations to change. I think it made me a better person. So I don't regret a single minute of all the risks I ever took. Iron Pigeon says, struggling with addiction recovery and mental health, not to mention Steven Johnson syndrome and paralysis, is literally learning to walk again. And when you have a shitty attitude, you're toxic for your family. When you put out good energy, believe in yourself, things didn't fall in place. Yeah, manifesting is such a powerful mindset. Manifest whatever you want. You have to align your mindset because it creates good energy for you and other people reflect in that good energy. And manifesting will open doors because you won't push away people from your negative energy who have the ability to help you in your situation. That's why that law of attraction thing works. You always want to emanate the energy that you want to attract, because you'll meet that one person that can help you out in the bind that you're in. If you're an asshole, they're going to look at you and turn away. You've been doing this for 20 years? I've been an entrepreneur since about 7 years. Sorry, not 7. Since 2015. 2015 is when I went full-time trading. I started trading in 2010. 2015 is when I went full-time, so it's been like 11 years full-time trading. At the same year, I started my first business. So it's been like 11 years. I look like I'm 25. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thanks for all you do. Your personal account's up 42% in 2 months. Dude, that's very, very, very nice. That's very good. Very good to hear that. What are my 2 levels below the low? These are this is a very strong resistance pivot. This is a really strong support pivot. Both of these things are going to be very, very, very violent if we touch them. I have them marked, and if it falls from here, I'm not gonna trade any further. They're just old pivots. Usually when you long into a yellow, you're gonna cut out. Usually when you bounce your red, you're likely gonna buy. So it's sort of with them stacked on top of each other, it's sort of like one of those maybe avoided things. You see how, like, so even today, right, I took my small loss. I'm telling you guys stories, and I haven't bag hold any further. I'm not seeing this green. I'm like, hey, let me all in long this. I'm gonna make my money back. I've got no feelings, no urges, no addictions. I have marked what I wanted to do, and I'm gonna wait for it. I've learned that waiting for what you want is the secret to this. There's a high probability I'll walk away green today. But I have to wait for it. Wait, your real business? Wait, I missed your... A TV VCR computer repair shop. Started on a shoestring budget. Paid $300 a month for shop rent. Charged 60 minutes to fix stuff. About 6-7K a month. Bro, $300 a month for shop rent? Did you start this business like in the 80s? Oh, I remember the days when rent was 300 bucks. The rent for our Pilates studio is over 10,000 a month. That's a good business, dude. At least as a time VCR repair. These people that know how to clean their own heads on the VCR, I bet you made a fortune with very low overhead doing that. Just clean the hair and shit out of their VCR. People are dumb. They wouldn't know how to do it. That's a cash cow right there. Everybody had VCR in the 80s and 90s. They take 10K a month, 10K rent per month. Yeah, our location is 10K. Our first location, but it's a flagship location. Our second and third, we're gonna try to get it close to 6K, make them smaller. But this one, this particular first studio that we're opening up is to be a flagship. It's bigger. It's in a prime location. It's designed to start the brand awareness campaign. It's in the hottest intersection in Houston for fitness. So it's not going to be a massive profitability machine. The other ones are going to be, we're going to try to build hype with it. But its visibility is unmatched. It's what you're paying for. What makes me want to do this and help people learn day trading? I honestly enjoy trading with people, alongside people, because it makes it less stressful. It makes it more fun. I'm naturally an actor as a kid, so I like being an entertainer. I like being in front of people. I'd be a stand-up comedian if I could, telling stories, getting paid for it. I also enjoy the idea that, maybe it's ego, I don't know, but I enjoy the idea that you guys go out there and win trading tournaments and you crush it, and you guys are telling me somebody's 40% on their personal account. It makes me feel like I'm better at this than every other streamer and YouTuber and Discord seller. So in a competitive sense, me doing this and y'all doing well makes me feel like I'm winning. Well, I do, and I also it just is such a cool feeling. Like what inspires a chef to cook? Is it the love of food? Yes, but is it also the love of seeing people smile when they eat your food? You know, that's like your dopamine fix. And every single time there's a trading tournament and one of our guys goes out there and wins it, I'm like a proud dad, you know. It's that parental instinct, I think, to pass on knowledge. Most men have it, and maybe women too, but it's a man thing. Men have this, I don't know the hormones or whatever that create this urge, but men have this desire to leave a legacy behind for the younger generation. It's how we all are wired. Most of us manifest that with our kids. Like you raise your kid, you want them to be like you, you show them your hobbies, you show them your skills, you train them to be like you were. It's like everyone wants to leave a legacy, and I feel like my urge is that. I want, like, when I die, there's textbooks written about our gamma exposure technology, and it's the new thing everyone's using forever as a trader or whatever. Where's my studio gonna be? Yo, Nazi, what's up? It's gonna be on I-10 in Montrose. Studemont. Around the corner. It's one of the busiest intersections in Houston for traffic, like leaving and entering the city. You're close to there? Cool, man. It's a good area. It's like northern Montrose, Southern Heights. It's like the perfect location. Recommend some partnerships with smoking hot fitness people. Get that social media fired up in marketing. Yeah, we're getting ready for it. Okay, so look, we got the second bounce here, S&P. I'm being very patient. I'm not jumping in just yet, but I did want to build around here. Let's see how this last hour plays out. And if this hour stabilizes inside of here, then the next hour or two can recover. I hate days that fall, consolidate low, and continue to fall. Usually that's less likely to return to highs. Since it didn't just fall violently to here, it's sort of stabilized and then fell somewhere. A lot of times that's that can lead to like less likely chance of Ving all the way back up because it found liquidity and then it fell again. Businesses I have outside of this, I don't talk a lot about the businesses I have. The only really one I share is the one we're building now because we're actually very public with it. I do a lot of angel investing, clubs, restaurants, hospitals, things like that. Have you ever tried doing a comedy set for fun? Like an open mic night? I don't know, man. The audience would have to be like really nerdy to understand like physics and science jokes. I don't know. I don't know if I could carry an audience that would probably just like think it was too nerdy for their taste. It'd be kind of fun though. Matt, you're much better. This is the third stream you follow and the first time the market makes sense. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So I'm saying I really enjoy, honestly, and also like streaming is also a business. So like it's not like I don't not enjoy making a ton of money from streaming as well. But it's, you know, the idea that I also love it, to do it for 10 years is because I actually love doing it. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun watching the stream get bigger every week. It's fun meeting new people, getting a bigger audience every week. It's just fun. It's just another thing that's fun to do. You go to Equinox in Houston? Yeah, dude, that's actually not too far. Equinox and River Oaks. So we're like 10, you know, Trimble is like, it's like reformer Pilates inspired fitness for athletes sort of thing. It's like a hybrid of Pilates and resistance training. For guys and girls. Kind of like Solid Core in a way. If you've ever been there, it's kind of similar, intense Pilates inspired fitness thing. But it'll be fun. because we're gonna open it. We're gonna open a bunch of them. The goal is 3, but we've been talking maybe 5. If it's we don't. The thing is that we don't know how long the trend is gonna be there. So, you know, we're gonna step into it 3, and then maybe 2 more, then maybe 2 more in Austin, sort of thing. Men pass knowledge, he said. Women pass feelings. Oh, from the comment from earlier. Yeah, it's like women like to pass the like experience, like internal experience that you have, emotionally managing things. Natural instinct of most guys is to pass utility experience, like how something works, how to do this. I like it. I think it makes, like I said, it makes me like a proud dad. I'm like a proud dad to you guys. Can we get a thermodynamics lesson? Yeah, pick your topic. What would you like to know about thermo? Let's go. I got all day. We're gonna talk about fugacity, entropy, partial molar properties and solutions. Can we trust atoms? Why can't we trust atoms? Oh, I don't know. What's the punchline? What would I say to my 25, 27-year-old you if you could talk to them for a moment? I'm 27, by the way, very inspired by your story. I would tell my 27-year-old self that you're never going to be a Halo 3 professional, so don't waste so much time practicing. No, I'm just kidding. Probably at that time, if I were to go back and say anything to myself, I would tell myself to push harder. I feel like in hindsight, I wasn't as brave as I am now when I got started with stuff. I was such a, you know, spoon-fed kid, like, you're gonna be so successful, you're gonna be this, you're gonna be that I was kind of scared to take risks early on. And I was too cautious. I should have just been like, Matt, trust yourself, bro. You're so smart, you can get out of any situation. Go broke if you have to, be homeless if you have to, give up everything to chase your dreams. You'll be fine in the end. I would have told myself to not be as afraid to be aggressive. Now I'm aggressive. Every time I take a stab at something, I'm like, let's go. I can lose everything and I'll be fine in a year. I'll bounce back. Like, I know I bounce back because I've had so much practice taking risk, tying up liquid wealth, you know, to build something and then holding my breath until it works out. Now I'm okay with doing it. We do another giveaway in a little bit. This is a market to give me something to play on. We got another giveaway coming up in a second. Somebody said, you must be young, but look more like in my 40s. I'm 44. Well, thank you for that. Somebody said, explain the 0th law. Thermodynamics, the 0th law. If if I remember this correctly, if two thermodynamic systems are at equilibrium with each other, A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is also equal to C. Because at thermodynamic equilibrium, they are existing in the same internal energy, which means they possess the same temperature, which means they will be at equilibrium with each other. How is laminar flow affected by temperatures? So laminar flow, right? So when the Reynolds number is rho VD over mu, your kinematic your viscosity and your density are temperature related. So you add to your Reynolds number and what's less than, what was it, 2300? It's been a while since I've done fluids. I used to teach this class. So density is temperature dependent and so is viscosity. So you have to maintain the balance between density and viscosity to maintain a laminar flow with the low Reynolds number. Manuel taking me back. What about entropy? So entropy is, I like to explain entropy as a tax the universe takes. Every time energy exchange happens, something is lost in the universe. Takes a little bit out. Eventually, there's nothing left to tax. If I give you $100 and the universe takes $1, and you give somebody 99, universe takes $1, eventually you're down to 0, and then there's no more money can transfer. Nothing spontaneously happens in the universe without something around it increasing its entropy. It's the maximum state of energy. The way that I describe it, people describe it as disorder. I don't think disorder is the right way to describe entropy. It's more like maximum order. Like if you open up if you have a bunch of atoms like clustered up somewhere right here, and they're all clustered here, and then you had like this divider, and you remove the divider, that the gas atoms would naturally scatter themselves at maximum scattering, right? Least amount of interactions, the biggest distance between them. So it's almost like the perfect crystalline structure would be like the highest state of entropy. Things are the furthest away, least interacting. Crunch or creamy? All day long, crunchy, dude. Crunchy peanut butter is the way to go. That's the way to do it. What about the sandwich theorem? Wait, what's the sandwich theory? I don't know that one. You heat up a metal washer with the center edge. If you heat up a metal washer, will the center edge expand or contract? Oh, that's a good question. Like a metal washer, so the center edge like this, right? When you heat metal, the atoms expand in all directions. So on the edge, it will expand this way, and possibly this way. But I don't know if there's, and that depends on how hot you're heating it. I guess it should technically expand in all directions. I don't know. What's the answer to that? Is there like a practical answer? Like it doesn't? When did my money start working for you? Like maybe like 7-8 years ago. I think like for me, I started doing like building Rocket Scooter and building all the technologies around here was one of my first businesses where that was the case. Entropy is the IRS of energy. I like it. I like it. Sounds like the Fed, right? That's right. That's right. Will it expand? Will the washer expand? Is that the answer? The hole gets smaller? That's what I thought would happen. Like the hole gets smaller. If you heat up lunch, what happens next? You have a tasty hot lunch. Because heat expansion is in the same direction. There you go. The whole washer expands. Yeah, like anything that gains, any atom that gains energy will expand in all planes. Yeah. Did you know you can use a propane tank as a battery for your solar? I did not know you could do that. It expands your welder. We got the master welder, got the answer here. It'll expand. That's right. Should Pluto be a planet? I know it's going to sound bad if I say it shouldn't be, but technically Pluto shouldn't have ever been a planet, even though I wish it was, because I miss saying Pluto was a planet. There are a lot of other solar system objects that are even bigger than Pluto with more stable orbits that should have been planets, but they aren't. So unfortunately, Pluto should have probably never been a planet. I hate saying that because I wish it was. Yeah, the hole should get smaller in the washer. All right, good. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. You are my, you are, Lorraine, you are my density. Huh? My destiny. What's the best way to allocate and invest the money you make from trading? Well, that's a hard question because that depends on what you have, depending on that money. You got bills, you have family. Is a loaded question. I can't answer that for most people because I don't know anything about you. If you make money trading and you're willing to lose it all, I mean, you know, it's different than somebody that makes money trading and they have, you know, a lot of financial like obligations. Culturally, Pluto is a planet. In my heart, Pluto is a planet. Can I explain the Kalam cosmological argument? I do not know what that is. Never heard of that. Oops. What is that? You're past the point where family's taken care of, so you're making money trading. How do you allocate it? So are you talking about like how much money you keep in your trading account versus how much you don't? Kalam or Kalaim, I don't know how to say that, cosmological argument is a logical framework for the existence of a god popularized by somebody. It states that whatever begins to exist has a cause, and the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a transcendent, uncaused cause. Yeah, it's correct. That's 100% correct. The universe began to exist because time started the moment the Big Bang happened. Before time, you can't measurably, nothing existed. So for something to have a cause, something must have caused the cause. I think that's a true. Things don't spontaneously create themselves out of nothing. The thermodynamic laws prevent that from happening. Thermodynamics alone prove the existence of some greater thing beyond the universe. Whatever you believe it may be, something doesn't spontaneously create itself out of nothing until something around it gains entropy. So there must be a universe within a universe, or there must be a force that started things, but nothing just not with our laws, right? This entropy alone proves the existence of multiverses or whatever. So for our universe to spontaneously evolve, something else had to gain entropy. So there had to be something else pre-existing for our universe to start inside of. And so all of a sudden, that opens the doors to so many different thoughts. Nothing just starts on its own. Every law in our universe requires that whole entropy thing, right? Booyah! There you go. Man, this is like conversation day with Matt. There's no such thing as nothing. I agree, there's no such thing as nothing. As a matter of fact, in the nothingness of space is a sea of buzzing energy, whether there's no, like, particles create and destroy themselves like TV static, like this. It's crazy. I always talk about this. If you were to zoom in to a neutron and look at the quarks inside of it, like any subatomic particle, and like we talk about the valence quarks inside of something like that, it's not just three things, it's a sea of things. But if you were to pause time and look at it, there will be three at any given time. And any other given time, there's a bunch of quark anti-quark pairs scattered through here that open and annihilate each other like this. But in any given time, there's always three that haven't annihilated, which is why matter has form. So the universe is like TV static of just things creating and destroying themselves like this all day long. That's actually very, very inspiring too, for that greater thought. It's not just empty. Yeah. So when people talk about like your matter is made of what they call valence quarks, which means remainder. So there's literally billions of them creating and destroying themselves every moment in time. Something's power in that. So that's kind of cool too, like static from a TV. And they know that because sometimes they smash protons and stuff, and the three valence quarks that spit out of them, one of them ends up being what's called a charm quark. And the charm quark by itself weighs more than the proton or whatever it was itself already weighed. So the components of the thing weigh more than the thing itself. That's pretty weird, which tells you that mass is just a mathematical average of what you experience all the time. And every once in a while, inside one of your particles weighs slightly more than it does on average. And so when they smash it and the pieces weigh more than the bigger thing, is that one moment in time, a bigger one created itself. It's weird. Yeah, they just turned the CERN off because they're putting in some like crazy new magnets and stuff. This fucking red day sucks, man. I hate days like this because I can't really, it's not tradable. I want to get this DD band long, but I'm just waiting for it. That's the part that really blew my mind, was that, you know, you take something, you smash it, and the pieces weigh more individually than that thing itself did. Now that's weird. That's very weird. But then when they analyze it, it's just because they smashed at that moment in time where the thing that created and destroyed itself, the valence happened to be this big fat thing that would have disappeared a moment later. So it's like this universe is a sea of things constantly creating and destroying themselves at all times. So nothingness is actually a sea of bubbling something. It's kind of crazy. There's like a trinity within a proton. Yeah, probably. It's crazy, right? I watch a lot of like doom scrolling science videos and stuff. All right, let's get a bounce, baby. Let's hit that DD band. Let's go. We're all made of stardust. Hell yeah. There you go. If America cared more, we could have been the superconductor super collider built in Texas. There's enough space for it. Yeah, they're shutting down CERN for like a couple years because they're putting in some like more kick-ass magnets that are gonna basically be able to crunch 10 or like collect 10 times the amount of data. It's gonna get 10 times more powerful. What about antimatter? Antimatter, dude, it's, I mean, there's for every, if everything sparked itself out of whatever the sea of quote unquote nothingness is, for every particle that exists here, there's an antiparticle somewhere else because everything needs to go back to zero. So there should be an equivalent amount of antimatter out there for every piece of matter we have in front of us now, with nothing left over. Tit for tat. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Energy is finite, so whatever caused existence needs to be timeless and immaterial. Yeah, timeless. Time is only a construct of this universe. Time doesn't exist beyond the Big Bang. The dimension of time is only something that's part of what we experience. Yeah, whatever multiverses out there don't experience time. Time is just the way we experience our surroundings. You're way too high for the combo right now. This is what I talk about when I get high. Do my friends and I sit there and talk about shit like crazy science stuff. When they turn CERN back on, we're gonna shift to another timeline. The Mandela effect was caused by CERN. They smashed two particles together, create an alternate timeline. And now we always remember that Curious George had a tail when he never had a tail. And the Berenstain Bears, that's the Berenstain Bears. I'm telling you, that's CERN right there. They spun us off in an alternate timeline where Sinbad made a movie called Shazam, and we all saw it when we were kids. That movie doesn't exist anymore. I swear to God, that was a movie. I swear I saw it when I was a kid. It's an alternate reality we live in. Sinbad made that movie, damn it. I know we did. Brutal Loom had a cornucopia. I'm telling you. Telling you. All right, let's see. We're getting down to my possible entry point here. God, I hate days like this because it just gives you like 1 second opportunity. And that's it. All right. Getting close. It's like Hotshot being the lead transformer, right? There's a possibility where that happened. Did I see Shazam? I saw it, dude. I know I saw it. I know I saw it. Shazam was a movie. I know. I know. All right, so here, the possible setup is to play inside of here around the catalyst edge. We've been waiting all freaking morning for this. Here, here, and here, and then stop and cat is active. All right, y'all. Shit, dude, the morning's almost over. Do some more giveaways. What a lame trading day today. All right. Let's do some more fun stuff, y'all. Y'all talking about thermodynamics today and stuff. We got some blue skies. Some more blue skies to give away. Type it in. Sinbad doesn't even remember. Oh, he doesn't remember because he's also in the alternate timeline where he doesn't remember that he played Shazam, the genie. Yeah, Fruit of the Loom definitely had a cornucopia, dude. It was never the Berenstain Bears. You experience time because of cyclical movements and physical nature. One day when the Earth turns, 1 month when the Moon turns. Yeah. The craziest concept is time itself. Like, time didn't exist before the Big Bang. So when people say what happened before the Big Bang, the question doesn't make sense in a scientific manner. There is no such thing as before the Big Bang because there was no time from our description of time before the Big Bang. There was no time. There's no such thing as a before. It's like, and I forgot what his name was that described it this way. What was his name? He said it's like, what's more north than the North Pole? The question makes no sense because from here, we know we can go north from where we are, but at the North Pole, they have no concept of what more north is because they're as north as you can go. There's no further way. So they have no way of understanding that. So like what happened before the Big Bang is like, what's more north than the North Pole? It wouldn't make sense to somebody that lived exactly in the North Pole. They would be confused by the question. So at moment zero, quote unquote, when the universe started, there's no understanding of what happened before that because there's no such thing as a before that. Time is a product of gravity. That's correct. Yeah, and the Big Bang created gravity. That's it. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, and so time is like a linear branching of multiverse. You're not going to have like a... It's like a... Are we on a spinning ball or a flat plane? Oh, well, we couldn't have been on a flat plane because I don't know why they didn't ask me to dispel the flat Earth stuff. All right, type of blue sky, guys, because if you're walking on an object that's flat, which I didn't understand these freaking... I feel like flat Earth was a CIA experiment so they can test how quickly retarded stuff can work its way through the population. Have people go, oh yeah, that's true, I saw it on the internet. So then they can like turn COVID and George Floyd, you know, into social like migrating of an idea to create social change. I feel like they tested it to see, let's get a bunch of celebrities to say that the Earth is flat and see how well these ideas catch on so we know that we can use the internet as a weapon in the future. Complete psyop, dude. Complete psyop. This shit was a psyop. So anyways, so if you are running on a flat surface, the way gravity works is gravity pulls towards the center of an object, which is why when you're on a ball, gravity doesn't pull you. Space spins around you, but I digress. You move towards the center of an object. So the center of an object of a flat surface literally is to the center of the object. If the Earth was flat and you were walking towards the edge of this flat object, it would actually pull you towards the middle the further away that you get. Ooh, a little bit of rally there. So walking across a disk in space would actually be the equivalent of you feeling like you're walking up a half pipe on a skateboard. The further away from the bottom you get, the more the potential is to pull you back. You would feel something tugging at you the further you walk away from the middle. It becomes like you're walking uphill the further away you go. The fact you don't feel that means you don't live in disk. Flat Earth dispelled. Physics wins as always. You know, that's the way it goes. They need to clear that shit with me before they try to believe that stuff. You walk to the edge. It's not like walking to the edge of a disk. Oh, this is really nice. So gravity will pull you backwards. The centrifugal force on the edge would also crush people. That's definitely correct. Look at that. Another DD Ishban. It's not, and I hate it's not tradable today. I know this is going to entertain you guys with some goofy talk, but there's nothing I can do but gamble here by trying to take a mid-air trade. So I haven't done anything yet. I took my small lick. They don't believe in gravity. I know, right? Wouldn't you feel yourself being pulled towards the center of the object? Which means standing on the center, you would feel pretty much your normal weight. But when you walk away from the center, you would feel that pull back. It doesn't just pull you straight up and down. That's not how gravity works. There's no... Gravity is a radial thing. They don't know. They don't know the difference there. Because the force is different, you would weigh more as you move across the surface of that disc. Put a scale under your feet. It's almost like the force is uniform. No matter where I travel, I weigh the same. Sounds like a ball to me. Which blue sky account? Baby, we got some launches to give away. You lived on a disc, you'd weigh different as you traveled across it. And why is it hard to walk upstairs? Don't throw wrenches in my explanation here. I can't explain that. Why is it hard to walk upstairs? Probably because you had too much to drink last night. I always have a hard time walking upstairs. I drink a lot. All right, let's go. Blue sky, type it in because you drunk. That's why it's hard. Would people be strong under heavier gravity going to weaker gravity? Right, you would have like probably different strength or something. So centrifugal force will crush people, gravity keeps the oceans in place. Actually, the oceans, what's neat about the ocean is that the moon stretches the ocean, right? And like the earth is like this and the ocean is like pulled. Actually, that's a bad way to do it. The ocean is like pulled towards the moon because of gravity, right? And people think it's the moon that creates the tides. But it's actually the earth. It's like there's an oblong thing and the earth is like rotating inside of it. So it's the actual rotation of the earth against a non-uniform ocean that creates the tides. The moon just pulls it out, but like we move inside of it. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained it very well. I'm doing a horrible job at it. But it's not like the moon just pulls the water out and pushes it in. The water is just pulled out. We just rotate inside of it, which kind of actually somebody said. All right, blue sky, baby. Launch accounts, best accounts that they've got, I feel. The orbits, though, have been the ones that paid me out the most. The launch account is really cool. It's a same-day payout. Activation fee model. It's like TPT Pro and MyFun Futures, which are the goated accounts right now in Prop Score. Blue Sky is a 2-day pass with 50% consistency, then a 3-day buffer, and then one day play. TBT is a 2-day pass, 3-day wait, 1-day play. It just doesn't show it as a second phase here. These guys, it's static once you're funded, and it's end of the day once you're in your buffer. These guys is trailing when you're a buffer. It's a little bit harder, and it's a little more expensive. Eval side with activation fee means that it's cheaper to fail by almost 3 times the amount there, which is kind of nice for those of you that trade it. We tell you, if you traded Apex before and you're like, Apex sucks and I need something that's cheap, Blue Sky is the absolute best alternative to Apex for those of you looking for a change. Everybody here, for the most part, has abandoned Apex because of the scams and stuff. But if you're like, I like that cheap activation fee model, Blue Sky is why we jumped to that ship. Yeah, so gravitation, yeah, ocean tides are primarily the gravitational pull of the moon and the sun pull the water out, and then we spin inside of that oval, which causes us to experience tide, no tide, tide, no tide, tide, no tide. Twice a day, you spin around, or once a day you spin around. What does it mean that our brains are made of water? I think that means your brain's made of water. Apex scams really never knew. Yeah, the whole payout denial, the whole kicking traders to live and there's no live program for like 6 months. It started rubbed people the wrong way, I guess. All right, winners, let's go. So I'm not trading the short because of the yellow line because I don't short off yellow lines unless I have really strong conviction to do so. And arbitrage is positive, so I don't. My universal indicator of ARB is positive down here. So I never short with ARB being positive. Never. Never. That's one rule of thumb that I have. Another thing is that I don't short into lows only on pops against strong pivots with bear confluence, and nothing is confluent bear right now. Is it true that Apex founders are flat earthers? Yeah, and they also eat crayons. Hey, Iron Pitch Iron Bud. See you later, bud. Claudio. Oh, I like that, Claudio. That's cool. All right. We got some 50K launches. Bidici and Claudio. You guys know the drill. Make a prop score account. Go to the prop score Discord. Go to Claim Your Win channel. Claim Your Prize channel, whatever it's called. That was very quick. Hey! If we recovered back into pocket, I'd be willing to take the long here from pocket. It's just in the middle of nowhere, so I don't really have a place to trade from. This is an entry. Bullzone top is never an entry. The thing is, it's untradeable here unless I would have grabbed my micro at the band, and I never got to it, so I never really took the entry, so I'm chilling. What I might actually do is, if we get to here, is engage in the trade there. On the pocket. I'll be right back. I don't long from yellow. No, no. It might seem like it could bounce from yellow, but it's not really a long point. It's very coin flipping. But the smarter trade is to buy at the band, but I didn't get an entry on it, an undershot because of volatility. But also, if it reclaims here, to jump in on that. So that second trade I had kind of marked on here. Oh shit. Too much physics. Those are your stronger pivots. That bathroom break was up to no standard. That was like I was slower than normal, right? I'm losing my touch, man. When I say reclaim, let me just put my playlist on here. Let's play some jams today. Reclaim means the minute I touch it, I'm going to jump in on it. So reclaim means when I reclaim liquidity pocket, I will jump in on the chase. So today, like when I say I wait, I'll maybe turn these all green today. Again, I'm not chasing it yet. If somehow it makes its way higher here and higher here and higher here, if this is good and that's good, and maybe resilience is positive again, it's right on the edge, I literally will jump in and I'll chase with a trade here to there. I'll trim out, I'll let the rest ride. But I don't engage here, not yet. It's still in the middle. I'm not convinced it doesn't still do this. You max out your next gen fundeds? Oh, nice, nice, nice. Reclaim just means return to liquid, like return to the place that it lost. So if I lose an area and I return to it, liquidity pockets I trade every single time. The exception of choosing to sit out here because I was a little more cautious. I actually avoided a loss, but I usually will take that trade every time. I didn't do it by watching it fall and giving myself that, well, because a cat active is an NQ, let me just chill. Now a cat is still active in NQ, but not in the S&P. If the S&P returns to here, I'm going to jump in on it. This is the better confirmation than this. This is still coin flip, and this has the ability to just die from there. Yellow lines are strong rejection pivots to upside movement. You see how this and this and this. Now it looks like it's doing better. And arbitrage is positive, which is upside pressure, which is good. If one were wanting to take the risk, one could take a trade from her, even though it's not an entry. Let me demonstrate with this fresh account what it looks like. This is not a good entry, but I'll do it. It's really 50-50 from here, and I really would like to get in at the pocket itself. But I'll put some micros on it. The problem is with this particular trade, I would like to be long from here where I wanted to. And normally I don't chase because I want to be long in this area. So 3 micros, if I were to take a 20-point hit, is not that big of a deal. That's 300 bucks. I'll be down 300 bucks in this account if I'm wrong. But I'll demonstrate what it looks like anyways, just so y'all can see the trade. Not a strong entry point. No. Never enter a bull zone top. It's not an entry point. No. This is not a bull zone. Bull zone top extends until you hit a bear zone. So it's not a pivot. It's still bullish all the way through there. So we don't look bull zone top is not like a startable bull zone anything. It's the bull zone bottom versus the bear zone top. See, these are inverted today. So bull zone bottom is way down here and bear zone top is like way up there. The interface is meaningless. The interface is called an illiquidity pocket and it's usually very violent. When they're inverted, bear on top of bull is violent. That's why today was a violent day. That's why today can go down and go all the way up. Trust me. Trust me. 30 bucks, baby. I took out $8,100 from Blue Sky. Well, 9,000, but they took out their, whatever their split was, 10%. Which is kind of cool, 90-10 split. Primo. So I got 3 micros here, and I'd love to add 1 mini here at the bottom. Or maybe I'll do actually 5 and 5. So I'm demonstrating this trade because it's probably not a good idea, but I'd like to be long here, but I got 3 micros here and I'd like to add 5 more and 5 more there. And I literally will hold through this whole thing to play the fact that we can close above there. Not a normal entry point, but I want to demonstrate it's pretty random. If I win, this is just luck. Yellow line is very random. It's not a reclaim entry point. But with R being positive, I'm like, okay, let me try to take it. But that's why I'm hitting it really small. I'm not even going heavy with it. Yellow's where the 50 DMA is? Oh, nice. Buy for the future for your reset sale. Wait, what? What? I'm not aware of that. Chat? Is that true? Hold on, let me get information about this. It's in their Discord? Let's get some info about it. Normally we would know stuff like this.
future when the trading day is long. Stream on, stream on, stream on, stream on. Matt's got the power to make his profits strong. Yeah, stream on.
I'll get some information about it for you guys. Obviously, code SCORE would work for that, so...
Rocket scooter, leading them all home. Oh, stream on, Matt, stream on. Early light, a silent hum awakes the room. Got my screen glowing low, pushing back the morning gloom. Futures dancing softly, a gentle restless tide. Finding my own rhythm, nowhere left to hide. Sometimes the numbers blur, a soulful complex maze. But there's a certain feeling guiding me through these days. No need to rush it, just feel the subtle pull. Understanding whispers, making my spirit full. Yeah, the current shifts, but my core stays true. Just letting the groove take hold sees me through. Oh, this quiet morning, just me and the flow.
So it looked like they Ninja announced it.
Watch the frequencies grow. Rocket scooter waits for
In their Discord.
the unwinds. Dill pickle comfort for these restless minds. Yeah, I'm just living it, feeling the unique.
I don't know if SCORE works. Can you, when you guys confirm that for us? Code is tough day. Oh, so it's not for affiliates. Okay.
Emerge now like notes in a sweet refrain. Risk and reward, a beautiful
Yeah. So does SCORE not work? It doesn't work. Okay.
this little world with patience and
SCORE doesn't work then.
every
They just Ninja announced in their Discord. They usually would tell us about stuff like that, but I think they just...
times I lose my way, caught in a
It's not an affiliate deal. That's why they didn't tell us.
ride, just like a gentle stream. No need to rush it,
I looked on my thing too, and nobody has mentioned it
understanding with
in the show chat either.
yeah, the
We have our own Discord channel for the people on the show. They didn't tell us there either.
true
Woo, $100 baby. I'm rich.
sees me through.
I'm rich.
Oh, this
$90. Let's go.
just me and the flow. Learning to let
Let's do another giveaway, you guys. What a crummy day today. I know it kind of sucks.
rocket scooter away.
We got My Fun and Futures and Luce's giveaway in just a second here.
Dill pickle comfort.
It's on their X and their Discord, yeah. So it's not something that they...
I'm just living. Oh, this quiet morning, just me and
All right, type in rapid, guys. That's the new word. Rapid, rapid, rapid.
watch the
Rapid.
frequencies grow.
Type it in.
Rocket scooter,
Does it negate the 3K I lost earlier? Well, technically, I didn't lose anything
pickle comfort.
because that's just a
These restless minds.
that's just a funded account.
I'm just
Technically speaking, yeah, I did. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to justify it to be funny. Yeah, technically speaking, I did lose the bigger
slow.
amounts there. However, when you really think about it, I only paid for the evals, and I've made more profit off payouts than I paid for the evals. So technically speaking, I'm still in the green, even though I lost today in trading. I'm trying to spin it some kind of way. It ain't working. But at least I'm still ROI positive, which is good. But no. Took a little bit of a heater there. Trying to interrupt my win streak. Type in Rapids, you guys. Rapid. My friend, if you're just doing like a free reset on Rapids today, but it's not with any affiliate code. So apparently SCORE doesn't work for it. Dude, I love this song. Looks like they're coming along pretty nicely with creating the Varus bands. And right now, our team is working on the Ninja Trader version of it, which is kick-ass. Like, this is so cool. You see our first use of Marketplace for indicators. So Kyle's Varus bands will be available for you guys to purchase. I don't know if he's going to put a high price tag on it. Probably very inexpensive. And if you guys want to support Kyle, it's a kick-ass indicator. I'm not sure what he's going to charge for it. I'd probably guess it wouldn't be more than 20, 30 bucks the most. You know, something small. Support the dev team. They can build it, add stuff to it. I'll buy it. I'll be the first person to buy it from him. He gets the proceeds, so that's how it works. If you guys want to build your own tools and indicators, we can always add them on the marketplace for y'all. All right, we got 2 Mighty Funded Futures accounts to give away. 25K Rapids.
A moment late, a second slow. The door was shut, but still we grow. I move from strength, not need to prove, but meaning shifts beneath the move. The line was drawn, the echo stayed, and ghosts of calls I could have made. I fell, but not from lack of will. Some lessons only bloom when still. We risk, we break, we bleed, we try, but silence never learned to lie. We place our bets on fractured ground and build a kingdom from the drawn down.
All right, so now we're in the reclaim phase. Let me see if I can't pop a ES trade here. This is the reclaim overshoot, 10 points under. So now we reclaim, we hit the undershoot. Let me add 2 more to it, why not? We got 2 rapids to give away for you guys. The rapid is a 2-day pass, 1-day payout. The highest ranked account on prop score, the rapids. Fantastic account. Wi-Fi and Futures is goated. TBT is goated. Blue Sky is goated. God, y'all love this song so much, the one y'all made. Arcade style Matt right here. I went ahead and engaged in the second one of my accounts, the one that's under, actually I didn't take the one that lost the most. I took this one right here that's 1200. While I did have my micros here, we hit the pocket, we pulled back. I did add something here, which is considered the overshoot of the liquidity pocket. As long as we get here, then I'm golden. Testing mail, congratulations. Testing mail is a bot. Are you sure? I'm gonna do my bot quiz in a second. We're gonna find out. Are you a bot? Testing mail, I need to ask you a question. All right, claim it. Melinda, claim your prize. All right. We only have 2 of these to give away, so y'all can stop typing if Melinda claims her prize. Melinda, where are you at? Melinda! Melinda, come back! So that account that was under 1200 is now back to neutral, which is good. I grabbed with 5 ES contracts, 5 minis on that overshoot. All right, testing mail, Melinda, stop typing. Giveaway's over. All right, to claim your prize, somebody said you're a bot. Okay, 2 questions. Number 1, how many valence quarks are in a neutron? And number 2 is what is the force, or what is the particle that holds the quarks together inside the nucleus? Let's go. How many valence quarks inside of a neutron? Claim your prize. This account's now green for the day. Now that I'm green, I'm going to go ahead and trim it down to 2 E-minis. So one of the reds is now green. I told you wait long enough, I'm going to make some fucking money. You're not getting your account. Everyone's like, shit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. The answer's 3. And the gluon is what holds it together. Come on, you guys pay attention to physics. 3, there you go. I'm just kidding. Testing mail, are you a real person? Melinda said, what did we do to claim it, please? You need to answer the physics question. No, I'm just kidding. Testing mail, are you here? Somebody said you're a bot. Waited all day, Bash. Yes, sir. All right, so one of these accounts have finally gone green. I didn't trade in all of them, but just one of them. Where are you at? Testing mail, you here? Melinda, you're fine. Melinda's fine. You're good. Testing mail, are you here? Are you a bot? The answer is glucose. That's good enough, bro. That's good enough. We'll take it. 3 and D's nuts. Jose gave the answer right. The answer is D's nuts. Correct. Judges? Yes, we will accept that. Testing mail is gone. Testing mail, are you not here? Testing mail, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to say something. People said you're a bot. Type something in chat, sir. Anything in chat. Type a number. I feel like I'm playing Celebrity Jeopardy, right? Like Will Ferrell's like, the answer is a number. Any number. Just write a number. You can write 1. You can write 2. And Sean Connery writes, your mother. Your mother, Trebek. Testing mail. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right. All right, bro. He's also like, wait, which bot account is it? No, I'm saying you got it. Sometimes when people sometimes I'm gonna have a skeptical. Mike Hawk put my name backwards to Tam Trawa. Oh yeah, that's right. When he put Alex Trebek's name backwards. Oh, that's right. Well, what? X K-Bert Zayla. Feeling low. Green candles. Yo, rigged. There you go. I know. See, when you go yo when you say rigged, I know you're not a bot. See, all right. Congratulations, green candles. That's what a real human would say. That the contest is rigged. You're 100% correct. The contest is rigged. Only a human would understand this. A bot wouldn't get it. All right. Congratulations to you. We got some loose ends to do in a little bit as well. Oh shit! I got to go in like 10 minutes. Fucking day, man. This day is stupid. But hey, at least I managed to turn one of my accounts green. And my second account here is making a little bit of money. This Orbit account made 200 bucks. All right, guys, let's get y'all a Whoosh fan on screen here. Liquidity Pocket ESC. This is the reclaim, by the way, right here. This is the world's worst Whoosh fan, I know. Come on, baby. Let's get that. Let's get Liquidity Pocket flow. Let's get up to here. This would be nice. You've seen him type 3 times since I asked? Oh, did I? Why can't I see it on my screen? Hold on. I don't see it. Maybe, hold on. I had all chat. Wait, okay. All right, testing mail. Are you here? Oh shit, he is here. My bad. I don't know why it's not showing up, dude. Hold on. All right, I'll give you the prize too. Okay, hold on. I'll give you one, bro. It didn't show up in the all chat. I had to go to live chat. That's my bad. Okay, testing mail also wins 25k wrapped. All right, you guys all win. Dude, YouTube is absolutely stupid sometimes, bro. My bad. My bad. All right, testing mail. Also, you win, dude. YouTube has been weird with chat, man. Like, live chat doesn't pick up all your messages sometimes, and in defaults to top chat, which is stupid. Like, what is top chat is like some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. So top chat like thinks you're a bot. I don't know, dude. Forget it. Anyways, you win the prize, bro. My bad. You seem real enough. Okay. Are people typing Lucid? I don't know. We're gonna do some Lucid account giveaways today. All right, let's get that liquidity pocket run. Hopefully we get it. Bear zone, bull zone. Let's go. A DD ratio, good. ARB is negative though, which kind of sucks. We hate negative ARB. We hate negative ARB, don't we? Wait. Egypt 1-0 on Argentina? No way! Wait, the games are... Oh, it's 11. Shitty time just flew by today. What? I'm tired of losing money, so I'm done sports betting. What? Wow. It is crazy. I can't bet on it, I'm broke. I lost all my money. I lost all my money betting on Mexico. Betting on France. They didn't score like a one. And betting on USA. My Kalshi account is hemorrhaging money. All right, two Lucid accounts to give away. My Infinite Futures Rapid earlier. Lucid account today, Lucid Pro. Lucid Pro is where I got most of my payouts. Lucid Pro is their goated account. Flex is what most people use because it's easier, but Lucid Pro right now has no DLL as an experiment for this month. So Lucid has no DLL on Pro, which means it's 1 day pass. Three days payout, 40% consistency when funded. And according to you guys, I technically didn't have a red day because my real account made 12,000 bucks, which is good. For those of you, by the way, I guess I should include this on here. I technically still, my winning streak still keeps going. Let me update y'all into the progress here. Technically speaking, I'm going to spin it this way. I'm still green for the day, baby. Even though I took those small losses, I managed to get these two guys as winners. Let me go ahead and lock this one in. I've made a pretty good run up. I'm going to close the one that's up 500 bucks. Keep this one open for the pocket. I mean, come on now. I'm still green for the day. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. Technically, I'm green. Technically, I'm green still. In my blue skies, I'm not green, but we only count the trades you see you take. Damn it. I need to whip it out, huh? I would ask you guys to whip it out today, but today doesn't feel like a day I want to whip out. I feel like a lot of you guys might have some red P&Ls. You might need to get a doctor to check that out, to be honest. Red, if it red, it's probably not that doesn't sound too healthy. My bad, dude. I was covering it up. Whoever won, they won. So. Isn't Woosh trademarked by Brad? Brad, are you still in your cage? Brad. He's still not. He's still sleeping in his cage. We don't let Brad out until it's nighttime. You know, the hairy toe. I mean, Brad's literally a werewolf. If you let him out, but he's a daytime werewolf. It's the backwards thing. If you let him out in the daytime, he pops out, you know, like it's a giant like wolf. You know, so you let him out at night, he's a normal human. But we don't let him out of the cage till it's nighttime. The Wolfman himself. When we let him watch the Ashton, his ears, he gets spiky ears like this, fangs like that, eyes turn red. You only let him out for like 30 minutes in the daytime, or else he goes full on werewolf. Messy penalty kicks. Stop. Dude, I feel like I'm missing a great game too. Do I trade Asia session every day off stream? Yeah, I do. Every day I trade off stream. Yeah. So, Jesus and Wisely, congratulations. You guys are Lucid winners here. Congratulations. You guys know the drill. Make a prop score account. And this is that liquidity pocket trade I said I was going to take, which is good. 2 casualties down, 2 funded accounts up, which is good. Even with 5 micros here, that is technically the trade. Let's be smart and take it. But overall, you know, kind of nice. It'll still be green for the day. I guess I'm technically gonna count the trade I made last night. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? There was that liquidity pocket when I said the reclaim. When we tapped it, I had the 5 micros there. We fell there. I got 5 minis here and then closed everything out just now. Simple as that. And again, this is the end of that particular write-up. And remember, I told you guys, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. And then I did something. The people are like, when you think it's going down, why don't you get in on the downside? Well, I could have, but I wait. I wanted to build a trade through here. I missed it. I waited. It went here. I took a gamble, which I thought was a terrible idea. Once it reclaimed, then I built my position from here, and then I made this, right? When I tell you guys, I'm always going to find an opportunity. And I'm talking to you about physics and goofing off and having fun with y'all. But in reality, I never lose sight of what I need to do, and I've closed everything out on the long side now. Took some loss, made some win, walked away. These 2 still are funded accounts. These are funded with plenty of buffer, and then I made 12K there. So overall's good. Good enough. Dub's a dub, right? Winning streak continues. Technically speaking, I should include the challenge account now, so I'm doing the challenge again. Had the mod for miss the action, yeah. So right now, everything's really solid. With R being negative, though, it's why I closed out the top of this pocket. But now we can play the pocket all day. All the rest of the day, I don't care what happens in here. Anything that bounces there, I'm going to long it again to there. The first time I stop at the pocket, I'm going to long to there, or I'm going to wait until we get up here. Monthly res is positive and positive. We do have some gamma positive flow. In some stocks, it looks like Nvidia's the one and ABGO's the one. These 2 guys pop to the upside, and that's giving you a little bit of your little gamma squeeze here. Nvidia mainly. Nvidia, save us, baby. ABGO, boom. ABGO, awesome liquidity pocket. This can keep going higher. Y'all see how it works? I took a loss. Just a lesson. I got to go in 5 minutes. Stop typing. Giveaway's over. Got to go. Neon will be here in a second. But this makes sense, everybody. How would you say you would rate my trading on a scale of 0 to 10? Not the success or how much I made, but application, patience, waiting for entries, not chasing, not being stupid, not blowing up, not bag holding. How would you rate the application? I took a small trade. I knew it was risky. Small trade. Trimmed my trade even smaller. Closed out here and did nothing and did nothing and did nothing and did nothing and did nothing. Planned a second trade. Missed it. Didn't chase. Got here. Acknowledged that this is a terrible entry to take. But because it was terrible, I traded small anyways with micros. 3. Once we got here and tapped it, dipped, I got 5, and then I got 5 minis right here on the liquidity pocket overshoot and traded to there and closed out because negative arm. Right? It's not, well, why not just do this because you think it's going down? Always wait for an opportunity. You'll always get one. Now, while today wasn't green in all the accounts, today was it's not like Porky Pig here. Technically green Wait, Messi missed a penalty kick? What? What? Did y'all see last night's US game? When what's his face, the goalkeeper runs out of the box to grab the ball and they score the third goal. Dude, USA played so scared. I don't know, man. They didn't have aggression. They weren't making runs on the goal, nothing. 10 out of 10, you guys said? Not bad? Right, so the idea is application's all that matters, right? Gabe, I read your thing last night. I need to check it today when I get out of this. Great explanation, start to execution. The idea is waiting for what makes sense, right? That's really the key to this. If you guys want to know, Neon will be here in a second. Don't go anywhere. Neon's got a ton of giveaways. Same stuff. He'll run you through the same trade setups. I'm out for the day. It was horrible. I know Matt is terrible. I still love you too. His shot was horrible. The game. Oh, you mean the game? I thought you were telling me I'm horrible. The game was horrible, dude. I was so sad. It was stressing me out. I'm glad you guys love it. I'm gonna get out of here, but Neon will be here live in about 1 minute. I love you guys. Don't go anywhere. Stick around, check it out. I'm gonna go on MyFun TV for a hot minute. Hey, yo, Brian, did they post your Ninja Trader interview yet or what? You gotta send me a DM whenever they do that. I'm so excited to watch it. Brian B-Dog, our member here, won the Ninja Trader Arena Cup. One of our moderators here on the channel. Homeboy's 105K richer. Let's do physics again. Dr. VJ, anytime, man. Always cool to fill the void. Again, that's what I do to distract myself. The talking about physics, talking about whatever, is a mental trick. I distract myself. If I didn't have you guys here, I'd go play some video games or something. I wait and I talk and I distract myself. I do something else when market's doing stupid shit and I wait for it to get better and I wait for my opportunity and I strike when it comes back. All right, we'll see y'all later, guys.
Afternoon stream, let's get it. Neon on the mic, yeah. Neon stepping in, yeah. Session wide awake. Night shift lay the ground. Matt set the play. Now it's midday money. Structure on the screen. Neon seeds acting holy, price moving clean. No FOMO type in the channel mode. We learned that lesson back in 24. Half gap buys when the market dips. DD bands bounce and we let it rip. Bulls on flashing like a warning light. If it's not a line, we let it slide. Patience, heavy discipline, sharp. Room full of killers, but we play it smart. When the clock strikes noon, liquidity rising, feel that boom.
Yo, what's up? There we go. What's good, baby? What's good in the hood? Welcome to the room. The room shows up. The room shows up. Let me get chat up. Scoundrels. Can't see the scoundrels just yet. There you guys are. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome. Beautiful session. My little experiment, my little execution experiment continues. Got some good data today. It was nice to have a down day today, so it helped to see how the stats came out with a down day with levels failing without scaling. So that was great. Really good day for the forward testing. So really happy with that. And yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the session. Let me get my air conditioning turned on. We got some giveaways. We got a lot going on today. I'm still trying these blue sky accounts. Nest. Someone said mic level's a little hot. It's the normal level. It's the normal level. Clips when I talk loud. Oh yeah. It's a broadcast condenser, so if I talk too loud, it does clip. I have a compressor on it, but it's a software compressor. Hopefully it's good now. Wait for the AC to kick on. The room shows up. So let's see what we got here. I left the desk. Damn, I left the desk before this sudden crazy rally happened. I left the desk around 11:45. What a move. What a crazy move. Oh, excuse me. Let me just get the anthem out of the way. All right. Let's see what we got here. Wow. I missed quite a move, but honestly, I wouldn't have been super excited. I mean, I see we reclaim bear zone. Reclaiming bear zone. Bear zone to bull zone. Liquidity pocket trade. The only trade I would have taken in this move would have been bear zone to bull zone, that liquidity pocket. Entry, let me see. Yeah, that was fine, but I had a fine morning, so no complaints. Someone said midstream the volume becomes lower on the mic. I wonder if YouTube does something. Has anyone noticed that? Midstream, does my mic volume change midstream? I don't think it does, but no one's ever mentioned that. People usually say my audio is crispy, like a crispy chicken sandwich. I'm usually told my audio is crispy. Crispy dog. Where are we at? We're at a seed zone. What do we have on ES? Bear zone top, liquidity pocket, possible liquidity pocket trade. I'm gonna leave it alone right now. Let me just let me get situated. Let me see what the giveaways are today. You know, the mic is a little closer to my mouth. Maybe that's what's going on. All right, let's see what giveaways we got today. Probably some blue skies. I also want to look at my stats from today, just as part of this experiment I'm running. Want to see how my accuracy was. If you weren't here yesterday, you know, I'm just doing a little. I ran all my executions for like the last 10 years through analysis, and I was trying to figure out what my session accuracy is versus my level accuracy, because they're two different numbers if you scale into your trades. So I'm right now I'm running an experiment where treating each individual trade separately, not doing scaling. Like I could add to a technically open a new trade lower while the top trade is still open, but treating the execution separately. So that's an experiment I'm running today. Yesterday it wasn't super helpful because the pivots were super sharp. So yesterday I think I clocked in like maybe somewhere in the 70s accuracy wise. I screenshotted it, and then let me log in today and see where it's at. Just doing it on micros, just so I can kind of get locked in. Haven't been doing the test on my live account because, you know, it's untested, and usually every time I try this, it does not work. My edge is greatly reduced, but this is the first time I've had the help of AI to analyze all those executions, and you know, it gave me some good insight into you know, just try to make things a little bit more mechanical and realize the same amount of edge, so that I don't have to rely on tape reading so much. Okay, let's see what we got. We got Blue Sky Trading, 2 accounts, My Funded Futures 3 accounts, and Tradeify 1 account. So we got six giveaways. Very nice. Let's go ahead and do a boot camp giveaway, and then we will do, you know, I have some stuff I want to backtest. I wonder if Gabe's here. I'm looking for some data on previous MHP levels, overnight levels. I know people out there have data, so I'm looking for data on previous overnight levels, previous intra-session levels, in some sort of spreadsheet or even screenshots, so I can use it for a backtest. All right. Giveaway engine, boot camp, reset tool. All right, guys, type boot camp in chat. We're going to give away a boot camp. And then we're gonna do a boot camp, and then we will we're gonna do a boot camp giveaway, and then we will dive into the questions I have for the audience on back testing data and who has what. It turned out to be a fine session. All right, 20 seconds, and I'm gonna spin it. Gonna keep a tight leash on this one. NQ Contract Killer in the house. What's up, G? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. 75 entries. Sour. I don't know how to say that name. Soul Rodriguez. Is that what it is? Soul Rodriguez. Hello. Soul Rodriguez. Hello. Where you at, G? Someone said, am I not on the World Cup bandwagon? No. I heard USA lost. USA lost, I think, right? Let's see what the score was. USA World Cup. 4-1. Damn, they got smoked. Sol Rodriguez. Someone said, what's the World Cup? It's football. They got a football World Cup is going on right now. I'll watch the England games. I'll definitely watch the England games. Okay. Okay, let's you know what, let's do two things. I'm really dying to see my stats from this morning from this forward testing. So I'm gonna look at my stats real quick. I'll screenshot it and bring it up, and then we can talk about the back test information I'm looking for. So let me go to Blue Sky and get these login credentials. Stand by. The back test just started. The forward test just started this week, so it's gonna take a while for me to really know. I was expecting a drop in accuracy. I don't think I've seen that drop yet, but I would need more sessions. You know, I need to test it for you know, a couple hundred trades. Oh, accuracy was high today. Okay. Let me screenshot today. Okay. Let me add this to the little layout here. Image. Okay. We'll look at this together. 1240. Okay. All right. So here's what I got for today. It's a bunch of little trades. So the numbers are actually useful for me for my forward test. So let me see. Okay. 82%. Okay, so accuracy wasn't affected. Commissions much lower than normal. Usually my ratio of profit to commissions is high because of the way I trim in, trim out, trim in, trim out. So I'm gonna have a big, if I can do this, I will save a crazy amount in commissions, like on my live account, over the course of a year. Like a very high number. So that'll be really good. Like a high number in relation to the overall, like the percentage wise. Profit, let's see, 9 wins, 2 losses. Largest win, largest loss about 1-1. Average win 35, average loss 65. So I was trimming out manually. Max run up to drawdown, a little bit less than 1-1. And considering the market was moving down today and levels were failing and I wasn't scaling in, this is really helpful information for the forward test. This is helpful information to the forward test. Started executing at 9:43, stopped executing at 10:42. Okay. So this is helpful. That's helpful. Okay. Because yesterday was an up day, so it wasn't as easy to really test how the stats would come in. But this is a decent sample. 11 trades. Okay, cool. A lot of little scalps because the market was moving down. It wasn't 11 trade ideas, but it was, you know, 11 round trips. The variant said, could I explain exactly what I'm forward testing? Yeah, for sure. For those of you who were here yesterday, I'm just gonna give a sorry, but you know, maybe some people weren't here, so I'll just give a quick overview. Okay, so my style of trading is I trade pivots. Okay, I trade pivots. This is how I've traded for almost my entire career, almost 15 years. I trade pivots, but the way that I trade pivots is, let me space them out a little bit. The way that I trade pivots is, and you guys watch Matt. I mean, you know, it's the same style of pivot trading. I mean, his style is different than mine as far as execution patterns go, but they're similar and there's a lot of overlap. So let's say there's 3 pivots that have edge, right? I'll trade at the first, I'll trade at the second, you know, I'll trade at the third. Now I pay attention to how much distance is between the pivots so that I size the trade correctly. And ultimately, I have a stop for the entire trade below the final pivot, right? That's how I trade. But part of how I trade also, and this is where it differs a little bit from a lot of people and the way that they trade pivots, right? I trim in and trim out as the price moves around the pivot. And sometimes as it moves lower, I will trim out. So I'll reduce risk as it moves down sometimes, and then add the risk back when it gets to the next pivot down, right? So I have a very fluid way of trading, okay? So that gives me a couple of things, but that gives me some positives, that gives me some negatives, okay? The positives that it gives me is my session accuracy. Like the number of sessions I have that are green versus red, my session accuracy is high. Like I'll go on streaks. That's just like, with this kind of method, you will go on streaks. You will go on streaks. But what the disadvantage with this method is that, now this will be less apparent with prop trading because you're rotating accounts, but in a live account, it's more apparent because you only have one equity curve, okay? When you scale in at pivots like that, and you're adding additional risk at lower pivots, not equal risk at each pivot, your equity curve looks like this.
I still bleed where you carved your flame. I can feel your ghost in my bloodstream. We were diamonds burning through a bad dream.
Right, on a live account, this is how your equity curve will tend to look. Because these tails are when all levels and the cluster that you're trading fail. So you take a big loss, right? That's what that is. So what I did was I keep all my executions because every year I deep dive into my executions, but I usually do it manually in Excel. But I have all my executions dating back over 10 years. So what I did was, like, my session accuracy, I know what my session accuracy is, and I frequently clock in above 70% session accuracy. But I wanted to know, what's my level accuracy, right? Because if I trade, let's say 3 levels, and I make money trading those 3 levels, that doesn't mean that the level accuracy was 100%, even though the entire trade idea made money. So what I try to do with AI was figure out, what's my level accuracy? What's my accuracy at picking individual levels? And it was still above 65%, so it's still very healthy, right? It's not above 70%, but it is above 65%. So what I'm experimenting with is, like, my personality type. I trade with that fluidity. But I've said this from the start of my stream. I started the stream, this show, I don't know, 5 months ago. And I said from the start of my show, I said, you know, one thing that I hate about my trading is that I trade with that fluidity. Not hate, but like, it doesn't match my personality style. It's not very mechanical. It's very feel-based. I'm reading the tape. I'm flowing into the market. I'm flowing out of the market. And that's part of my edge. So every year or two, I try to make things a little bit more mechanical. And I'll be candid. I fail at it. It affects my edge. But now that I have AI, I'm like, you know what? I can bounce the ideas off AI. I can see what my execution patterns are, and I can take another run at it, right? So like, why would I want to do this even though my edge is solid? Because, it doesn't, the flowing in, flowing out, it's something I've tried to get away from over the last 10 years. I've tried again and again and again because it just doesn't match my personality. I like structure. So, I always want to try to bring as much structure as I can. Just like I do with my risk management, I would like to have a little bit more structure in my execution. And to some extent, obviously not completely mechanical, but to some extent. So what sparked this? First, let me tell you what sparked this. Is that someone I know didn't really have a craft, but was very smart, and they kind of came into my life, and I work with them on transferring some knowledge about trading and getting them up to speed on trading, and I do the whole flowing in, flowing out, reading the tape stuff. That's not something that I was teaching this person. I taught them the mechanics of pivot trading. I introduced them to Rocket Scooter, and I said, trade mechanically. And if you can't do it, then I'll introduce you to other methods. And trading mechanically, they've been able to achieve a 62% level accuracy. And they're just at the beginning of their journey. So I'm sure after, a few years, their level accuracy will probably be up 65%. They'll gain probably 1%, 2% a year for a couple of years. Maybe 0.5%, whatever. But over time, you gain a little bit of edge until it peaks out over the course of your, first 10 years of your career. At least that was my experience. So, that kind of sparked it when I was like, oh, let me see what my actual level accuracy is. And that's what sparked this whole thing. Now, there's a couple of things I'm keeping track of. Okay, it's a forward test, so I'll say. Number one is mathematically. Okay, I'm going to have more red days, so I'm going to need to wrap my head around that. Because I'm not used to, I'm used to going on nice strings of green. And at least based on the mathematics of it, there will be a little bit more frequency of red days. So I'll have to see how I adjust to that if this kind of experiment, as I proceed with this experiment. And then the other thing is there's a couple of choices with execution patterns when you're being more mechanical. Okay, one is, okay, you get in at the level, and let's say it does go to the level below. Okay, so in that sense, if I'm trying to be more mechanical, I would let this first trade hit its stop. So that would basically be like the version of trimming out, but now it's automatic. So it's not, I don't have to be as fluid and be like, all right, tape's getting heavy. We're approaching the next level down. Let me trim out some risk. Right? It's kind of, I'm just following the structure of the first trade. And then when it gets to the second trade, to the second level, right, there's a completely separate trade that's opened, and it has its own separate stop. So I'm not kind of managing this fluidly in my head. There's separate orders for the first trade and the second trade. Now, there will be scenarios, and it came up yesterday, where there's a level and then there's a level not far below it. So yesterday, what I did was I hit the first level, and then there was a stop on the whole trade right about here, right? Now, because I'm at the start of the experiment, when it got to the second level, I wasn't sure. I was like, okay, do I want to open a new, quote unquote, new trade here? And then the stop on that second trade would be here. So maybe this trade stops out, and then this trade has room all the way to here. Now, in yesterday's example, my trade from the first level did not get stopped out, and then it went on to be a win. But I did not add or open a new trade at the second level. Had I, like I usually would have scaled at the second level down. Had I done that, both trades would have won. So that is basically where the experiment is right now. Okay, trade at the first, and then, okay, do I trade at the second? And if so, it's a completely separate stop. So there might be two stops on the trade, right? The stop from the first level might be here. The stop from the second level might be here. And then the third component, right now, when I hit a first level with my scaling approach, when I hit the second level, it's always with more size because both levels have edge. So the probability of both of them failing, it's lower. Like if the probability of the first level is failing is 30%, and the probability of the second level failing is 30%, the probability of both of them failing is 30% of 30%. So right now, in my fluid scaling approach that I, have done for years, there's more size at the second level. So I need to determine if I'm going to continue to, even if I make the stops more mechanical, right? Treat the stop for each level separately, even if the stop for the first level is below the second level. I need to decide how I'm going to handle the size. If I'm going to take equal size at both levels, or if I'm still going to add additional size at the second level. So this is a forward test I'm working on. This is a forward test I'm working on, and it's the first time I've really deep dived into it with AI, not just doing it myself in Excel once a year at the end of the year. And the purpose of the whole thing is simply, the purpose of the whole thing is, it's two things. The purpose of the whole thing, there's two functions and reasons why I'm after this. Number one is my execution style does not match my personality. I wouldn't give up my entire fluidity. Like I still use fluidity and tape reading when I'm taking profit, when I'm initially entering, but it's more just about planning the scaling of the trade. I'd rather just treat each as a separate bracket. So I've set up NinjaTrader to do that. I'd rather treat each as a separate bracket. So there's two reasons. Number one is because of that. So it's a little bit less to think about. Number two is my commission bill. My commissions are very high. My commissions are very high. The way that I trade, I run up commissions. So, if I could give up a little bit of the statistical edge giving up some of that fluidity around the executions, but gain it back on the commissions. Essentially, I'm doing less work for the same capital gain. I'm always I'm always working on my game. So I'm always intrigued. Can I increase my accuracy per year 0.5%? Can I reduce my commissions per year 30%, whatever, 10%? So that's basically what I'm working on. That's the full explanation. That's probably more of an in-depth explanation than yesterday. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. It's kind of exciting. Whoever asked the question, or whoever out there wasn't here yesterday, hopefully that makes sense. Does anyone have any questions? Probably not. That was a long, detailed explanation, but hopefully it makes sense. Prop score. Oh, what a cool name. Prop score. Someone got the name at prop score. Someone said, can you run calculations from... someone said, am I going to trade today? Yeah, I have traded today. Right now, the session's just kind of sitting in the middle of a liquidity pocket. No entries right here. Okay, anyways. Prop score said, can you run the calculations from different possible data sets that are above or below your current stats, and which method is more favorable under which conditions for scaling versus fixed executions? Hey, prop score, great question. So no, because it affects my cognitive processing, because this is something that it's done in real time. So I can backtest the mathematics. Like the mathematics say the overall edge would be a little bit less for me. The mathematics basically say I'll reduce the number of deep tails, but I will increase the number of shallow tails. So I will have more red days. According to the math, I'll have more red days, but I'll end up at about the same place because the increased red day and the little bit lower accuracy will be paid for by, one, commissions, and number two, just the math kind of balances out. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the project I'm working on. Right? Always working on the game, you know? Always working on the game. I love this game. I love this game. You know. And someone said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, but if I can have the same alpha, if I can have the same alpha or similar alpha, doing less work, I'm down for that. Especially with the stream and stuff, you know, it makes it easier. So I don't have to be so, you know, it's like getting super locked in. So. Someone said, let's assume you can't trade. This is a question separate from the experiment. Let's assume you can't trade in large sizes or scale in and out because you're trading with real money. You should still be able to scale. But anyways, which rocket scooter entry points or setups do I consider the best suited for this? Hey, Bavarian, that's a great question, brother. Okay, so if someone has a very limited... now, this is not advice for you. I always say, what I do in my head and for answering questions like this is, I take your question and I just imagine if a mythical creature that I came upon in the wilderness had that question, because I can't give financial advice. So this advice is not for you. It's actually for a mythical creature that I stumbled upon in the wilderness, and they had that same question. So I would tell that person, that mythical creature, I would say, hey, you know what? You got limited capital. You just want to smack high accuracy and build your account. There's two things I would wait for. Number one is MHP, monthly hedge pressure, with positive monthly hedge pressure resilience on Rocket Scooter. I would wait for that pivot. And the other pivot you can wait for is liquidity pockets. That's when there's a bear zone with a bull zone above it. So that's known as a liquidity pocket. And then you trade bull zone, bear zone top to bull zone bottom. It's a very high probability trade. One actually triggered about 10 minutes before the stream, it looks like. This trade right here, crossing this window. Doesn't look like much, but you can make a living off just that pocket trade. So that's the answer to that question. Anyone having issues with the NinjaTrader integration for Rocket Scooter, you got to right click, open the liquidity map, which they spelled liquidity map. Open liquidity map. Open liquidity map and right click, hit disconnect, hit apply, uncheck disconnect so that it's not populated. Hit apply, it'll pop up on your chart. Good times. Good times. Good times. Let's see what we've got. Oh my god. What did I just get via my email? Hold on a second. Wait. NQMHP? Wow. Hey, who emailed me? Who emailed me MHP overnight records? They go all the way back to 2022. This person's a gangster. Who is this? Alternator? Hey, Alternator! My guy, brother. Okay, hey, brother, I have some questions on this. Wasn't it just like last summer? First of all, thank you. Second of all, wasn't it just last summer that that the model changed to only have one pivot? Like, didn't it used to have 2 pivots, a range? Was it, so the time on this chart where there starts to be a weekly overnight hedge pressure, it looks like summer 2025. Is that when the model changed to only have one pivot? Because that's what I was looking to backtest against, because that's the current model. Yes, in your data, hedge pressure levels start when the new model starts. Okay, awesome. What the goal for this is just to get a static. What the goal for this is, the reason I asked for this data, I appreciate it. The reason I asked for this data is what I want to do is just run a back test that says all other conditions not included. If you simply mechanically set a buy order at if the market opens above overnight MHP, if you set a buy order on NASDAQ, I could do it for ES as well. I'll start with NASDAQ. If you set a buy order, you know, 5 points above it, 2.5 points above it, at it, and, you know, 2.5 points below it and 5 points below it, and you set a fixed 40-point stop, a fixed 40-point target, a fixed 50-point stop, a fixed, a bunch of stop combinations. What it does is if you run that back test and across all the stop combinations, they have similar edge. Like if you do let's say you do a back test on a random event in the market, like, you know, a MACD crossing up. If you run a back test on that and you say every time the MACD crosses up, you buy and you use like 20 different combinations of stops and targets, they will all come back after a few thousand entries at 50% pretty much. So you know that MACD cross up has no edge, sort of thing, unless you filter something else into it. So that's how you study something that has no edge, and confirm it has no edge. But I want to do that same study on overnight MHP and just figure out, you know, how much edge does it have without other things factored in. And then I'll do the same experiment to say, if you skip the trade, if weekly hedge pressure was below monthly hedge pressure on that session where you opened above monthly hedge pressure, but weekly hedge pressure was below monthly hedge pressure, to see if they're inverted. Just to try to extract the actual number. So I'll be doing that, and I could come back and be like, hey, you know, if since last summer you put a resting order at MHP overnight, you know, for every night session that you opened above it, this is what the edge would be. You know, whatever. I just want to do a back test on it. Someone said, could I publish the data somewhere so we could trace it? Yeah, once the back test's done, I'll share the data on the stream. And I could put it somewhere. as well. Okay. So, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Alternator for sending that over. The next thing, oh shit, it's not up to date. I guess I could go. I guess I could use screenshots for back to from back to May. I could do a screenshot. I could probably look at the screenshots unless anyone has it for since May. This ends on May 27th. Does anyone have the numbers from May 28th, 2026 onward for NQ and MHP? I know we have screenshots, but I'm wondering if anyone else puts it in a spreadsheet like this. And then the other question is, does anyone have the, I think Gabe said he has it, intra-session MHP levels. Regular session MHP levels. I'd like to see it for that as well. Someone said any possible entries. The only possible entry I really see is bear zone top, back to bull zone bottom. That would be liquidity pocket trade. But honestly, this has been a pretty sketch session. So the fact that I've clocked high accuracy and it's been a good session. Oh, excuse me, that's the wrong level. This is the liquidity pocket. So the possible entry would be at this line here. But I'm personally not a huge fan of that right now in these. I'm not a huge fan of that right now in these conditions. Partially because I missed the first opportunity. Oh, let me see if anyone said if they have the data. Let me see. Someone said, could you please publish the data? Yeah, I will. Someone said, can I... can I show what a data sample set looks like? It would just be, it's just code running. It's not, it's just all the data. There's nothing really to show. The results are what is readable. The actual data itself and the backtest process itself, it's not like it's just numbers. It's just numbers and code. Someone said, have I asked about the Rocket Scooter team for a poll from their database? I thought that they don't keep all the historical data. Do they keep all the historical data? I don't know. I mean, because if they do, I'll just I can get it. Like I know they'll give it to me. I didn't think they had it. Because like even in the platform, you can't access it. Oh, it's on the server? Oh, shoot. Oh. Right, maybe I'll just ask Matt. Someone said, how do you get historical data for the backtest from rewatching streams? Oh, no. That's what I'm trying to avoid. No, like, so I wanted the overnight. Someone just emailed me an Excel sheet. It doesn't have all of them, but it has them up to May. And then for the intra-session levels... I was really only looking for hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure, but maybe I can get the zones as well. I would need to get that from a community member who maybe keeps a track of it. I think Gabe has it for quite a while because he runs it through a ThinkScript thing every day. Or you know, and I could just if I had all the ThinkScript files, I could just programmatically extract all the data from them. That would be quick. Or maybe I can get it from the Rocket Scooter team. And then as far as the data to run the backtest on, unfortunately, I don't know what I did with it. I only have 1 year. I only have 1 year of tick data. So if anyone has 5 years or more, if anyone has tick data for NQ or MNQ or ES or MES, if anyone has tick data that dates back farther than a year, you know, and they want to upload it somewhere, I could download it, or, you know, send me it. That'll be great. Oh, Eva Trades. Oh, whoa. Eva Trades might be coming through right now. Hold on a second. Someone sent me. Eva just messaged me. Thank you, Eva. Someone sent me up to May 28th. No, someone sent me up to May 27th, 2026. So anything after that is helpful. Okay, Eva, I just emailed you back. I just messaged you back. Thank you so much, Eva. And then if anyone has any intra-session levels, that'll be helpful. Otherwise, sounds like I can just get them from Rocket Scooter themselves. Matoski. Okay, market just stuck in this liquidity pocket. Pretty tight right now. We will do a giveaway. We'll do a giveaway in about 20 minutes. We'll probably start with a blue sky. Let's go over the blue sky. What tab am I on? Blue sky. Let's go over the blue sky prop accounts real quick. We're doing a little deal with them. They give us a bunch of giveaway accounts, so that's cool. Accounts. Let's do prop score. Their launch accounts are scored the highest, but honestly, I thought that their orbits and their propels are really good as well. To me, their propel is kind of the same as a TPT account, which is really good. The only difference that I could see is that the consistency is lower. I thought the propels were really nice. I thought the propels were really nice. So that's what I'm starting with. So let me pull up their actual site, and I'll explain why I thought their propels were really nice. They have an alien on their website. That's how you know it's the right site. They have this alien there. Start an evaluation. You know what's interesting? This is different than this. Do you see that? I feel like they should unify that. Like that's kind of an abrupt, like, because if you hit buy challenge, it's a totally different user experience. I don't know if they know that. But anyways, I like to go to start your evaluation. This is a lot better experience. So if you're on their site, go here first. When you're on the homepage, go to start your evaluation. And then maybe you do buy challenge once you figure out which one you want, because this user experience is a lot cleaner. Okay. So the launch accounts are really good if you take a few tries to pass evals. The activation fee is $99, but you will save about 25% if you typically take, 3-4 tries to pass an eval or more, something with an activation fee is going to be more financially, it's going to make better sense numbers wise, because it's going to cost you less amount, about 25 or more percent if you take a lot of times to pass an eval. But let's say you take 4 times to pass an eval, an activation fee model is going to be about 25% cheaper. If you take 5 tries to pass an eval, that percentage is going to continue to be, it would be 30% cheaper. Maybe it'd be 50% cheaper. It depends how long it takes you to pass evals, how many tries. If you're kind of fine, you have no problem passing evals, then probably maybe the Propel is the one I thought was cool, because this is basically like a TPT account with a lower consistency. I didn't really see much difference. And then the Orbit it's got a lower buffer. You only have to clear 2,000 to start getting payouts, whereas with the Propel you have to clear 3,000 on a 50K account before you can start getting payouts. So it's a lower buffer. But then you can only get $2,000 a week. I don't know what the payout cap is on the Propel. It's not listed, so I think, oh, here we go. No payout caps. No payout cap, So that's why I thought the Propel was the best. I thought the Propel was the best if you don't need the activation fee model. And if you need the activation fee model, then I thought the Launch was the best. Well, that's the only one they have for activation fee model. But anyways, that's my thoughts on that.
Lost in the moment, breathing slowly, still we don't know.
What's the max payout per week on the Propels? Someone said there's a max payout per week. Let me see. I only saw that on the Orbits. Orbits weekly cap 2,000. Propel weekly cap is missing. It doesn't list it here. So does that mean it doesn't have one? Let's check. Man, I suck at reading these rules. I can never do it. I can never figure it out. I suck at reading those rules. I find it so hard to navigate. Like, why can't there just be like two boxes? I find it, I find it confusing. Now, this is not this site. This is all props. I don't really get them fully. I find it hard to follow the FAQs. Okay, sim funded accounts. Sim funded payouts. Okay, is it sectioned by account type? Doesn't look like it's sectioned by account type, so this makes me confused. Sim funded rules. It's not sectioned by account type. Maybe one of our mods knows. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it's the same across all account types. 10,000 profit per account. You open a support ticket. They review. So it's probably 10,000 per week, or maybe it's 10,000 per. It's 10,000. It's 10,000 per. It's. Here we go. Here it is. 10,000 per account or 10,000 per week. Well, a week would supersede the account. They are one and the same. So it really should just be 10,000 per account. So this is kind of a duplication, I think. I mean, unless I'm missing something. How can you make $10,000 per account without... I mean, how can you make $10,000 in a week? How can you make $10,000 in a week without having made $10,000 in an account? Maybe this is across all accounts. Maybe this is across all accounts. Someone said 3K per week. It's in the sim funded. I swear there's a job to be had from someone to design how a FAQ for props should be written. This is across all of them. This is not this brand. I'm not, you know, I think this is fine. This is a fine organization. You know, this is how all the props organize it. So I'm assuming they all follow each other's structuring to make it easy for users to transition from one site to the other. But I think that there's a better way for all of them to do it. I just don't know what it is. But I can't follow it. It sounds like it's 3,000. Sounds like it's 3,000 per week. That's cool. But the firm itself, solid. Hey, Eva, I'll take anything you have. If you have regular session, I'll take it. If you have zones, I'll take it. Whatever you have. Let me see. Eva, I'm just gonna respond to you and send you what I have. Okay. ES still stuck in a liquidity pocket. Hasn't hit the bear zone top side of it. Pretty liquid session overall. Pretty liquid session overall. It's thinned out a little bit more towards the top. It was really liquid at the bottom. But overall stable session. Let me see where VIX Triple B is at. Who out there was short today? Who out there was long today? Were you guys shorting with negative MHP res, or did you guys continue to long? I traded both sides, but mostly to the long side, but I did have a couple of shorts. Both long got smoked. Both long the bounce. VIX is kind of at a crossroads, huh? VIX back below Triple B. Uh, 10 minutes or 12 minutes. 12 minutes, we're going to do a giveaway. Smash the like button if you didn't already. Here's your instructions on how to do it. Nice. Someone said you still don't know how to tell if VIX is above, below Triple B. So in the Rocket Scooter chat, Matt will actually post the VIX Triple B. But if you just, if he doesn't post it or if you don't have access, it's just the midpoint between the last month's contract and the new month's contract on the rollover day. So just the gap between the previous close and the new open. The midpoint between them is the contango midpoint. It's the midpoint between the previous month's contract and the current month's contract. The midpoint between them, that's what we refer to as the triple B. And typically, if VIX is trading above that level, you would tend to have more overshoot at levels, and it would tend to be a more volatile, less liquid market. And if you are below that level, you would tend to have sharper pivots, less overshoot, and you would tend to be in a more liquid environment. So that's how you do it. The midpoint between the prior month and the current month contract at rollover. And that's all it is. So right now, that level is 1740. Right now, it's 1740. Someone says soccer's rigged. I don't know about all that. Think it's rigged? I didn't think so. I never thought it was rigged. You thought it's rigged? I don't think it's rigged. I think it's the real deal. I feel like it's hard to rig soccer. Unless you get to the goalies, I guess. If you have access to Rocket Scooter, the channel I'm referring to is... under bots and extra tools, it's BBB-VX. BBB-VX. And Matt actually has a screenshot where you could see the rollover. He has a screenshot where you could see the rollover. And then you could pretty much, like, you know, you yourself can just figure out how to do it yourself, what that midpoint is. Someone said it's at 1740. It's at 1973. No, it's at 1740. It's not at 1973. Unless am I wrong? I have mine at 1740 expiring on July 22nd. It's not, it shouldn't be 1973. Someone said ES short. Hey, not for me. But you do you, boo. Not for me. That's kind of neutral to me. Duarto said 1740. Yeah, I got 1740 as well. I have 1740. Looks like everyone's got 1740. So whoever out there had 1973, not throwing shade at you, but just, you know, update your level, just so you're not trading off the wrong level. Hey, DG, I don't know why you have it at that level. I don't have those expirations. I mean, I don't have those levels. Let me bring up Thinkorswim. Here's Thinkorswim. VIX. Yeah, right there. Look. Oops. Where's the gap? Hold on, I lost the gap. Stand by. Yeah. I see it at the same exact level. I'm drawing the tool right there. There's the 50% point right at the middle. Verified right there. Maybe you're looking at another instrument. Are you looking at VVIX maybe? No, you couldn't be looking at VVIX. Maybe you're looking at VIX. Oh, you're probably looking at VIX. You're probably looking at VIX. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the VIX. I'm looking at the VIX futures contract. The continuous contract. I mean, the contract that shows actual rollover. See this green line? This green line represents the actual contract rollover. So the contract expires, and then this green line represents a new contract starts. Because that's how you want to do it. The actual midpoint between the previous month and the current month's futures contract. You don't want any adjustment to it. So this is prior month. This is green line, new month.
I just need that feeling now. Turn it up, don't turn it down. Let the bass take over me. I just need that feeling. Need that feeling now. Need that feeling now. Need that feeling now.
Hey, Darren, I just emailed you back, brother. The screenshot you sent me is for the continuous, so it's probably back. It's adjusting automatically for you. You don't want it adjusting automatically for you.
Turn it down.
All right, guys, it's giveaway time. Let's do a Blue Sky account giveaway. Blue Sky. They got a cool dashboard and stuff too. Check it out. Okay, here we go. Blue Sky. Giveaway engine. Live chat reset tool. Code word is reset your tool. Reset your tool, boy. Code word's reset your tool. I don't know why people are typing Blue Sky. Code word is reset your tool. Reset your tool, boy. Edge you cannot see. Edge never sleeps. Rocket scooter. Oh, wrong tab open. Why does this tab keep opening up? There's an edge you cannot see. Edge never sleep. Never sleep. Rocket scooter. Oh, you guys want to see something cool I created? Check this out. Let me send you a screenshot. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can,
If you wait for it.
I could just show it. Hold on. Edge never sleeps.
Edge never sleeps.
After you do reset, after reset your tool, I'll show you what I got going on. Yeah. All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Temporarily, so that you could see how it works. Okay, check this out. Can you guys see? You guys could see it, right? So watch this. See this little panel I built? Watch this. So when I hit show tool, it shows this tool on the chart. I click and I can drag that to the pivot that I want to trade. So let's say I wanted to trade lower Varus band. I drag the tool to the pivot. And then it draws the target and it draws the stop. Someone said you already made an indicator that does that. That's awesome, brother. So then I set the target percentage. So see if I increase the target percentage, you can see it going up on the, it goes up on there. And if I increase the volatility, it automatically adjusts my stop. And then if I want to flip short or long, it'll change the geometry. And I can just grab it by the handle and I can move it up and I can move it down. So let's say I wanted to trade Varus and I wanted to trade it with a volatility of 50 points. That means a 50-point stop. And I wanted the target to be, you know, 84% of the target. This top line will be 84% of the stop distance, and I could just drag it. And let's say, like, it just allows me to quickly drag and plan my trade. So I could just drag it, drop it on the pivot. And I could just drag it and drop it on the pivot. And if I say, uh-oh, volatility is now 68 points, watch, I bump it up, and it just adjusts the trade geometry for me. And then I could, you know, hide the target. I could hide the stop. I could hide the whole tool. And then you grab it and you just grab the handle, move it to the pivot. And And it does that. You know what else I could do? I could create a tool so that you click on the 3 levels of the cluster that you want to trade, and then it tells you the geometry of the trade, like trade 1 here, trade 2 here, trade 5 here, place the stop here, like a clickable level. I could do that as well. But anyway, see how they're anchored together? It's really cool. So like, it's just easy to see. Like right now I've got it set to volatility 80, target 84%. If I bump down the target to 67%, which when I'm scalping, that's what I use a lot, and a volatility of 40 points, that's what the geometry looks like. And then I could just click, drag to a level. Let me make the y-axis a little bit bigger, right? So like, let's say I was taking the trade at the bottom of this seed zone, and just grab the handle, move it to the level. There's the entry, there's the stop, there's the target. It kind of takes care of it all. So that's cool. Just helps me in real time. Because my other option is this tool, where I gotta draw, and then I gotta see, did I set it at the right level, and then I gotta move it around like this, and I gotta read this number. This I created this little panel, and it works great. So anyways, I just thought I'd share that with you guys. Just a little tool. Someone said, you know what would be cool if you could place a stop on the chart and then it automatically calculates your position size based on your stop with a preset? Oh. I have that. I have that. Basically what you do, it's a similar panel. It's a similar panel, but instead of, it's a similar panel, but you set your max risk per trade, and then you draw your stop. Like, let's say instead of this being the pivot, this would be your stop, and you say, okay, I want my stop here. And when you hit buy, it automatically calculates for you to lose $1,000. How many contracts can you buy here that if you get stopped out here, you lose $1,000? It will do that calculation instantly and size your position correctly. Someone should share that. I could clean up the panel and release it. I mean, it's just something I have. It's not like, you know, it's not like public, but I could create a neater panel for it and release it. So you could just be like, let's say you're here, and you'd be like, basically the way it will work is, let's say you're right here, price is right here, and you say, okay, I want to enter, I want to put my stop right here. And you'd hit buy, and it would calculate automatically. And your stop will go here, your cost basis would be here, and it would size it, so if you get stopped out, you'd lose the amount that you preset in the panel. People want that? People want that? Oh man, ES just not moving. ES just stuck. Come on, ES. Really says they want it all. ES, he says they want it all. How do you spell Schwab? I don't know. Josh said a panel like that might get you using Ninja instead of TraderBait again. Flowing lines. On the seeds chart, oh, those are the Varus bands. Those are the Varus bands. I don't trade off of them for the most part, but I use them as just an overall altimeter, just to see where we are in relation to average price. Just to see where we are in relation to average price. Remounts of those are good. I found first touch generally to be neutral. I found first touch to generally be neutral, coin flip, but reclaims are nice. Argentina, wow. Futures trading with Matt in the house. What's up, G? What's good in the hood? Messi. I'm not watching the game. Everyone's watching the game. That what's going on out there? But yeah, those are one risk interval bands from VWAP. So that's something that a bunch of people are forward testing. I find it helpful, really just as an altimeter, just as a gauge of height of the session, not necessarily as something to trade off of in isolation. I back tested it. Reclaims. You know, if you're gonna trade, I would say reclaims probably where it's at. First touch. I don't go near it. But I use it as an overall gauge, which is very helpful for. Let's see. Liquidity said Innovaris was the lowest low of today, right at DD band. Yeah, I would say if it's got confluence with another level at first touch. But if it's isolated, like if it's on its own at first touch. I ran the back test on intra-session. I didn't run the back test on extended hours. On intra-session. But reclaims were good. But back tested on intra-session. This was only for the last 255 sessions. Back tested on intra-session. First touch of the lower was a coin flip. But reclaims had some action. I should run the back test on extended hours as well. I'm curious. Liquidity said a first touch of 55.45. The reclaims are not. Yeah, reclaims are nice. Let me see if I still have my results. Let me see. Let me see. And I tested it entry at it and entry 5 points before it. And I tested across a lot of different. I tested across a lot of different stop combinations to make sure that it wasn't isolated to that, and that it was actually, a true back test. Let me see. I think I tested. Yeah, I tested 5 points before it, and I tested an actual entry at it. Let me see. So this is only for NQ. Okay, this is only for NQ. Let me see what the N number was, what the number of instances was. Let me see. Let me check what the N values were. How many actual instances of interaction there were in the back test. I'm just double checking. This is only for NQ. I don't see the N number. It was in the I think it was in the hundreds. It was over. It was. I think it was. Hey Kyle, I'll double check. I'll double check. I'll double check. So on NQ regular session, first touch. This is not reclaim. This is first touch. NQ regular session first touch. It was 48 to 50%. First touch of the band is a coin flip. No edge on the first touch. But on reclaims, then the results deviate from 50-50. Which makes sense. That makes sense on that makes sense based on the paper. So I use it as an altimeter, but I know a lot of people use it on reclaims, so that makes sense. I think this weekend I want to do the ES numbers as well. I'd like to do the ES numbers this weekend. But I like having it on the chart. It gives kind of a nice gauge. And keep in mind that's only over the last year. If anyone has tick data, I don't know what happened. I had it. I don't know where it is. If anyone has tick data for NQ, MNQ, ES, or MES, tick data that dates back farther than a year, email me, neon@neoncucumber.com. That'll be helpful. Another giveaway in 20 minutes. We are still sitting in the same exact spot. We have not moved in... Give me a break. We haven't moved in an hour and a half. We've been in the same exact spot for an hour and a half. Unbelievable. Come on. Alternator said that'll be a big file. Yeah, it'll probably be a few hundred gigabytes, maybe it'll be in the terabytes. But if someone has it, they can. If someone has it, I'll just ship a hard drive to their house, and then they could ship the hard drive to me. Someone said just say what you want back test, so you run through your gauntlet. I do my own back test. I appreciate that though, brother. I know there's a site you can buy it on. I did buy it, but the throughput was just too low for that amount of tick data. And I don't want to run back test on minute data. I like running them on tick data. So oh, still no setup. Sitting below MHP, hedge pressure, negative resilience. We're at bull zone bottom, but we're basically mounting it. You know, we would need to overshoot it and come back into it for that to even be any sort of possible setup. But personally, I don't really like it because you got hedging pressure overhead, negative resilience. MHP and hedge pressure are stacked. Already had a nice accurate session, which I'm actually surprised given the level layout and the fact that we sold off. So someone said use Data Buento. Let me screenshot that. I'll check out Data Buento. I used Koji, I think it was called, and it was only 200 bucks. It was only 200 bucks for like 4 years of data, and I was like, that seems too good to be true. And it was too good to be true. The download was so slow. The download was so slow. Keybot is who I had got it from. Yeah, it was only 190 bucks for 5 years. I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Top relaxing said 184 today. Yeah, I'm just forward testing something on these props. So it was all pretty much one micro trades. If you scroll back in the stream, we kind of talked about what the forward test is. We went over the stats. We went over the trade of 8 screenshot. We did the same thing yesterday as well. Forward testing something. If you want the playlist, yeah, so most of the songs are on Discord. If you go to Discord, the Prop Score Discord, the link's in the description. There is a song submission channel, and that's where most of the songs come from. Giveaway in 17 minutes. Let's see what we're giving away. We got this thing going on with Blue Sky. I was going over kind of what the Blue Sky plans are because they scored really high on the site. So when something scores high on the site like that, you know, we have reps that will work with the company and figure out, okay, like, why do they rate so high? Like, what's their situation? So they kind of popped up on our radar. You know, I went over the plans. They got something for everyone. If you like the activation fee model, because it takes you a while to pass evals, they got that. And then if you're a little bit more seasoned, you just want to try regular accounts, they have that as well. It's kind of like I describe it as, it's pretty much like a TPT with a 34% consistency, which is fine. Totally fine. I don't mind the consistency. I'm not bothered by it. Super sticky spot here. Let's check out Russell. What we got going on with Russell? Wow, usually Russell's got some, action going on when things are slow in the main indexes, but Russell's just sitting in a giant bull zone as well. Oh, UVXY. Let's check UVXY. And then we'll check monthly maps as well.
Just one more chance with you.
For the tickers that just have regular session data, I like to go to up here and go to line chart. It kind of just makes it a little bit, it kind of connects all the little dots together, makes it easier to read. Just melted right through MHP, huh? Nice. Camilo said, so are the blue skies low cost but daily payouts and static? They're fair cost, like their industry matching cost, but their rules are like, their rules seem really good. Let me just let me bring the site back up. I'm just resetting the ES chart. You never know when, who knows, a tweet or something, you never know when something's going to happen, so I always like to be prepared for battle. Alright, I'm prepared. Let's go to the site. I'll explain what I mean. Look for the alien. That's when you know you're at the right spot. So, yeah, so the launch, for people who take 3 to 4 or more tries to pass an eval, typically, that's the launch, right? So it's $59 and then a $99 launch activation fee. So this is a really good account. You can get daily payouts. There's no caps. I mean, it's still susceptible to $10,000 a week or $10,000 per account rule, but you know, they do an evaluation once you get to that amount. But yeah, this seems like a solid account. So for someone who likes activation fee model, who's still learning, this is kind of your go-to account probably in the whole industry. If you're learning, this is kind of the no-brainer account. And then if you're experienced, then probably Propel or Orbit. It seems like the Propel ends up being about the same account, but you've got the no activation fee, so the account itself costs a little bit more. But other than that, they're fairly similar. End of day trailing on funded on the launch. End of day trailing on funded on the Propel. The Propel is a $3,000 buffet. The launch buffer. The launch has a $3,000 buffer. I don't know why I keep saying buffet. Buffer 3,000 and 3,000. So they're very similar after activation. And then they have the Orbit if you want to get to funded really fast. No consistency, or 40% consistency. In funded, but not on the eval. Yeah, so something for everyone. Me personally, I think the Propel 25k, really close to 1-to-1 profit to drawdown ratio. This is a cool account. Really cool account. Camilla said Blue Sky's goated for that launch plan. No other prop firm, low cost activation fee. Yeah, it's super interesting. It's super interesting. Like to me, I like the Propel. But yeah, if you wanna, you know, maybe you're a bit more aggressive with the evals, or it takes you a few tries, the launch is probably really good. Because you can get there, I guess you can get there faster. because you can, to break even, you could still blow a couple of evals, I guess. Let's see, 159, 112. No, if you usually pass in one try, the propel's still going to be cheaper. In case you're wondering, my chart is not stuck. That's just what the market's doing. Flash flood. Someone said, you're Indian? Way better to use Rocket Scooter is AMP or NinjaTrader, which is time efficient to set up. Also, do you need level 1 data or only need bundle subscription in NinjaTrader for RS? Okay. So if you have, okay, let me map out the two scenarios. Scenario 1, forget NinjaTrader for a second. We have a NinjaTrader integration. I'll walk you through how that works. Okay. The Rocket Scooter platform on the left-hand side of the screen, that's a standalone platform that you would use for charting and viewing the levels and viewing price. The only caveat with this, which is fine, I mean, everyone does it. This is not like something that should stop you from using it, because this is what everyone's been doing for a long time, is in the platform, in the bottom, you just go to connections and you connect CQG credentials from a data provider, from a broker. CQG, like, they don't sell the data directly, from a broker. So to answer your question, what is most efficient to get the data? If you want to use the Rocket Scooter platform, most likely it's going to be AMP, which is in your message. You open an account with AMP, you know, put $100 in there, put $500 in there, whatever, and then just get level 1. You just need level 1. You just need top of book data, and you tell them you need CQG API credentials to use with Rocket Scooter. They'll know what you mean. You'll get the credentials. You enter them, and you'll be able to open up the Rocket Scooter, the future symbols in Rocket Scooter. When you actually, if you are going that route, anyone in the audience, just so you know, in the bottom, when you go to the RIDD tab, the best way to get to a ticker, click on it, click the month, and then click the ticker column, and it will populate up top. That prevents you having to know the tickers, right? Know the contract month. Who wants to type F.US.EPU.26? No one wants to do that. I don't want to speak for the world, actually. Maybe there's someone out there that wants to do that. I don't want to do that. So that's how you do that. Now with NinjaTrader, the way NinjaTrader works is, okay, the Rocket Scooter integration with NinjaTrader, it doesn't care or even look at the data connection. So picture your NinjaTrader chart, right? You've got price, you've got a connection into it. Maybe it's through a prop firm, maybe it's through a live broker. So you've got the price moving on the chart, right? When you connect the Rocket Scooter integration, it will use that existing data. First of all, it will draw the indicators on the chart, like the zones and the pivots and stuff. But for any auxiliary indicators like ARB or resilience, it will use the existing data connection that's coming into NinjaTrader. It doesn't need to be a specific one. It's any that works with NinjaTrader is going to work with the Rocket Scooter platform add-on. It's still in beta, so there's a couple of little bugs, like you gotta check disconnect in liquidity maps. You gotta check disconnect, hit apply, then uncheck disconnect and hit apply, and then the zones will show up. But it's in beta, so any things like that are expected. We're just lucky that we have access to the platform integration while it's in beta. So, you know, if you come across any sort of little bug, you know, let us know. You know, because it shouldn't be a complaint. It should just be like, hey, we found this little bug, because it's in beta. But hopefully that answers your question. Hey, Muranak, Murada. I'm not very good with names, Indian names, any names, even though I'm Indian. I'm not good with names. So whatever your name is, Marin, I don't know how to say your name. Hopefully that answer helped you, brother. Hopefully it answered what you were looking to accomplish.
I still remember the night we met. Under dancing lights, our hearts were set. Your eyes said more than words could say.
Jason Cruz said, when did I become Indian? Like, I don't know if I was, I guess you're Indian at conception, or are you Indian at birth? That I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So I guess it's 39 or 40 years ago. It depends on if at birth or if at conception. What's your definition of when I became Indian? I'm not really, you know. Semantics. 39 or 40 years ago. Someone said, was there any hollowness in the movements today? No, this was a really healthy move. We weren't really, this wasn't really a thin session. As soon as we hit around 9:50 in the morning, maybe a little earlier, we hit, even up till that, it was pretty liquid. And then we really became most liquid and stable starting at about 9:50. So this whole move down was really healthy. This whole move down was really healthy. There was no panic. This was a very orderly, liquid, stable sell-off. This wasn't like, oh my god, the market's dying. This was just like, all right, like, market's just pulling back. That's all this was. This was not scary at all. It was totally liquid. When there's an illiquid sell-off, I'm like, ooh, like, what's going on here? No one wants any part of this. But there was plenty of transacting going on there. This was anything but hollow action, which is also represented by the overall volatility of the move. Like, you know, I always say, like, I have a little volatility meter that I created that I read. The maximum volatility on the entire move down was like 62 points that I saw. It was pretty stable. You know, just because the market's going down doesn't mean it's scary. It was fine. I believe it's giveaway time, peoples. I'm losing. The real OGs are here, hanging out. The market's kind of stuck at the same spot for now almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. All right, but the real G's are here. Blue Sky Trading. We got one of those left. We got 3 My Funded Futures. We got 1 Tradeify. Let's do a Tradeify 50K select. Our old friends Tradeify. Oldies but goodies. Tradeify. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. What do we got? You scoundrels. Lizard. Okay, code word is lizard. No idea why someone said that. No idea what it means. We all know the rule is lizard. If it stands out, that's what makes the code word. If it stands out, I have no control over what stands out. No idea what goes on in my head. Okay. Eva, I responded to you on Discord about the screenshots for the levels, for the backtest levels. Okay, let's bring up this Tradeify account on prop score. Full browser window. Tradeify. Oh, guys, don't forget, if you weren't here, a little public service announcement. If you didn't know, EA Sports. It's in the game. Nice. I'll give that one a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10, what do we think? It's pretty good. I added a little rasp on the game, like the original. Tradeify. Seven is good. I've done way better. Yeah, I've done better. I've done better. Tradeify 50k select. Hey, if you get a Tradeify account, after you pass it, according to this, choose daily. It scores way better if you choose daily. If you choose the 5-day, the score drops drastically. And you have a choice to choose daily or flex. So, not financial advice, but this numbers say choose daily. Okay, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time to pick a winner. And the winner is... Make sure E2H. Step up to claim your prize. That's a new voice I'm working on. Make sure 2H. Step up to claim your prize. Ten, 9, 8. All right, they're here. What's with all these bot-like names? Do people just allow random name generators to choose their names? Or what's going on? Make sure -E2H. Okay, here we go. Congratulations on your win. Tradeify 50k select. Tradeify. Congrats. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. The mods will hook you up. Nicely done. You were so elegant in your win. They said thank you, Neon. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Hey, you want to know something tragic? I bought lower by proxy. I bought ES when I bought NQ when ES bounced off DD band. I mean, I was only going for 40 points, but you know, what a rip! I didn't hold any runner. What a rip! What a rip! And not like rest in peace market, more like rest in peace shorts. The squeeze. Someone said last song name. It's on shuffle. I don't know. You always got to get me in the middle of a song. If you get me in the middle of a song, I'll be able to catch what the name of it is. If you get me at the end of a song, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Someone said, what's the best My Funded Futures accounts to get? I thought the Rapids were awesome. My Funded Futures Rapids, or you can call them Rapido if you like. My Funded Futures Rapids, they're banger accounts. Absolute banger accounts. I would say at this point, that style of account, My Funded Futures Rapids, TPT Pros, well, TPT and then they become pros after you pass it, and Blue Sky Propels. Blue Sky Propels, My Funded Futures Rapids, and TPT Pros. Those are the three that, to me, because like I like the whole buffer concept. I don't mind the buffer concept. So someone said trailing drawdown sucks. Yeah, I don't know. Like I kind of size accordingly, so it doesn't really bother me. You know? Like if the drawdown's 2K, you know, I'm risking like $100, $200 on a trade. Which mathematically, that's still a lot of risk. But I know a lot of people, you know, they got $2,000 of drawdown. They're risking like $1,000 per trade sort of thing. If that's how you do the math on it, yeah, the trailing drawdown's going to get in your way a little bit. So if you trade like that with the props, just wait for A+ setups. But if you kind of just trade them like normal, you got to size down. Otherwise, you're going to be blowing them. Careful said that's not a lot of risk. $2,000 of drawdown. And if you take a $200 risk on a trade, that's 10% of your available drawdown. That's a lot of risk. It might not be a lot of risk for a prop account, but mathematically speaking, you've got to assume like correct risk management. Of course, I know you game the props, and with math, you say, well, forget it. You know, you kind of trade them aggressively, you blow some, you pass some, you get payouts and all that. But I'm just saying from a general, if you think of it like a live account, $200 of risk on $2,000 of drawdown, that's 10% of your available account on one trade. That's a lot of risk. It's all proportional, you know. Like if you trade a $100,000 live account, you know, you say the same thing. You'd be like $10,000 of risk. Well, for a $100,000 live account, that's kind of a lot. 100K live account, maybe you risk, you know, 4,000 per trade, 5,000 per trade. That's just how I think, anyways. I didn't rewire my whole strategy for props. I know you're supposed to, but I've talked about it before. That would just screw up my regular trading. So like a rule of thumb to me, if a prop account has, let's say a prop account has $4,500 of drawdown, that's a 150K account, divide by 9, that's like $500 per trade. So that means 3 days in a row, you could take 3 losers. So you got to get 3 red days in a row where you take 3 losers on each day to blow the account. it's going to be really hard for you to blow the account if you have edge. But you know, if you trade a $4,500 account and you take, you know, $4,000 of risk, okay, well, I mean, then of course you're just going to buy more, and that's going to be your strategy. Buy 3, pass 1 or 2. Or maybe 3 if they're all A+ setups, sort of thing. You know, it just depends what kind of math how you want to trade them. Someone said, do FOMC days like tomorrow change a lot for us rocket scooters? Well, no, first of all, tomorrow's FOMC minutes. It's not a rate decision. It's just the minutes being released. That's number one. Number two is any event during the session that changes the market's where market participants, like the rocket scooter levels, you know, they're based on what the levels are at the start of the session, but that's the information that everyone has. But of course, if there's an intra-session catalyst that shifts the position of where people want to be in the market suddenly, then, you know, things are going to change. But the fact remains that the pivots are based on existing positions where dealers and market makers will need to react. So even if the landscape of what the market participants are, where they want to position themselves, even if that changes drastically within the session, if the market is moving through these levels, usually you're still gonna, like, you could still trade them. And we have rules like catalyst rules. So there's sit out rules built into the rocket scooter strategy you can also exercise that will help keep you out of trouble when the landscape is changing drastically. But me personally, so long as the market's liquid, I'm still interested. And if the market's not liquid, I'm still interested usually, but with much smaller size, or sit, you know, maybe I'll sit out, but also sometimes when the market's illiquid, I open up myself to the possibility of shorting, because when the market's liquid, it has more susceptibility to short setups working out. You know, there's not an exact rule, but if you take the boot camp, I'm sure you have, but maybe even if you know, take it again, there's so many tools. There's VIX Triple B, there's Catalyst Line, there's monthly maps. So you already go into the session with things like monthly maps and Triple B ahead of the game. And then intra-session, you have things like Catalyst Line, Risk Interval, that you can then use to gain additional sit-out edge. So Daily Mana said, are liquid markets more likely to retrace? No, basically my view on liquidity is this. If the market's healthy and liquid, even if it's selling off, I'm interested in longs. Like if the market's selling down, like today the market was selling down towards the top when there was a little bit of a hollow spot. I did like a couple of trades I had were short. But as we started selling off and I realized it was a very healthy liquid sell-off, I was only looking for longs. And yeah, I was only looking for longs. Now, if it was really illiquid, if the move down was really illiquid, then I would have either stepped out of the way or maybe taken smaller size on longs, or maybe looked for a short setup. That kind of depends on the nuances of the level landscape. But generally speaking, if the market is liquid, it's healthy, even if it's selling off. Like today's sell-off was not scary. If we all of a sudden get a illiquid sell-off, then I'd be like, oh, what's going on in the market? But if we get a liquid sell-off, I'm like, well, someone's buying while someone's selling. People are stepping into this. There's a lot of transacting going on. The market's very stable in this sell-off. You know, Matt has a great quote from his boot camp, which is very, very true. Liquid markets, they don't crash. If a market's liquid, it's not going to crash. Like when a liquid market, when there's a lot of sellers, but the market's liquid, you get a session like today. Today there was more in the opening drive, in the opening, hour or two of the session. There was more sellers than buyers. The market was looking for buyers, so it was going down, try to find them. But on the way down, it was finding them the whole way down. It was liquid. If the market runs out of buyers and it's looking for buyers down below and it can't find them, and you just have traders on one side of the transaction, the sell side, and the market can't find buyers, and you realize in a sell-off that's an illiquid sell-off, then it's different, because you're like, oh, like there's only people on one side of the trade. It's illiquid. Market makers don't want the market to sit in an illiquid spot, because if the market's in an illiquid spot and there's only sellers and there's no buyers, the market maker needs to take the other side of the bet, and then they have to hedge their position so that they're neutral. Market makers don't want to participate in the bet. They want to host the game. They don't want to play the game. So if the market is looking for buyers and it can't find them, i.e. it's illiquid, then yeah, it could crash or it could sell off very hard. Liquid markets don't really sell off super hard because there's absorption to the buy side by buyers. That's exactly, today's a perfect example of that. Today's a perfect example of that. This whole move, super controlled, super healthy. Nothing, absolutely nothing scary about it. That's why I use velocity meters. That's why I use velocity meters, because otherwise, as this move is happening, I would have a hard time knowing if it's healthy or not. But with velocity meters, I'm like, dog, we gravy. This is just a nice, healthy sell-off. Like, look at in the middle of this whole sell-off, we had market moving fast, but volume to support that move. If the market was flying and there was low volume, then I'd be like, oh, like this is really hollow. And the day that we got that whole 350 point intra-session swing trade I took, when I shorted and, it moved down 350 points in the afternoon, that was because there was a big hollow spot on the chart. It's a spot where I was like, yeah, there's no one there. But like today, like I wouldn't want to short back through this, because I'm like, there's a lot of people here. So could we sell off back to the lows? Of course, but to me the edge is not there. Someone said, how can I tell it's a liquid control move? I use the velocity meters at the bottom left of the screen. I use these velocity meters. We have people on the beta. It's a free beta if anyone wants to check it out. It's it's velocity.neoncucumber.com. There it is at the top of the chart. I'll flash it. See it flashing? If you want to try them out, that's the web address. You could sign up for the beta there. So who has the velocity meters and who saw the sell-off? Type me in chat if you saw the velocity meters this morning during the sell-off. There should be some people. There's been over 100 people logged into it today, so there we go. See, some people are popping in chat. Let me see how many people are logged in right now. Oh, here we go. See, all these people are using it. Relay monitor. Let's see. Stand by. Let me just... Oh, look, all these people are on. Cool. Relay monitor. Hold on. I'm trying to... I can see how many people are logged in. Relay monitor. It's not working. Oh, reload. Here we go. Oh, I accidentally just blocked it. Let me go on a different browser. Hold on. I accidentally just blocked my relay monitor. I'm curious how many people are logged in. Stay tonight. Oh, stay tonight. Allow. 131. Sheesh. Nice. I'm glad people are using it. That's cool. Someone says site's not secure. Yeah, it's just a beta. It's just a beta. It's not secure. It's not signed by Apple. The installer's not signed by Apple or Microsoft. Someone said, when's the TradingView version coming out? It's standalone. It's not for NinjaTrader. It's not for TradingView. It's standalone. Look, it's its own application. If you have TradingView, go ahead. You can access it. It's standalone. It's a standalone program. I can release it for TradingView and for... I can release it for TradingView and NinjaTrader natively. But just for ease of beta, I did it as a standalone application. So it's a standalone application. And it's good. Like, this is identical to what I've been using for the last 10 years. I built it out exactly as my NinjaTrader one works. So it's to the point that I use it in place of my NinjaTrader one. Like this morning, this is what I was looking at. The same tool. I was watching the beta tool. I was not watching the NinjaTrader version. I'm using this myself. Like this right here, this is the beta. So that's what I'm using for my own. That's what I'm using on my own.
Just wanted to say
almost at bear zone top. Let me see. Do I want to take LP? With this low volatility, the bet would be that the market holds together. We're pretty liquid. I would take the LP if we got there. By proxy, I would take it on NQ. But I don't know if we have enough volatility to actually get there. Crash and Burn said you caught the tail end of the conversation. You want to try it? You want to try velocity? Yeah, go for it. No problem. There's the site. It's at the top of the screen. Velocity.neoncucumber.com. It's free. There's no cost for the beta. I'm just trying to get feedback from people. I already got some good feedback. People said synchronize the crosshairs, add a time zone setting. So we're doing that. We're adding a pinning feature, so you could pin it above other windows. Probably finish those. I'll probably finish those features tonight. Oh, look at this. Investing Bell said you can vouch for this tool is a staple in your trading game now. Hey, investing, isn't it nice to be able to see when things stabilize at the open? It's so interesting to see. Because, like, sometimes the open's wild. And then all of a sudden, like, 6 minutes after the open, it's like, it goes green. And you could see, it's like price goes from skipping across 20 points, skipping across 30 points, like wild, hollow, hollow action that gets you crazy slippage. So it's like if you're a scalper, it's especially like if you're someone who like scalps the tape sort of thing, order flow trader, to be able to see that, really helpful. And then all of a sudden, like, it'll stabilize. Sometimes it's 9:32, sometimes 9:36, sometimes it's 20 minutes after the open, and you'd be like, whoa, like this is wild, crazy, illiquid action. It's so cool to be able to see that. And I've said it, like, I could trade without volume velocity. I would have a hard time trading without price velocity because I use it to gauge environment so much. You know? Like this morning, see how this is all red up until 9:32? There'll be sessions and I'll immediately know something's up and I should watch my size or just wait and let levels overshoot. If this is all red for like 8-9 minutes into the open, that means that the market is super whippy and there's not really a volume damping effect. That's what causes price velocity to read a very low value. So if there's ever times where you get into a trade and all of a sudden you're up 20 points or all of a sudden you're down 20 points and you've barely, like, the trade is not really, nothing's really happened. You just, like, you click the button and so all of a sudden you're like, whoa, wait a second, what's going on? And then maybe all of a sudden you're stopped out or all of a sudden you're up 40 points. You know, you might be like, ooh, like maybe I should be like sizing down in this kind of action. If you don't have a way of reading that, I don't know. For me, I'm at a disadvantage if I don't have a way of reading that. Some people just watch a tick chart and they could just identify it right on the tick chart. Like I could do that as well. But I always say the main reason I created these meters, now I use them instead of like staring at a tick chart or something, even though I read the tape at entry apex. But the main reason I created these initially was so that I could leave the desk, and if I came back to the desk and there had been a move, I could check the mechanics of the move after the fact. Right? Perfect example. See this sell-off this morning from 9:45 to 10:15 or 10:30. Let's just say hypothetically that 9:45, for whatever reason, I left the desk for 20 minutes and we came back and we were down here. Looking at the candles, I'm like, oh, like, what was that move like? I didn't really watch it. Was it whippy? What was it like? So that's why I created these meters. So I could go back and I could be like, hey, what was that move like? And I could be like, and I could look at volume. And I could be like, oh, okay. Volume was speeding up, price was speeding up. They were kind of moving together. I could say, oh, wow, okay, it was a really liquid sell-off. Okay, cool. Whereas before, I would feel so tied to the desk because I'd be like, oh, I don't want to miss a move and not really understand what the mechanics of that move were. Yeah. So anyway, that's velocity neon cucumber dot neon. There it is. So enjoy.
Velocity.
Velvet pressure. Oh, bear zone. We're through bear zone. LP. We're at LP overshooting. Let's see. Do I want to take an entry here? I'll try a long here. LP on ES. Try a quick long here. By proxy, trading on NASDAQ. See if we cross back up. Uh-oh. My data just locked up. What's going on, Blue Sky? Stand by. Data just locked up. What's going on? Something's going on with the data. I don't know what's going on with this data. Some sort of data issue, I don't know. Anyone having data issues with NinjaTrader? Anyone? Trader bait's working. Last night you had issues too? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Not sure what's going on there. It's come back up. It did come back up. But not sure exactly what's going on with it.
Driving through the city lights, your shadow in my mind tonight. Every street feels like your name, but nothing ever stays the same. Windows down, I feel the air. Still pretending you're right there. In the silence I replay every word you didn't say. Slow fade, you disappear, but I still feel you here. Heartbeat out of time, somewhere between yours and mine.
I think it's working now. I just had to disconnect the data and reconnect the data. There we go. ES overshooting bear zone on this, whatever this news is. Just took one on this. Thunder said you had a few disconnects this afternoon. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Kind of sucks. Because wasn't able to read the tape. It looks like it went in profit and then stalled out. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Happens. My whole layout got screwed up. I'm just trying to get situated here. Alright, I think I'm situated now. I see people in chat saying more Iran news. Not surprised. See what else we got for giveaways here. Tradeify. Let's do a My Funded Futures. Oh, My Funded Futures builder. Don't know about these builder accounts. My Funded Futures builder. 2K builder account. Right around 40 on this NQ here. 2K builder account. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. What do we got? Code word suggestions. Hit me with it. No data. Data's back now, but I had a little data outage. Tagged out there. I had a little data outage. Reset tool. Code word, no data. Code word, no data. Give him back a little bit on that. Give him back a little bit on that. On that fail there. Let's see here. All right, code words, no data. Here we go. 215 entries, 30 seconds to go. Look at this. Look at this. All right, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hold on, let me bring up the giveaway engine. 1. Pick a winner. Mathematica 1729. Mathematica 1729. Step up to claim your prize. Mathematica. Hey, congratulations. Mathematica said finally. You got it, my dog. My Funded Futures 2K Builder account. Congratulations. Step up to claim your prize. Market's getting squirrely. We're out of the liquidity pocket. LP Gonski. Giveaway engine closed. And it's officially Power Hour. Let's see, we got 2 more My Fun and Futures and 1 more Blue Sky. Nice. Who tried the LP? Who didn't try the LP? Anyone try the LP out there? Liquidity Pocket? Did anyone try it? LP? No data code words over. I just took small size. Gotta try it. Yesterday it paid like 5 times. Yesterday LP paid. I'm kind of annoyed about that data outage, because it did actually pop off that entry. I was not able to read the tape to see if it stalled, because a lot of times if the tape stalls after entry, I trim or exit. This whole spot is kind of liquid, so I guess I'm not super surprised. Someone said if it comes back in the pocket, will I take it again? Maybe I'll read the action. I don't want to give back the whole day. I'll read it. I'll read it up there. Make a game time decision.
Here I am again, facing the wall, wondering if I deserve it after losing it all. Look into the mirror, wanting to say goodbye.
Some said previous day low hit on NQ, not ES. Oh, intra-session. Yeah, I mean, we already traded below that. ES is trying to hold on, but it's trying its best. It's trying its little hard out. That probably brought the accuracy down. Let's see. Let me check. Yeah, 75%. Yeah. Good. There goes a little bouncy bounce on NQ. I'm just gonna let this fall. I'm not stepping in front of this. Yeah, I'm not stepping in front of this. No read from here. Pretty neutral. I'm totally neutral from here.
You got me falling with a single touch. Every little thing is never enough. I don't wanna hide what I feel tonight. You're the rhythm in my life. Every heartbeat calling out your name. I don't ever wanna play this safe. Take all my love. Don't let it
Fade away.
I'm giving you
Everything.
I've been holding back.
Since we traded so far above this lower band, it'll be interesting to see what sort of reaction we get here.
Don't let me fall alone.
That's still something I've been forward testing and back testing.
Every second feels like deja vu. Like I've always been right here with you. No more running, no more holding back. We don't need another chance. Let it take us where it wants to.
Caesar, yeah, some this morning and one like 10 minutes ago.
Take it slow.
Take. I'm just gonna mark this. I wanna use this tool. I'm just gonna watch it with this tool on. Volatility. I set volatility at
Every piece I kept before. No more
let's see,
no more space. Just your touch.
62 points. And target 67. All right. Plain MC said, are we selling? I don't know. There's no pivot down here. There's no pivot down here. We do have the one risk interval Varus band. So I'll be just watching that just for observation. After the first touch, I find it quite interesting. The reactions it gets at it. I was talking about it earlier. Like, first touch, I just let it do its thing. But after that, I've really been paying attention to if it gets reclaimed and if it gets tested later in the session after it's reclaimed, stuff like that. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. I would like to observe that. And I screenshot, you know, I screenshot some of them just so I kind of have them in my database. Any of you scoundrels out there shorting this or what? What are we doing out there, people? Motherload said, yep. Getting your short on. Someone says, isn't it Varus? Isn't that the black line? No, the Varus is this. It's hidden, but it's right here. It's under this green line. This is just a drawing tool. It's trying, but ES lost LP, so I'm just letting it fall. There's no, for me, there's no play. LP, but LP didn't hold, so I'm like, okay. I'm not bad. I'm not mad at a nice little sell-off though. I appreciate it. It'll set up the charts nicely. I like the rotation. Strive said, how long have we been doing this? The stream since February. Trading 14, almost 15 years. All right, here we are, Varus. I think with the reclaim, I think the reclaim stats, I think it was 65%. Technically, it was reclaimed. This is what, the third. This is the third. So I think this is maybe 62%. I think. If I was going to hit it long, this would probably be where I would first try. But I just don't have enough forward testing data that in this environment I want to take it. B-Dog said, what software do I use for journaling and trade logs? So I kind of just once a year, like I pull all my executions from NinjaTrader and put them in Excel, and I just store that. So I have that dating back. The formats are not all identical, but I have all my executions for for the last 10 or so years. Actually, more, a little bit more than that, but I wasn't as consistent the first 5 years. Yeah, and then when I used to do like regular trade journaling, which I don't anymore, but when I used to do it, I used to use a program called Trader View, Trader and then VUE, Trader View. That's what I used back then. Will this affect Asia session? You know, it's pretty, it's liquid down here, so I'm really interested to see how the MHP levels come out. B-Dog said, do I ever put notes like emotions or trade conditions with it? I used to. Yeah, I used to. I don't anymore. Like, I used to journal, like, every day, my trades. Now, I'll just look at them once every now and again. Like, I have a process I do every year when I look at my whole year stats. Because I want to see what my session accuracy was. My longest session green streak, longest session red streak. You know, if what my longest streak of winners were, longest streak of losers, just so I could see if there's any outliers. My short accuracy versus long accuracy, but not like on a day-by-day basis. I don't do it, but I used to. And when I did, then I would say like, I would put like some context. But to me, that was most helpful, like when you're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work. But then when your edge becomes pretty stable, then it becomes more of I don't know, it became less helpful after so many years. So
I'm alive when you glow where you are.
trying to reclaim this little Varus band here. Mario said, what happened to the Lucid accounts? I still have them. I'll just do a quick flip trade. I do flip trades just to keep them active. But I don't trade them every day. Flip trade is just I don't even know if I need to do them with those, but I just do all of them at the same time. With TPT you need to take like one trade a week. So you just open a trade and then close it. Just so it shows in their system that you're active, even if you're not. Brian B. Dog said it helps you ask yourself if you followed your rules. Oh yeah, stuff like that's good. Yeah, if you have problems following your rules, then yeah, you should probably include that in your journal. One way you can do that is like the way that I do it. Like I don't journal it, but like I still do this in my head. It's not a journal, but I still do it in my head. I do not judge. I've said this many times. I don't judge my session based on P&L. I judge my session based on execution quality. If my execution quality is good, the P&L doesn't really matter, because, you know, I'm not trading for today. I'm trading for this year. You know, I'm trading for this month, this year. I'm not trading for today. So, you know, I don't really care what my P&L is on any individual day. Because the sample size is too small. The sample size is too small. So at least I have something at the end of the day where I could be like, hey, like, did I do a good job today? Yes or no? If my execution quality was good, I'm like, I did a great job. Like today, what was my execution quality? 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. Like, I just slam dunk session. The market sold off. It was tricky. My accuracy was good. I was forward testing this thing. I followed my forward test that I wanted to do. I got good data. Every setup I took, I would take again. You know? That's all I care about. Zachar says the PNL big or small? I'm up a little bit more than one. I'm up over one risk unit. So to be up over one risk unit on a day like today, I mean, I really can't complain. Really good session. Very happy with the day. The reason I don't give myself a 10 and I say like 9.5 is I trimmed out of some trades a little bit. Like, the tape was really heavy this morning, so it was more in the name of risk management. I trimmed out of some trades a little bit early. So, you know, that kind of balances out. But that's why I would give myself a, you know, not a 10. But I'm always critical of myself anyway, so. And the judging your session based on execution quality versus P&L is also, like, that's even more important for trade. Like, I'm not like this, but for some traders who trade lower accuracy, high risk reward, so like they're gonna have red days all the time. For those traders, oh god, like, they better be judging their session based on execution quality and not P&L, because otherwise, you know, they're constantly going to be like, I had a bad day sort of thing. I also think when I do think about P&L, I think about it risk adjusted, because, like, you know, I'm forward testing something, so my risk, dollar risk, is scaled down on the props, and, you know, risk adjusted. That's all I care about. Like, if you risk 50,000 on a trade and you make 10,000, did you really do a good job? I don't know. But if you risk 1,000 on a trade and you make 2,000, did you do a good job? Probably. So long as you were actually risking 1,000, that means you made 2 risk units. But if you made 10,000 when you're risking 50, you made 0.2 of a risk unit. You know. Three more giveaways. Let's do another giveaway in 9 minutes.
You trace circles on my head. Tiny map, only we understand. Laughing in a crowded room, but I'm only hearing you. Quiet, but
Guys, smash the like button if you haven't already. We do have instructions on how to do it.
I don't know why my heart
There it is.
starts to.
Smash it.
I just wanna be closer in the glow, pulled into the colors.
Omega BTC said you're working on having sniper only entries with almost no drawdown.
I just wanna be closer.
Yeah, that's tough. Statistically, that's really tough to trade with no drawdown. Like, of course you're gonna have entries. I have them. You have those sniper entries where the trades don't go against you and they go straight to profit. But to make that the full strategy, that's tough. To pinpoint the exact moment. But Leo said I owe you a couple of mouses every time you smash the like. Smash the like. I just wanna be closer. Market is lingering. Linger. Closer.
Do you feel it too? That little spark when I look at you. If we die together, hand in hand, could we learn a new way to land?
Things on it. That thing's battling, man. Something's going on with my my little liquidity map. I don't know. I don't know if maybe I accidentally changed the size of it or something. See how it's not. It's like taking up more of the screen than it usually does. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe it's something to do with my rocket scooter window. Let me see. Oh, is that all I had to do? Oh, there we go. There we go.
Shadows fading in the light. Summer heat, we come alive. Feel the rhythm in my chest. Every beat outshines the
Just for screenshot purposes, I'm going to bump down volatility to 40 points and bump up the target to 100%, just so I could see the geometry. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Screenshot that. Nice move off the lower band. Screenshot saved. Really nice. Look at that. Sexy move. I'm gonna rerun it. But I believe reclaims were 62%. I believe reclaims were 62%. Let me see. I'm gonna rerun it because I don't know. I'm missing some of the numbers. Let's see. Yeah, first touch 48 to 50%, you know, because there's a margin of error. And then reclaims are above 64%. And then subsequent reclaims, they drop off a little bit, but still above 50%. So that's cool. That's cool. And I've been observing and screenshotting, but that makes sense. That's only a 1-year back test, but still nice to know. And Liquidity 2, he said that ES is actually cleaner, so I'm going to back test ES as well. Someone said, was that the Varus long? Yeah, it was the Varus. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it was. That's where this is anchored to. It was right down here. We're gonna redo that screenshot because that entry would have been a little bit high. Now, of course, we've been in an up market, so that's why I want to back test against more years, because shorting upper band had negative edge, not neutral edge. It was actually negative. So I want to test both sides for like the data from, like, you know, other years. The only thing is, wouldn't have the risk interval for those, but you know, that kind of makes it difficult, because that's the entire thing. Boosted said, thoughts on regular hours versus extended hours for Varus. I personally use regular hours, but you know, I don't, at least not yet. Like, I had started to, but then I stopped when I realized that it was a lot of times coming out neutral. So I ran the back test, and that's when I saw, like, the you know, maybe observe at the first touch and then make the read. But I wanted to see it for myself. But that is what, yeah, even Liquidity 2, that's what he does. So I use regular trading hours, but I'd have to test against the extended trading hours.
Every single time your name on my tongue tastes like warning. Tastes like warning. Bad faith. I see the exit and I walk the other way. Bad faith. Your hand on my waist and I let it stay and I let it stay.
Oh, Caesar, I just got your email. I love it, brother. All right, let's do another giveaway. 3 more giveaways. Let's get it. Let's do another Blue Sky 50K orbit. Blue Sky is on sale right now. Code SCORE 50% off launch. Code SCORE 30. 30% off all other plans. It's like a TPT. The orbits, no, the propels are like a TPT with a lower consistency. The orbits are like a T. The orbits are similar, but they have a lower buffer. I think you have to make 2,100 to start getting into payout instead of 3,000, and then it's like you clear. Your minimum payout would be 500 bucks. So once you get to, you know, whatever, 2,700 bucks, I think it is, or 2,600, you can get the first payout. Anyone know how to ask the market gods to make the market predictable as today every day? I don't think it was more or less predictable today than it is any other day. Honestly, I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, predictability wise, I would say yesterday was, yesterday was up there. Yesterday was high. Yesterday was pretty sharp pivoting action. Today, I would say, for me, I don't know, 7 out of 10. It wasn't like super easy. I guess it was pretty clean, but there wasn't a lot of pivots, so I wouldn't say it was a hard to read session, but I wouldn't say it was easy to read. All right, let's get some suggestions for the code word for this 50K orbit account. What do we got? Reset tool. Reset your tool, boy. Eggman. 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 Brick by brick. All right, 14, a minute and 14 seconds. Staring at the moon again.
Cold room, quiet hum within. Lines I draw, then draw again. Never sure on the edge, I lean in slow. Feel it rise and let it go. Almost there again. Almost there again. Euphoria breaking, fading thin. I keep on reaching, never quite in. Notes and rules along the wall.
All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's like buffering. You know, sometimes it buffers and then all of a sudden it speeds up when it catches up. That's what I did. Quantum Wick. Quantum Wick. Step up to claim your prize, my dog. No. Step up to claim your prize. Hello.
Chasing something just out of reach. Close enough to feel my key.
Quantum Wick. Hey, congratulations, Quantum Wick.
Almost there again.
You won yourself a 50K Orbit account with Blue Sky. Now that I've got their like little, now that I've got the plans pretty well understood, I can confidently say, congratulations. That's a banger account you just got. Very nice. Nicely done.
Just a little more.
How did you do it?
I can feel it
How did you do it? Really, really nice.
from before.
We still got 2 more accounts to give away. It's been a beautiful session. Feeling good about my back test, forward test rather. Usually it's terrible, but I guess with the help of AI. With the help of AI,
Echoes drifting through
it's actually going decent.
never still.
We'll see. Let me give it 40 sessions, and then I'll report back if there's smokage involved or not. But no smokage so far.
Never quite in.
Dun, 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 dun.
You call me late when the room goes still. And every word gives me a different thrill.
Wow, we just really slowed down, huh?
Try to focus, but I lose
Volume velocity and price velocity both crossing over into the yellow.
pulls me back again.
Market just went.
Think you're stuck inside my thoughts now. I need to find another route out. 'Cause you're spinning round, spinning round.
You keep swinging around.
Spinning round. You keep spinning round, spinning round. You keep spinning round, spinning round. You keep spinning round, spinning round.
Someone said, how's the song comp going? Song comp's going great. So I think they decided to filter out some songs so that we more have the tournament style on the show. So there's going to be a tournament style starting next week. I think I'm going to create a nice program. So we can visualize the competition. I'm going to create a nice program so we can visualize the competition. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Maybe we'll have people on rockets racing each other while the song's playing or something. I don't know. But at least something so we can visualize who's winning and whatever. And then Mike H asked a really important question. How many monitors do you need to be a successful trader? Anything over 40 will usually suffice. 40 monitors. You know, I heard that's what the pros use. 40 monitors. I use one. I use one panel. Just one panel. And then I have an iPad facing up at me. But in front of me, it's just one big 55-inch panel. Someone says show the setup. My setup, it's just one 55-inch panel, and then it's one iPad facing up. And honestly, the iPad facing up, which is set up as a second monitor, that iPad facing up was only added when I started doing the show because I have administrative stuff on that one, not trading stuff. Because I found it very distracting to have administrative stuff on my trading screen. So on my facing up at me, I have the giveaway engine. I have the giveaway engine, and I have like when we talk about prop score and stuff like that, and I bring up the website, it's all on the iPad. The only thing I have on my main screen is chat, so I can read. So because I want to connect with everyone, so I don't want that to be out of view. But I have it in a place that was basically blank on my trading screen. And you know what's interesting? With this forward testing experiment, there's one less chart that I look at. At least I've been experimenting with it. One less chart that I look at. So I actually have a big empty spot on my screen where I could put something. I would say right now. Oh, and you know what? Half of my screen is 50% of my screen is available right now. 40%. 20% of it opened up this week with the forward test, and 25% of my screen is for managing the stream, like the streaming program. I could technically move that to a separate screen as well. But anyways, yeah, so you don't need a whole lot of screens. Market on close. Johnny said, got it? Nice. Hey, Daddy Day Trading said, in what way does RS correlate to trading if you've already traded ORB, which I know stands for opening range breakout, and EMA pullback, which that one, I don't know. That one's really, I don't know. If you trade EMA pullback and you have positive edge, you're probably just reading the tape and feeling the flow, and you're just visually anchoring around the EMA, but there's nothing actually mechanical around it. Like there are people like that trade with EMAs, but you know, really, they're actually really just kind of trading the tape. But if you, does it have a similar support resistance zones that you can use for looking for entries? Yeah, it does. The way Rocket Scooter, well, not similar, but it has pivots. Like if you think ORB, the opening range breakout, if you think the top of a opening range is a pivot and you think an EMA is a pivot, wait till you use a pivot that is a gamma exposure and a market maker position pivot, and you see how much more responsive and how much more edge it has, you'll love it. Like if you like the idea of trading pivots, like the opening range, oh my god. Not financial advice, but you'll probably love Rocket Scooter, dog. You'll probably love it. I was already a pivot trader before I discovered Rocket Scooter, so to me I was just like, well, these levels have edge. You'd be stupid not to pay attention to them. So that's why I use Rocket Scooter. It was really easy for me to add it to my game because I was already trading essentially the same way, just with other pivots. That I have an algorithm that creates zones that I create pivots with. But the Rocket Scooter pivots are like, they're incredible. They're the goats. Here we go. Let's do another giveaway. We've got a My Funded Futures. We got 2 more My Funded Futures Builder 2K accounts. My Funded Futures, the Builder 2K accounts and the Rapid accounts. People love these accounts. The Builders are new, but the Rapids, I know people are uber fans of them. So, hey Caesar, take it easy, brother. Let's get some suggestions on the code word. What do we got? I already see one. You know what? I know it wasn't a suggestion for a code word, but I'm using it. Code word is MOC, MOC. Code word's Mock Mock. Empire FX. Hey now. Mock Mock. MOC, MOC. ES going after LP. All right, here we go. 7, 6. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure we got enough seconds in. Okay, no, sorry. 110. I mean, 70, 67 seconds. 1 minute and 7 seconds. Oh, someone submitted a song. First of all, I like blues. Hey, Serta. Is Serta still here? I wonder. I love blues. I can't wait to listen to this. Serta sent a song. It's called Cat Active. I'm actually going to play it. I wonder if Serta's still here. I love blues. It's called Cat Active. Not sure if Serta's still here, but whatever. I'll play it again tomorrow. Cat active. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I love blues. Let's get it. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Magic Master. Magic Master. Guys, stop typing mock mock. Magic Master.
Nothing on this chart looks civilized.
Oh, hell yeah.
Every level breaking one by one.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody said this day's already done.
Oh, we're keeping this song. All right, that person didn't win. Oh, hold on. I didn't do the countdown with it on the screen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. They're here. Hey, Magic Master, congratulations. You're lucky. I forgot I hadn't done the countdown. Because otherwise, you's about to lose that. Congratulations, you's a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. The mods will hook you up. Code words buzzer beater. Reset tool. Start capturing messages. Code word is buzzer beater. Buzzer beater. Buzzer beater. Code words buzzer beater.
Neon waits while the candles scream.
Oh, that's my name.
Looking for order inside the steam. Seeds don't grow in a hurricane.
Oh.
Sometimes patience is the only game.
Yo.
Miles from the other room. Pickle sleeping through the doom. Even he knows when it's time to wait. Someday you just don't trade.
Velocity.
Sir Darb takes the evening chair. Lady Darb steals Skittles without a care. Everybody laughs for just a while. Even red.
I just messaged back the person who made this song because I don't know if they're on the stream. I love this song. This is awesome. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, look at this rally in NQ. LFG, pick a winner. Learnt trading. Learnt trading. Type something in chat, my dog. Honestly, 10 out of 10. Couldn't have done a better job on this song. Learn trading. Congratulations. Use a winner. Build their 2K account from My Funded Futures. Everyone loves My Funded Futures. One of the greats. Use code SCORE, SCORE. That's how we get all these giveaway accounts. It's because scoundrels out there in the audience use code SCORE. See above my head, this blue sky banner? You know why that's up there? So people use code SCORE, and so that we can get more giveaway accounts. My dog. Thank you so much for being here, guys. let's see where the song's at, because I want to finish the song. Oh, this is the end of the song. Nice. Very nice. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Listen, the market was a little bit stuck this afternoon, and then liquidity pocket failed. But you know what? Overall, it was still a beautiful session. I'm still really happy with the session. Small little day, but I'll take it over a red day. And execution quality, I'm super happy with. Got some great data for the forward test on the execution, and also got some great data for forward test on Varus. It was really good to observe the action of the BAM being remounted, especially after my back test result. I really wanted to see it in real time, and it was really nice. So first failure, reclaim, beautiful trade. Second tap after the reclaim, beautiful trade. So I'm still not trading that setup because I like to see a lot of data, but it looked great today. And the back test did support that, so really cool to see. Until next time, I'm out. Peace.